How's it going? Thanks for checking out the coverage of our historic Hooglandia Open today, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. In the video description down below, you will find a link to the MTG Melee page with full deck list and standing from the tournament after its completion, as well as timestamps of every matchup that we have in this video here today, as well as what decks are playing in those matchups. If you want to skip around and look for just the decks and games that you find interesting. Thanks for watching, and hopefully see you on stream real soon. So we've got Mardu Knights versus Blue-Black Rogues in our first round here this morning. Looks like our Rogues player is going to be on the play and kept a pretty strong hand, sans the fact that they don't have a turn 1 black source.
Yeah, Rogues is a deck that's been pretty impressive. Rogues is the deck that feels the most like a legacy deck or a modern deck in the format. So a bunch of cheap spells, a bunch of cheap interaction, Inquisition, Brainstorm, Memory Lapse, got a lot of new additions from the historic anthology.
You know, that being said, I do think one of the better ways to be able to combat the Rogues deck a little bit is to be able to get under them a little bit efficiently, which we'll be able to see if this 1-drop aggressive deck is able to do that here.
Absolutely. A card like Memory Lapse, while it actually is fine against 1-drops, obviously more devastating against the decks playing bigger spells. So Inquisition here, though, Inquisition is really, really good. Without a downside of Thoughtseize, losing 2 life, obviously it hits a few different things, but Inquisition is very, very powerful to help shore up those aggressive matchups.
DWB here skillfully keeping the 2-drop they really want to put into play right away on top of their deck here with that Stormfist Crusader hiding it from the Inquisition.
It's the way to have it, And this is a really cool card, Crusader. I mean, it's sort of like this reverse Dark Confidant, damages your opponent. You're going to kill them before they use their cards anyway. Now, Rogues is a very efficient deck, a lot of 1 and 2 mana spells, so them drawing extra cards will be a bit of a downside, but they don't gain any life either. I guess they have lures, but for the most part, their damage is taken, they take Thoughtseizes and so on and so forth. So pretty good to start from here from our Knights player. Although a lot of answers for our Rogues player as well.
Yeah, we see the slightly awkward mana to start for Mike the Knight, quickly drawing out of it with their second black source on the second turn of the game, allowing them to generate a double spell turn here on the third turn.
Rough sequence there. Second Embercleave, not nearly as good as the first Embercleave.
Yep, and if looking at the Mardu list here, something that we actually see in D-Beard's list is they've got a split of Embercleaves with all of the Skyclaves 3 and 3, kind of trying to hedge against this type of situation, but unfortunately not finding that hedge here.
Yeah, always the risk with auras and equipments that we see, of course, that not having enough creatures. And this is going to be tough for our Mardu player with multiple threats in hand for Mike the Knight. Lure still looming, Drown the Lock ready to go, and a lowly Venerable Knight. Savannah Lion's good and all, but compared to some of the things that happened in Historic, not necessarily good enough.
Yep, and then, the Drown in the Lock hanging out in hand for Mike too. This very powerful, basically Doomblade counterspell split card, not going to let Mike D-Beard basically needs to draw 2 high impact spells to catch back up here, not just 1.
Absolutely. Letals are in favor of our Knights player for the moment, but with Lurrus coming down as well. Lurrus is also, aside from being an insanely good card draw engine, it's just a lifelinker, yep. And that does matter a lot, where these decks, don't have many ways to kind of come back and gain life, and Lurrus can do that too, as well as everything else, which is very impressive.
Yep, and we see, enough mana here in hand for in play for Mike the Knight, where we can play this Lurrus and still have Drown in the Lock up in the same turn. So I expect we'll see that happen here. And then even if DWB draws the land for the Embercleave next turn or nothing dies, they can get Drown in the Lock on the Cleave.
Yeah, we saw on that attack step, DWB can't really block a Venerable Knight because trading off with a creature that's going to come back from Lurrus anyway is very difficult. Lessening your board is very difficult. There's a lot of tough stuff here where DWB just kind of has to hope his last card in hand is not some sort of interactive spell and probably just needs to play into it or concede the game. That works too. That works too.
Yep.
Good foresight.
Even if there's not an interactive spell there, right? Like you're only attacking for 8 in that instance, and they were at 10, right?
Right.
Yep.
You sort of shortcut Embercleave as being lethal every time, but it actually isn't on the smaller creatures for sure.
Yep.
And that's kind of a downside to Embercleave in this Knights deck is that nothing is really that big. Most things have 2 power, maybe 3 power. Doubled up on Maul is pretty cool, but there isn't really like a Love-Struck Beast or Questing Beast, some sort of really large creature to put it on for that huge hit.
We see 2 copies of Rest in Peace coming in very quickly out of the Knights sideboard here, and that being a card that really kind of shoes in Historic, in my mind, as being one of those true non-rotating formats where these powerful hosers are really getting to show their strength in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, it's a great safety valve. You're going to put looting into the format and just a bunch of other great graveyard effects, and having this sort of like the best graveyard hate card of all time available is important. Is definitely very, very important. And of course, sneakily very good against rogues. Drown and block. Lurrus is one thing, but all the mill cards, don't have any extra triggers now. There aren't 7 or 8 cards in the graveyard, so drown and block is now blank. So very,
your
very
into the
effective.
stories cost 7.
Exactly. Yeah. So very effective. We see it here in the opener. Now, of course, the converse to this is the rogues deck has a million 1-mana discard spells, so it's always able to hit it before it comes down if they have a discard spell.
Yeah, it feels good to have Rip in your opener, but honestly, you'd rather it be your 8th card in most instances, right? Where you're just like, it's going to be hidden until you're ready to cast it.
Very common phenomenon here in this store format with both discard spells is that you want your best cards in 8th card, 9th card, somewhere buried there. So we see Rest in Peace go to the graveyard. We see Stormfist Crusader for DWB. Decent start, and the Reaper should also be very good too as a creature that can die and replace itself, because we saw in game 1, creatures died, didn't really get replaced, and that was kind of the end.
Yep. And we see here very aggressively playing out the Thieves Guild Enforcer, even though it has Flash, prioritizing getting that extra mill trigger here on our Wind Robber. And we're really going to get to see this game, who does the extra card each turn favor. We saw our Rogues player very aggressively kill Stormfist Crusader here, but I think there's a chance it's not strictly bad for them when it lives either.
For sure. Like I was saying in game 1, there's just a lot of really cheap cards in the Rogues deck, and against a control deck with like 5 and 6 mana spells, sure, draw some extra cards. You can't play them all anyway, but Rogues can. Rogues is Brainstorm as well, and may find some land drops. And this could be tough here for our Knights player. I mean, Rogues already has a great board. Rogues is a threat light deck, and now that there's multiple threats in play as well, this is looking a little tough. There is some card draw here at Reaper. Maul of a Skyclave is kind of a nice draw as well, but will it be enough is the question.
You see here, picking up unclaimed territory, perhaps we're going to see a Knight plus Midnight Reaper or Knight plus Maul here.
Going to decline on the Maul, so going to wait until the Maul is more creatures in play for the Maul. Interesting choice though, because the Rogues player is tapped out right now, so the Maul could have gotten in safely for at least a big chunk. Now, but the fear, of course, is if the creature dies, now you've lost a lot of tempo. So gonna build the board first and then try and play the Maul later, which seems reasonable.
If you're feeling a little bit ambitious, I suppose we technically get to Maul something plus Embercleave next turn if we're making the assumption that absolutely everything is living.
Yes, that's a bold assumption to make in the face of 8 cards, or 6 cards, but for sure, that is definitely the highest damage output by a lot. Also seeing the Knight of the Ebon Legion grow here, which is super nice. So definitely a solid board for our Knights player. Now, it is a little risky now, but every creature, if it dies, will lose 2 life. So we're sort of seeing the opposite effect of the Crusader, where we might get to a point where they're racing and Mike the Knight can just kill a creature or two and end up doming DWB for a few points for those final few points to win the game. So a lot of back and forth here with, cards drawing for life loss.
On the pure racing perspective, our Knights player is definitely ahead here. That being on the play versus the draw likely playing a big factor in that. Even if our Rogues player gets in for 8, they're going to lose on the backswing here. So they got to kind of balance, how much can they afford to ship with versus how much are they leaving back home.
Sure. Well, there's your first Reaper triggers. That's going to be pretty big because the 2 cards is a lot of cards. We see a Knight of Grace and a Venerable Knight. So enough cards to be able to deploy basically everything. There's Drown the Lock also. Interesting that Mike chose to kill the non-Reaper creature first, making for that extra draw and that extra life loss.
Yep, saying that 1 point of life is more important than, whatever you're going to be able to do on the backswing.
Absolutely. So we see from our Rogues player here saying that I want to race. I'm just going to tap all my lands, kill your stuff, make you lose life, and just try and get you.
Yep, because remember, both players are effectively at 1 less than what their life totals currently say, because the Stormfist Crusader is going to dome each of them 1 more time.
So now that's a lot of cards in hand. So the downside of this, of course, is that our Rogues player is tapped out and now at the whim of whatever DWB has. And there is an Embercleave, there is a Maul, but now there's not really enough mana to do everything effectively.
Yep, and we could, so like if Cleave comes down on the Midnight Reaper here, that's only 8 plus 2 is 10, plus another 1 from the Storm Crusader trigger is 11, but we block for 3, so we still end up 2 points short.
Yeah, and there also needs to be a Bloodcur coming in untapped here for double red, which is pretty telling that there's an Embercleave coming. So,
yep, we might have to see a Maul of the Skyclaves on defense here, plus some blockers.
Yeah, tough place to be. Tough place to be. Now, it could be a Knight of Grace into a Maul on defense because the protection from black will obviously keep it safe from most things, which is kind of a nice thing to have access to. So that is reasonable. Usually, you don't want to see your equipped creature on defense because if it gets killed, it's just a house of cards that falls down. But when the creature has pro black, that's not too bad. And first strike
Ooh,
too.
we saw a mouse over on the cleave there from DWB, maybe mistaking their unclaimed territory for a tournament grounds there, thinking we could equip the Embercleave.
Right. So because the territory came in and there's no second red, Mike knows no Embercleave can happen and therefore cannot and he can be safe not to block. So
Yep.
big opportunity cost there because if you want to put that Blood Crypt in untapped and the Embercleave doesn't pay off because there's a block, now you're in huge trouble at 3 life. So yeah, definitely a game where the efficiency of rogues really shine through. I mean, the fact that the cards are also cheap, you can keep playing them mostly, and the card draw from the Stormfist Crusader really benefited our rogues player there a lot.
Honestly, I don't know that I was so much opposed to the Stormfish Crusader there so much as seeing how that game played out. It makes me wonder is Midnight Reaper the axis that the Knights player wants to fight that matchup on? Because it feels to me like you'd rather not try and grind them out so much as just like play to the board with your cheaper threats and then throw equipment on them. Because
It's tough because in game one we saw that, and the threats were killed once or twice, 2 equipments were drawn, and there were no threats left. So it's a hard walk to walk where you got to kind of balance the. I need to have enough threats to flood the board, but not so many my hand is gunked up and I'm losing life. So it's tough. The second Reaper might have been too much. Maybe 1 Reaper's fine. Draw an extra card, lose 1 life here or there, but that was 4 damage that turn. So taking 4 damage while your 2 creatures die is like being Searing Blazed. It's tough. It's definitely a tough turn.
Yeah, Embercleave also look at a touch awkward there compared to the Maul. We had boards where it set up okay, and then the things got picked apart, and then Embercleave was just left rotting in hand for our player, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not super excited about Embercleave and decks that don't have that big creature, that Lovestruck Beast, that Questing Beast, that Annex Hardened in the Forge.
Yep.
Just like the thing where if I put a cleave on this and it's unblocked, you're actually dead. There really is no maybe you block with something, but for the most part, you're taking 13 damage here and you are going to die. I guess it's not possible to be doubled, but whatever. You get the idea. It's a lot. So
yeah, you basically want that high upside play where like it's guaranteed to kill them to weigh out the downside of this card gets stranded if they won from my board a bunch.
Absolutely.
Okay, and with that, we don't believe in having much downtime here, so we're going to go ahead and dive right on into our backup feature match here next. We've got Matt Bamonte playing some black-white Death Shadow, I believe, for our time-shifted feature this round. Let's go ahead and dive on in and see how this match plays out from the start. Looks like we've got a red-white cycling on the other side of the board here for Nocti.
Yeah, Black-White Shadow is a deck that was like hyped up a lot really early on and hasn't really panned out super well. There's a lot of cool things happening. Obviously, Ranger of Eos getting 2 Death Shadows is quite powerful, but a little slow. Down Vanguard's pretty cool. Knight's pretty cool. Definitely different than the Shadow decks we see in Modern, which are more like Legacy decks. Super cheap cards, cheap interaction and things like that.
Yeah, there's no, it's kind of funny seeing both of these decks. There's no Street Wraith in this format, which both of these archetypes is a free enabler that these decks would love to play. And honestly, like the lack of cards like that in this format is really kind of what separates these cards that are considered busted in these older formats to just like being okay to even a little bit weak in Historic, where they don't have this extra powerful enabler. It really pushes them up over the top.
Absolutely. Yeah, Street Wraith is the card that makes Shadow really, really nasty. My good friend Dan Jessup top 8 an Invitational in a game 3 where he played 2 Shadows on turn 2 because of multiple Street Wraiths and just killed his opponent on turn 3. And the ability to do that and just like, I'm a 10 on turn 2, here you go, have fun, is pretty wild. Really turbocharges things.
We see really solid start here for Matt up top. That Knight of the Ebon Legion not caring who takes 4 points of damage. So the fact that we get to get 2 of those up to 2/3s on the second turn is really strong.
Yeah, if you've got Curdy with upside, you're really, really happy.
Yeah, and I like this too. Matt wanting to keep his opponent from going wide here. The Death Shadow decks, another thing they kind of lack in this format, especially this black-white build, is they don't have something like Temur Battle Rage to punch through these token strategies. So getting to trade with that Valiant Rescue and prevent his opponent from going wide has a lot of upside here.
Yeah, blockers are much better in Historic against Shadow than they are in Modern. And Battle Rage is that really key card where if you can just block Shadow a few times and kind of buy your time, that's really, really effective. So definitely one of the major differences in Shadow between Modern and Historic.
One of the things we see with the cycling deck, similar to standard, again comparing historic decks to other formats, is that we still see the 4 copies of the very powerful card Zenith Flare. So, especially the Shadow deck not having counter spells in it, the inevitability is definitely on the cycling side to put pressure on the Death Shadow player to close the game out as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got chump blockers. We have Zenith Flares pretty building up too. And a pretty good engine too. You just keep cycling till you find it, obviously. So that is pretty nice to see. And not a lot of damage output here from our Shadow players so far. You know, our cycling player is still at 16, pretty healthy. We see Ranger Vios here, but of course, Matt's at 13, which isn't quite there yet. There is a Deadlands in play, but not really that fast. So definitely have a time here to find Zenith Flare if possible.
Well, we have the Adanto Vanguard in hand, so we could see like next turn, Shadow plus Vanguard come down, and Vanguard could really let you control your health total in a surprise way.
Yes, unfortunately, it can control it, but it can only go down, can't go up. And the Zenith Flare has been drawn, so we are we're walking the line now, where Matt has to decide how low he's willing to go. Matt's fairly aware of how many cycling cards are in the graveyard, how many cycling cards could be in the graveyard, and needs to really watch that.
Yeah, and like the scary thing about this kind of matchup too is just how likely the Zenith Flare player is to have Zenith Flare, right? Because they're playing all of these cards that all they do is draw more cards, so their likelihood of finding their high impact ones is very high.
Yeah, you almost have to assume they're going to have it by turn 5 or 6, like basically every single game, without question. See a Flameblade Adept blocking on the Skyclave Apparition. The Adept's are a really cool addition to his deck. I like it a lot. Giving it a second Flourishing Fox style 1-drop that can get in for a lot is really cool.
And now Matt has to decide here, how aggressive does he want to be here? Got a couple of different permutations of cards that he could play out this turn in hand. He could play 2-drop, double 1-drop. We could play Skyclave Apparition plus Shadow. With that, there's that Ifnir Deadland sitting in play, so Matt can play Shadow this turn without playing the Vanguard out.
Yeah, I think that it's the impetus is on Matt. Just end this game. Just put it all in play and let it ride. The Matt could Skyclave Apparition the healer here and play Shadow, but I think just putting all the offensive threats on the board and just trying to close the game out is going to be very, very important. The Zenith, we know Zenith Flare is there too. Matt has to assume it has to be there or be very close to being there.
Going with a grindier line here, perhaps not respecting the Zenith Flare as much as he should be. See the Fairy Guide Mother being added to hand here as kind of a not quite Temur Battle Rage, but a little bit of evasion.
It's actually a really, really awesome addition. Again, you need that way to push through the Shadow, and having a tutorable way that's also like a passable creature is really nice. Rescuer here is pretty good, but no cycle, so no extra token. But of course, Rescuer can make a lot of blockers. Now, of course, the Fairy Guide Mother invalidates that, and our cycling player knows about it, having seen it, so needs to be aware. But there's no big Shadow yet, and 13 life is still a very decent amount.
Matt deciding if he wants to try and Skyclave Apparition something or push damage first here. Obviously, if Matt doesn't play anything before he attacks, he gets to threaten the activation of the Knight of the Ebon Legion, which is a powerful threat.
Interesting block choices here. So, what do you want to keep? Is keeping the healer worth, gaining a few life? If the healer blocks now, will it have gained enough life by blocking to not need to gain life later kind of thing? It also puts a cycling card in the graveyard for Zenith Flare too. So we see the Skyclave. Of course, it exiles the 3/1, does not put it in the graveyard. So
I think Matt might have gotten auto-tappered there a little bit. The Ifnir Deadlands getting tapped to cast the Skyclave Apparition, not letting him pay a life with it to put the Shadow into play. That being said, second Zenith Flare rolled off the top here for our cycling player, so I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, that's got to be it. There's no way out to it from a back-to-back Jack here with the Zenith Flares.
Just the Bink Bonk 1/2.
Yep. So we're fogging the attack. We're nugging for 7, and then Matt has to hope and pray that there's no second Flare in hand. And realistically, there's no guarantee of second Flares in hand because the life game will keep our cycling player alive. But of course, we can see it, and Matt's going to see it very, very shortly here. Now, Thought Siege, sort of discard spell would have been pretty nice, but those 2/7/7 Shadows are not going to see the light of day because they're about to be 13/13s.
Yeah, they can't go bigger than 13/13 anymore. We changed that ring.
They can or can't?
They cannot.
I like that rule. That was a cool rule. It's cool
So
seeing the addition of Hollow One to be cycling decks too. It's very very cool just seeing the kind of the standard decks being augmented by all the historic cards while still kind of keeping the same idea. It's definitely that'd be super sweet.
see, rest in peace. We talked about that one a second ago coming against the Rogues deck. This is another matchup where incidentally rest in peace is very, very good. It's a very proactive way to get rid of Zenith Flare being able to kill you.
Yes, was the Fairy Godmother cut?
It looks like the Fairy Guide Mother has been trimmed here, which is an interesting decision against the deck that has so many token producers.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of weird, honestly. That seems like one of the more important ways to kind of get that last shot in through these potential blockers, because the cycling deck is fairly creature heavy. It is a lot of cyclers, but there's a decent amount of creatures, and of course, if all the other cards do is cycle, then you find more creatures. So
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see perhaps Matt hoping to lean on the idea of being able to just remove all of the creatures that come into play, because the token makers in this matchup are creature threats. So if you have enough things like Bloodchief, Thirst, and Skyclave apparitions, you can prevent the tokens from happening to begin with.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the removal of all 4 Ranger of Eos. Matt is understanding that, listen, I don't want this game to go long. I can't really stop Zenith Flare. So my goal is to end the game quickly. So, in that game, Matt died with what, like 5 or 6 cards in hand? It just didn't matter, of course. So very, very heads up sideboarding from Matt.
Yeah, and that perhaps is a reason to get rid of the Fairy Guide Mother too, right? Like if you're not tutoring it, you probably don't want to draw it in a lot of situations where it's going to come up.
It's fair. I mean, it's still a fairly aggressive creature. It sort of fulfills the role that, even though we can't go find it, it's still in line with the strategy we're employing of just like, let's just kill our opponent quickly. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
We see both players pivoting a little bit too here. I think both players appropriately leaning into the role that their deck should have in this matchup, where we see Matt cutting the Ranger of Eos because he knows he doesn't want the game to go long, and we see our cycling player here bringing in copies of Wrath of God, looking to extend the game and play a more controlling role.
Definitely interesting because, of course, Rangers of Eos is good against Wrath of God in theory, but contextually, it does make sense that they are both sideboarded in this manner.
Yep, and we see very aggressive start here for Matt, choosing to put the Spellbinder into play over copies of Death Shadow, perhaps wanting to try and clear out a way to remove the Rest in Peace before he commits it to the board.
Yeah, so I think the flying on Spellbinder is also quite relevant too, as we were saying with the Fairy Guide Mother, where nothing can really block this Spellbinder. It's going to get in for 3 every turn now, unless it's killed directly. So unfortunately, Spellbinder will look at hand. It caught the card it wanted to in Wrath of God, but there's another copy as well. So that is going to be a little bit unfortunate. Of course, a Dawn of Vanguard can survive a Wrath of God, which is good.
It'll be interesting to see the Flourishing Fox, while it looks a little bit awkward with Wrath of God at first glance, it actually does a nice job of forcing Matt to extend more into the board before the Wrath of God gets forced to play. And another Go for Blood here, going to let the Flourishing Fox fight with the Spellbinder.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And it's the kind of thing, too, where, like, you might think, well, maybe you should cut the Flourishing Foxes if you're bringing in the Wraths. It's just a 1-mana cycling card. It's the same thing as Secluded Step, same thing as Cast Out. So the floor is really, really high on Flourishing Fox if you're not planning on casting it.
Okay, that's a great pickup here for Matt off the top, giving him a way to clear out that big blocker so we can go ahead and punch in for some more here.
So there's Zenith Flare number 2, and there is a Cast Out which can remove the Rest in Peace, but of course, Rest in Peace will still reset everything else, put those Zenith Flares back to 0 and kind of get them going again.
Yeah, and again, we're playing with Caster Vision here, so our cycling player doesn't know that Rest in Peace is there necessarily.
Absolutely, and like I would think they would almost lean towards it not being there because it hasn't come down yet. And there's been a few early turns. Obviously, playing creatures is also important too, but like it could have come down on any of these turns and has not come down yet. But here it is, and the Zenith Flares are looking a little sad now.
Another important thing to consider.
Our cycling player had the option of playing a tapped land last turn, chose to cycle it instead. So could have cast Wrath on our previous turn. So land sequencing, definitely a very interesting option when half your land cycle. So here's the Wrath.
Yep.
Where's the Adonto Vanguard? Don't care about that.
We're going to see a tough choice on the cast out as well here, because like this Adonto Vanguard is going to be lethal very quickly. So there's going to have to decide, like, do we get rid of the Rest in Peace that's turning off our Zenith Flares that will still be 0 mana things, or do we use it to get rid of the indestructible threat?
Absolutely. And the Rescuer will help, because being able to put a blocker in front of the Vanguard every turn is pretty powerful. But now we're going to see Double Shadow again. And unless there's a ritual of some kind in our cycling player's hand, that Wrath of God is not going to be enough. Though Rescue is really, really good. We have some cycles here for some blocks. The problem is now this needs to happen every turn, where there needs
Yep.
to be multiple cycles, multiple blockers, and nothing getting in the way of it.
Yep. And now, we're just treading water, right? So, like, we have to make another cycler to not chump block with the Valiant Rescuer, but cast outs are only cycler left, and then we've lost our answer. So we're just like in permanent treading water mode at this point.
Right. And Thalia was actually a phenomenal draw for Matt, which seems a little weird because our cycling player obviously mostly cycles and already has 5 lands in play. But making that Wrath of God cost 7 is pretty clutch.
Yep. Okay, I mean there's another rescuer. So like in theory, oh wait, are we gonna well this leaves us dead.
Uh-oh.
If we take these blocks, okay, I think we're realizing that this leaves us dead.
All right, so yeah, the force block as the life payment on Adonto Vanguard would make these shadows quite
Yep.
large.
I think I like going to 3 on this board and just keeping your rescuer alive because I feel like our out on this board is like we draw a cycler next turn and then like play second rescuer and then cycler into cycler and make 4 tokens all of a sudden and just have infinite chump blocks.
I'm inclined to agree because these flares are blank. I mean, we can lean, and we've drawn a second rescue. We're really going to lean on them. A cycler was not drawn, so ended up not, wouldn't
Yep.
really mattered. But I agree that I think that having both rescuers in play would have been very, very nice and a good path to victory. And for the Rubbins, the third Zenith Flare with a Resting Police in play, and that's not going to do it.
And we see kind of, the duality of a powerful deck like the cycling deck in Historic, where game 1, Matt was kind of at the mercy of this powerful graveyard strategy that he didn't profitably interact with, where the Zenith Flares just came off the top and bonked him twice and it was over. Where then we see that flipped on its head in the post-board game, where you get to bring in these cards that like allow you to interact with the axis that they're operating on, and suddenly the game looks very different.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's great, and that's an important part for a format to have. For a while, Modern sort of didn't have that. There was a lot of the criticism of 2 ships passing in the night. I'm just gonna do my thing. You're gonna do your thing. So having those answers is very, very important because it gives decks the flexibility to not just roll over and die. When there's some powerful thing happening.
It's I don't know. Have you played any best of 1 Historic, Jim, in your playing?
I have not. No.
So I've played a little bit of it when people have submitted me wackier combo decks to play, and it is almost like a different format with the decks that you run into because there's not that sideboard aspect, right? So like these wacky graveyard decks or like more linear decks that kind of fold over to specific things, they don't have to worry about folding over to those things. It's really kind of wild seeing that dynamic play out in a setting without sideboards.
That does seem insane. Like I'm trying to imagine Modern with no sideboards.
Correct.
And,
yeah, it's like Dredge or like Affinity without a sideboard, without Stony Silence or Rest in Peace. It's just like, oh no.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And that's always been the defining feature of Modern is that those decks can never be too good. Because if you want to beat Dredge, you can beat Dredge. Board 4 Ley Lines, board 4 Rest in Peace, board 4 Nile Spell Bombs. You can beat it if you want to.
All right, game 3 here, cycling player on the play. Pretty good hands for both players. Neither player having their Hoosier cards, but just good strong draws all around.
Now, one of the interesting things about this matchup is that you don't really want to damage your shadow opponent early. Those life points from like 17 to about 12, you don't necessarily want to do yourself. So a card like Flameblade Adept is a little awkward and that can really finish the game off later because you want to be aggressive. But these middle attacks, these putting, down 19 to 17 to 15 are kind of helping things along in a way. Now, obviously, Matt's capable of doing that himself as well. Thoughtseize, Adonto Vanguard. But helping these attacks are almost damage that Matt would have done to himself anyway. Yep. So it's a very weird song and dance that we see.
Yeah, we talked about, Flourishing Fox being good post-board with the Wrath of God because it can cycle if it's not good, and Flameblade Adept doesn't really have that upside, right? Like, it only does one thing because it can't replace itself when you don't want it.
Right, and it feels like, well, they're hurting themselves, so I want to have an aggressive card to kill them with. That seems to make sense, but again, those early points of damage are a little rough, and the Wrath of Gods are there too. It lacks the flexibility of cycling. It's definitely an interesting one. It's a hard choice to kind of decide to pull that card out of your deck and be more controlling. But it's a weird dichotomy, if you will.
We see Matt's hand here has 4 spells in it, but 3 of those are basically lands that we're playing them for. So
So we see here Matt could have taken 3 extra damage for the Awakening, but didn't need to because some damage is already dealt anyway, and a 2/2 Shadow is big enough at the moment.
Yep, a Danto Vanguard kind of giving you that pain on demand that you want, especially with how aggressive this Flameblade Adept's been. I like being a little bit conservative on Matt's part with how much damage you're dealing to yourself.
Absolutely. And it's really cool seeing a Vanguard in this capacity where it's already a pretty decent 2-drop, but having it be a synergy element as well is really, really cool.
Remember, you don't want to attack with the healer here because the way Death Shadow works is Death Shadow gets to block that 2/2 for free, and the Flameblade Adept dealing damage to Matt would mean that Death Shadow would get to live.
And again, kind of a tough attack because that attack grew a Shadow. Now Matt's at 9, still has activations of a Vanguard, and now the Shadow's bigger. It's harder to attack. It's just Death Shadow is one of the hardest decks to play and play against because of this. It's just so hard to manage your life total for both players. Both players are kind of managing this really important resource that has so many extra factors beyond what it usually has.
Yep, Elite Spellbinder coming down here, taking the last spell out of hand here. Obviously, Nocti can still cast this, but making it cost more means that Nocti's not going to be able to play it and cycle something next turn to make a blocker, which is a big difference.
Yes, and also cannot cycle it either. So those healers, the adepts, can't trigger those at present.
I mean, as you see here, Matt's got to make a choice. Does he want to attack? And then if he attacks and there's no blocks, does he want to pump the Shadow? Is the Shadow perhaps supposed to stay on defense?
So Shadow's coming in. And now at 20 life, there's no fear here of just dying to random Vanguard activation. So unblocked and no life paid. So we have 16 to 9 as our life totals.
Yep. I see the Bolt Land coming into play for Matt here. I like that. We're still pretty far off of casting that. You're mostly just playing that as a way to deal damage to yourself. You almost never make angels with it.
Yeah, so not a great draw here. Another Flameblade Adept. Not really affecting the board too much. And of course, every non-cycling card in your cycling deck has a cost because it doesn't trigger all your other cards too. So Rescuer's castable here. Just really the worst turn. Set up for future turns, but not a great spot for our cycling player.
If our cycling player is going to get out of this, it'll probably be by the virtue of if Matt can draw any other spells that actually have impacts here. Because that Igdom's Awakening is like technically a spell, but there aren't anything in the bin yet for him.
So we're going to see a double block here on the Flameblade Adept, which is pretty interesting because the flying creature does have a significant amount of value because it's very hard to block. But Matt is looking to keep this Flameblade Adept under control.
I suppose to the Igdom's Awakening in hand means Matt's not that far off from picking the Elite Spellbinder back up here. And remember, there is a Knight of the Ebon Legion in the bin. And I kind of like this here. So they ordered the Vanguard first, kind of like daring Matt to pay life to protect it. But Matt can just shock in the Godless Shrine and bring back the Knight of the Ebon Legion and the Vanguard this turn.
Yeah, pretty powerful on Awakening because it serves two purposes here as both a spell here in the late game, which can be very, very effective, and there's also a Bolt Land. So against a control deck, you can just damage yourself for your Shadows too.
Yep.
So Shadow comes rumbling in. Healer's going to get in the way.
Matt's still playing pretty conservatively with his Spellbinder, just prioritizing, trying to keep his life total a little bit high. You don't want to die by mistake to this Death Shadow. Something else he's going to want to be keeping track of too here is, I don't know exactly how many cycling cards we have in the bin, but I would wager that a Zenith Flare off the top is pretty close to lethal at this point.
Yes, and if not lethal immediately, then 2 chump blocks with the board will probably make it lethal.
Yeah, looks like there's 6 cards in the bin there for our cycling player, and 1's a Flameblade Adept, so I believe that puts us Zenith Flare at 5 currently.
So there's your Fox.
Yep, and I like the Fox cycling here. At this point, you're basically as the cycling player, they're basically in the tread water until we find Zenith Flare portion of the game.
Absolutely, and now the ability to cycle again on Matt's turn, make another blocker. Rescuer seems very, very important in this matchup. Yep. So Knight of Ebon Legion in the draw. And there's definitely, the Spellbinder here is definitely a valuable attacker, but this Death Shadow, not going to be doing a ton. It's going to be blocked basically every turn for the rest of the game without some way to push it through.
Yeah, Matt basically needing to just put Nocti in a position where they're forced to chump block with, 3 or 4 things every single turn. And with the Valiant Rescuer making 2 tokens per cycle, it's going to be something that they're going to be able to do for a little while here. And
Matt's got to be aware of the backswing, too. Matt is at 7, and there's a lot of stuff in play, and not everything needs to block. 17 life is, enough to take a pretty big bop. So very, very fine line to walk here of how much damage you can actually attack.
You see Matt thinking on whether or not he wants to ship the Vanguard in here as well, because, being forced to pay for life there almost assuredly means that Matt's going to die in the backswing.
Right, and trading Vanguard for a token doesn't feel particularly awesome.
Yep.
So
Guy,
3 creatures come in. Here's the cycle.
yeah, I think I like this attack for Matt. You know, there's a good chance like a token or something hops in front of the knight and he doesn't have to pay mana and he still gets a chump block out of it.
So there's another cycler. So now next turn's all set up too. And we're just going to see some chumps here.
Yep, and this is pretty free if you're on the cycling side, right? You're basically just getting to tread water. You're gaining a little bit of life because remember, our cycling player, because of the Dranithir, is also gaining 2 life per cycle on this as well.
Yes, definitely plenty of time here to find a Zenith Flare. So now, cycling ends up here is interesting because it won't trigger the Rescuer a second time. So we're risking, drawing land here, and there it is. So definitely a seemingly almost autopilot play that ends up being fairly risky. It's not likely you're going to draw land there, especially land, not non-cycle land. Yep. But now, of course, we're down 1 token, and that's might hurt the clock here a lot to find a Zenith Flare.
Ooh, I think we've seen a mistake here from Matt on the backswing. I perhaps wanted to drop that 6 land before we attack to threaten double night activations here.
Yes, definitely. There's no other real use for anything else, so definitely pretty safe.
And, and honestly, from Matt's side of the board too here, we didn't see a cycle on Nocti's turn, so I would read that as, okay, there's no cycling available, because if you have one, you want to do it. And this is a good read here, so we are attacking with the Vanguard because we're assuming there's no cycling token.
Yeah, and the read here is basically, you don't have a cycler, or you have Flare and I'm dead.
Yep.
What else could 4 mana really be if it's not a sorcery speed thing or a cycle? So definitely agree, very agreed by Matt. Smells blood in the water and going for it.
We'll see here.
Although again, like you said, that not having that swamp in play is tough. That's hurts these knight attacks a lot. So now we get a chump on the shadow. It's still going to be hard to deal enough damage and then avoid some sort of backswing crack.
Yep. Yeah, Matt trying to decide how much does he want to leave in blockers here.
Right, and then the clock is ticking for Matt because as soon as that flare comes off, the game is over. So Matt does want to end the game as fast as possible, but doesn't want to just die on the backswing, to a careless attack, maybe a few cycles on the Flameblade Adept or whatever it is. So we'll see Healer on Vanguard, Adept chump blocking in the Shadow. Rescuer is very, very important, so definitely want to keep that one out of combat. If the Knights had come in, even with the land, it'd be only representing an extra 7 damage, which would not be enough for lethal anyway, so the Rescuer wouldn't have been forced to block. All right, there's the payment. 4 life is paid. Shadow is huge. 3 life points for Matt. 2 blockers in play.
I like the payment here. It means the Knight of the Ebon Legions get tokens. You're dead to a Zenith Flare even without paying theirs, so you might as well just say, okay, let's just get as much power in play as possible here.
I agree. Here it is. This is the game. On the top. That's a mountain.
All right. Are we dead on the backswing now? We have...
I guess with 2 blockers, you block Shadow and a Knight, and you take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep, it's exactly lethal.
Bloodchief's Thirst can even get played here too. You can shock in the Godless Shrines. I think it looks like Matt's going to get to sneak this one out here. And honestly, perhaps the mistake of the game being on the fact when Nocti cycled that Dranith Healer at the end of turn when they'd already made the token, losing that extra 1/1 token.
Yep, and the Thirst here also makes it super safe because in theory, our cycling player could have a cycling card and be holding it for an extra blocker. That's not clear to Matt yet. So the all attack is lethal. Assuming there's no cycler, it's hard to assume that. But then the Thirst just clears it up. Thirst ensures no blocker, and that's going to be lethal. End game for Matt.
All right, sweet. Let's take a look here. Matches do we still have going on in the round? And it looks like we have exactly... All right, here. So we've got Urdian Empora on Mardu Pyromancer versus our coaster player here on Naya tokens. And remember, for folks just joining us, this is a double elimination tournament, so every set of players that we see in every feature match today is still live to win the entire tournament today. Looks like we have pretty reasonable hands on both sides here. We do see a little bit of Faithless Looting here from our Mardu player.
Some Silver Quill command is pretty cool. And then Leonin and Light Scribe certainly... push things in a slightly more aggressive direction, where we're going to make some tokens and we're going to kill you. So probably Sedmore Witch and Pyromancer, Arcanist as well. So certainly some graveyard things happening too.
Yeah, Silverquill Command, really great synergy with Dreadhorde Arcanist because it has that +3/+3 mode on it. And Dreadhorde Arcanist is templated so it flashes back spells with cost less than or equal to its power. So you can Silver Quill command, make your Dreadhorde Arcanist large, and then Dreadhorde Arcanist flash back to Silver Quill command and do something else with it.
That is really cool. Now, the most important thing I see is right here. We got a Manatite, folks. Get off my plane. Goodbye, Arcanist. To the bin. I'm a man who loves a good Manatite. I cannot help myself.
Okay, we see Legions landing the third here. Perhaps if you're the tokens player, the Manatite feels good, but you wish you kind of had one more token here so you could make sure you get to flip that landing next turn.
For sure. So Witch off the top, great draw. Obviously another one of the main engine cards of this this Mardu deck. And seeing Lightning Helix is a great addition to this deck, but not going to be great against token deck. Lightning Helixing a 1/1 token, not super exciting. We see a full cast Tribunal here, which is passable, to say the least. 3 life lost on the set 4 Witch's ward ability. There's your attack. There's your flip landing. That's really it so far for our token player. Not much else going on.
I mean, honestly, the flip landing here is so super important. It's going to give our tokens player something to continue to do with their mana, even if they brick off here on spells for another turn or two.
Oh, those ain't so good. Yeah, empty-handed Thoughtseize is not too exciting, but absolutely, yeah, landing's a really good card. Adonta the First Fort is a phenomenal land as the game goes long, and again, we see these Lightning Helixes. They don't look particularly good against never-ending tokens. They look good against Amera, and Amera is a super cool card, but token-wise, now that of course the issue is, can these tokens actually get through? There's a Grizzly Bear in play, a mighty Grizzly Bear holding back this army of this legion of vampires. So we see flashback looting here, possibly. We see some village rights. Not really much sacrifice. Our tokens players done a great job of keeping the token makers off the board.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot here. Choosing not to Lightning Helix the Soul of the Accord here might give our tokens player breathing room to start to push through the Grizzly Cat here on our Mardu side.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Usually, flashing back looting on turn 3 or 4 is a pretty big sign of weakness. It's saying that my hand is pretty bad and I really need to improve. But there were answers available. The Helix is there for the Amera. And Village Rights is up in case some sort of removal spell hits the Light Scribe. So the options are certainly there.
Okay, and our tokens player kind of hitting really ideal curves here. They flipped that first fort, so that spends 4 of their mana each turn, and they've continued to draw 2 mana spells, which is just allowing them maximum resource efficiency on all of these exchanges.
Absolutely. This board is starting to get pretty big. Of course, Amera is a card you don't want to leave back available for a while, and a huge draw from our Mardu player. That Amera is going to be changing teams real fast, and then also turning into some cards. So cards, tokens.
Yeah, it's going to make a token too, right? You're going to get to attack with it.
Absolutely. So the Mardu deck is also kind of a token deck, whereas there's a little more interaction. But so great play here. Huge draw.
Could see raise the alarm happen here, but you don't want to eat your own Amara, right? They have access to something like village rights, but you want to force them to have it. You don't want to give them killing your creature for free.
Absolutely. So now we see another token, more cards, and now we see a phenomenal board state for our Mardu player. And then not only that, but Light Scribe there to pump everything up. There's another Light Scribe. This game's about to turn really fast. It's almost Light Scribe plus tokens sort of feels like you have build your own Monastery Mentor tokens, you know. Ooh. And Mentor does close the game real quick.
Ooh. Speaking of commands, that could be something that swings this year, right?
That is a good one. And our Mardu player isn't 9. So this could be a haster, it could be a helix and a pump. Now, the helix might have been better than the 4/2. Because the 4/2 will just get blocked anyway. But this is a pretty significant attack here. Also some good life gain, too. We're going to see 8 life gained.
All of these tokens are lifelinkers.
Or 10 life gained. The 5 are. The 2 raise the alarm tokens are not. So 10 life gained. Yeah. Huge draw. I love Lorehold Command. I think the card's phenomenal.
This is forcing all blocks, and it puts our Mardu player to 1 here. This is a big swing here off the top. Adding more pressure. All of these tokens live for our tokens player, going up to 28. So even if we could survive here, we're not anywhere close to winning this race on the Mardu side.
Yeah, huge play. And Lorehold Command is awesome. That's a card that's really impressed me. It's in my favorite card of the command cycle. It can do so many things in so many different ways. It's defensive, it's offensive. It's kind of this big attack out of nowhere. Just a really powerful card. Huge draw.
I really feel like this game one here has been kind of a story about using mana efficiency to impact the board. Both our players used all of their mana every turn, but going back to talking about Faithless Looting not being free, four of the mana Erdian spent in the early turns, which is using Faithless Looting to sculpt their hand, and that really wasn't where they wanted to be in life.
Absolutely. That flashback looting turn was sort of a tempo black hole. That was sort of just a okay, I ain't doing much this turn kind of thing. And that ended up being the difference here. Now we see a March of the Multitudes drawn as if everything we have here wasn't already enough. And now Coaster needs to decide want to go for the attack or not. A Helix will, of course, kill a creature, gain some life. A Helix on the 3/2, and then we would have two blockers. That's
yeah, they're still dead through Helix here. I feel like you just attack if you have them dead through Helix. Because, right, they kill the 3/2, and then they block 2, and then they take 5, and Helix puts them to 5.
That's it. It's exactly lethal. You're correct. So,
and remember, obviously we have caster vision and know just the Helix is there, but these deck lists are heads up. Taking the pass through 2, I don't really know if there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus from the Naya tokens player. You're going to get to March, and then you definitely have lethal the following turn.
For sure, yeah. I mean, if it's just go, make 12 tokens, untap, attack for a bajillion, that's also pretty safe too.
Yeah, and if you're because it's an open deck list tournament, like the only reason the tokens player isn't attacking here is a March. So like if you're on the Mardu side, you're probably feeling pretty dead here.
Yeah, you're hopefully this is a really bad misclick or something, and clearly it was not. So March for 11 tokens, and March is a card we haven't seen in a while. That was a pretty big player in Standard when it was legal.
Yep,
and certainly scales up quite impressively.
And this honestly, again, just highlighting one of the things that's most excellent about Historic as a format. We see these cards that were old favorites from Standard formats like March that can find some new life in this format here.
So that was impressive. So we have dueling top decks. The Claim the Firstborn was a phenomenal draw, and then the Laurel Command was even more phenomenal draw. So a very exciting first game there.
We see the tokens deck a little bit off the beaten path in this format. Nothing really particularly excellent out of the sideboard for our Mardu player here to deal with boards that are going wide like this.
Yeah, for the most part, no what's that card called? Electrickery or some sort of, mass removal, mass damage effect here. I mean, Kaya can slowly eat away tokens, but a lot of spot removal, Shock, Vanishing Verse. And as we saw in that game, Lightning Helix ain't so good against 12/1/1s. It doesn't really do much. So definitely a lot of pressure on the Mardu player to get their token engine goings. And with Leon and Lightscribe, they have a really good cheap payoff. They have discard spells to push it through, and then Lightscribe to pump the squad up. So the vessel is there, but no real answer if our Naya player really pops off.
Speaking of sideboarding, on the Naya tokens player side here, we see them bringing in their own copies of Lightning Helix, maxing out on copies of Conclave Tribunal, and I like this access that they're choosing to fight on. They're pulling out things like Elite Spellbinder, choosing to bring in more cards that play to the board, prioritizing being able to kill things like the Dreadhorde Arcanist and the Token Makers. The Mardu player, if they can't keep their key threats in play, they're going to have a hard time, creating pressure to block.
Absolutely. 4 copies of Silver Kill Command. That's crazy.
I mean, and honestly, Silver Quill Command is probably one of the better cards in this matchup. Not only does that top mode give you 3/3 to flashback with Dreadhorde Arcanes, but it also gives flying too, so you can jump up over the top of tokens on gummed up boards.
Yes, very similar to the matchup we saw with the Death Shadow deck and the Fairy Guidemother, where having a way to break through boards in this format is very, very important.
Yeah, very, very creature. A lot of these matchups, very, very creature board centric. Things are going to come up, and then having a way to break that parity is valuable.
Yep. So we see pretty good hand for our Mardu player. Double discard spell. No Black Source on turn 1, but still pretty good. And then not a great hand for our tokens player. Giant Killer is a little weird.
I was going to say, I'm curious to see Giant Killer left in post board. Feel like that's a miss. I guess you can assume your opponent's leaving in Silver Quill commands. There's also a consideration, perhaps, if they've played the tokens deck more than either of us have, obviously. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a certain floor of 1-drops you need to leave in your deck so you can enable First Fort and Conclave Tribunal to a certain degree.
No, there were no Venerated Loxodons in this, were there?
There were not.
That's pretty interesting. It's a card that obviously plays well with tokens, plays well with Amera. So an interesting omission from our tokens player here. But
we see our tokens player getting a little virtual card advantage there, blanking the Inquisition of Kozilek with their handful of expensive spells.
Yeah, that's the upside. The downside is their hand's pretty bad. So, 4 lands, 2 Lorehold commands, not really much of a curve here. And this is going to give our Mardu player plenty of time to get Sedmore Witch online, to get a Light Scribe online, and more.
And Giant Killer, not particularly good at tempoing our witchy friend, thanks to her ward ability.
Yeah, you can stop her from attacking, but at the cost of 3 life.
Yeah, not a particularly worthwhile exchange.
So pretty powerful here. We see Light Scribe. You can see a Thoughtseize, which makes a token. Then we have Village Rites next turn. We have Silver Quill Command. Things are looking very, very good for our Mardu player here. Still
Okay.
2 turns away from Lorehold Command as well.
I suppose you now technically save a life by tapping the Sedgemore Witch.
That is true. That is true.
It's all upside, Jim.
Can allow its Acta.
No profitable blocks there. Perhaps a small misstep, not realizing, like, in their head had written it off as this isn't worth doing, and then didn't reconsider when the Light Scribe happened. Been there.
Exactly. Very, very easy thing to shortcut. There's also a possibility that we're looking to push damage through the 2/2.
Yeah.
But trading a pest for a vampire, that's super great. Tribunal of a draw here. That's not too bad.
This lets you take the Sedgemore Witch off the table, and then you curve into Lorehold Command here.
So the Witch only produces 1 token, so the Light Scribe effect is not going to be super damaging. There's a command, though. There's a Village Rites, too. And given the lack of options, it's just got to be Tribunal this turn. So,
yep. And I imagine we'll see this take the Witch before it can make more tokens, and the Lorehold Command is going to get to deal with the Light Scribe on the following turn, I would venture to guess.
So 3 damage from the Ward ability. Goodbye, Witch. And this Lorehold Command is going to put things almost at parity. The Silver Quill Command can return the Light Scribe and do a few things here and there, but for the most part, this game is starting to even out.
Yep, and honestly, maybe that was just the part of the consideration of the keep on Coaster's part. Mulliganing against discard decks is never super incentivizing, and perhaps they've played these kind of grindier matchups before and know that Lorehold Command is just one of their better cards in it.
Yeah, Lorehold Command is very powerful. The ability, you might fall behind a little bit, but it comes back very, very well. So here we see Silver Quill Command. Going to go for draw a card, lose 1 life, and the pump for flying.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, our tokens player is only at 13 life at this point, so this is half their life total coming across here on the Light Scribe.
Yeah, very aggressive play. Very aggressive play.
Now, they know the Lorehold Command is looming, so they know they've got 3 points coming back across. We could pay 2, and then we get to deny... Oh, wait, how is Lorehold Command templated?
So Lorehold Command is different than Lightning Helix. Lorehold Command actually has 2 targets, so a life will be gained no matter what. You target a creature and target a player. It's templated like that, so if you make a creature with it, they can't fizzle the entire spell. So otherwise, you could sack your thing, and we wouldn't gain life or get a creature, which would be pretty backbreaking. So
yep. Okay, yeah, I mean, that really matters here, because those 3 points of life is big.
Yeah, so, Lorehold Command killing Light Scribe. Obviously, the Village Rites to be able to draw some cards, but that's going to even things out a lot. Here's a token attack. I imagine the command will also make a 3/2. Now, it's interesting, I'm sorry, that's 3 modes, my bad. I see, killing the Scribe, making a token, and giving it haste. That's a little too much. A
little bit risky waiting on the Lorehold Command until our Mardu player's turn. So if they had 2 instant speed spells, this Light Scribe would just completely punish the wait.
Yes, for sure. So double Arcanist, pretty good draws here. And Graveyard currently contains some discard spells. I think that's mostly it.
Yeah, another consideration too, we were talking about why the Giant Killers are in post-board. Not only do this seem reasonable for curve considerations, but it is like a piece of soft removal for these Dreadhorde Arcanists, right? Like, you can't afford for them to be flashing back spells every turn, and while it takes a mana investment on your part, that's still better than letting them just do their thing.
Yeah, both games we've seen the Naya deck basically just dump its hand and have a lot of mana available on these extra turn 5s and turn 6s to activate a Danto Vanguard, Danto the First Fort, and Giant Killer falls in that paradigm as well.
Yep.
So here's your Lorehold Command end step. Kill the Light Scribe, make a 3/2, gain 3 life. Village Rites will pop off. And now the game's looking pretty good for our Mardu player, because the Arcanist can recast Village Rites to sack the token, draw more cards. Helix is a draw. A lot of things available with these Arcanists. Although there is a 3/2 on the board, so attacking is not free, but there's of course a Helix to answer that as well.
Yet if you're on the token player side, you have to decide here, is it worth throwing away some of your things to flip the first fort? It looks like we are choosing to do that.
Now, the downside here is that, of course, our tokens player doesn't know if there's a Helix waiting in the wings.
Yep.
Now these Arcanists have free reign to attack,
Yep.
and there's nothing to defend. You know, one of the things about Arcanist is if you have a thing that can block and kill an Arcanist and not die, that makes that Arcanist attack much less desirable, where they can flash back a spell, but they'll lose their Arcanist too. So
well, it is worth noting here too that our Arcanist player only has discard spells in the bin, right? And with killing the pest token with this trade here, they don't really have anything they really want to sacrifice to a village race on board anymore.
that is true. That is very, very true.
And with the first fort here, actually, you know, it looks like we have an okay block against one of these. Because we can first fort plus the 2/2 to make a blocker, you know, they don't know about the Helix.
Mm-hmm. So here they come.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these Arcanists get cashed in for 2 cards.
So we see 2 discard spells and a Village Rites. Not the most exciting options here.
Thinking about the Thoughtseize, that would be... The Thoughtseize is aggressive. Oh, I like this. Okay, so we're Inquisitioning first, and then if we saw something we needed to Thoughtseize, we would Thoughtseize. Okay, sure.
Seems kind of hard for our Naya player to have a card in hand here, except for maybe like March of the Multitudes. Like, what card could be there but hasn't been cast yet?
We could see, there could have been like a Conclave Tribunal, I think could have been. Yeah, because like a Lorehold command we would have shocked in to cast here. I guess Conclave Tribunal probably the only one. It could also just be that like our Arcanist player didn't want to... our Arcanist player didn't want to sacrifice one of their Dreadhorde Arcanists, so it was like basically a free roll to target the Thoughtseize.
For sure. So there's Gigant in a hand. There's your Helix.
I like Helixing proactively here. Don't give them a chance to use the Amaria as a Convoke next turn.
Absolutely. And then choosing not to play the land, though, which is somewhat
interesting. I guess
land would allow for Gigantha plus Rights.
They have copies of Faithless Looting in their deck, so they could potentially turn that into a spell down the line.
That's true. I guess a Looting would be a great draw here because you can cast it and then cast it again for free.
Yep.
So that would allow for a lot of looks. And just another land for our tokens player, another land for our Mardu player, and kind of an anemic game here because Arcanists aren't really doing much. A lot of lands on the token side. Of course, the first fort, once again, being phenomenal in this sort of top decky scenario.
Yeah, just, you know, again, games of Magic often come down to resource efficiency, and while like a 1/1 every turn isn't particularly exciting in a lot of board states, when your opponent's not using their mana to play to the board, like you just doing anything to impact the board is a big deal.
So the Arcanists are coming in again, and I imagine the Thoughtseize won't be cast.
Is it time to cash one in? We are not. Yeah, I feel like I would have cashed in an Arcanist on that first attack when we hit.
Yeah, and the casting of Thoughtseize, I really can't imagine a card that would be in hand there that, like, any card, even a March of the Multitudes, which could cast in response.
Yep.
So definitely, the 2 life there is not inconsequential. And speak of a devil, there's a lightning helix, so that is lethal.
Well, we have the Wellspring blocking, right?
Oh, right. Sorry, yes.
But this lets you crunch through the Wellspring, right?
Yes, there's your attack. You can double up, kill the Gigantha. No rights available. So now if the land had been played on a previous turn, the rights could have been available there as well.
Yep. So
a lot of little things here. It's tough. You're leveraging your lootings. You're gonna have mana for your village rights. There's a lot of things happening here. So we're gonna have to see a village rights here on our Arcanist one way or another.
And interesting too, and we're choosing to play the one out of hand as opposed to flashing the one back out of the bin here. Kind of signifying that we're hoping to draw something that lets us flash back something else with the Arcanist. Okay,
well there it is.
That's a good one. Yep,
that is a good one. So now you can command for return something else.
Yep,
a lot of things to do here, and we'll still have a. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll see we could see +3/+3 make you sacrifice a creature. Or we could get back 2 things actually, right? We could go +3/+3, bring something back, and then make you sacrifice a thing, bring something back. Yeah.
Yeah, this card is very impressive with Arcanist.
Yep.
So return Light Scribe. And then this will also get a Magecraft trigger as well for the second Silver Pearl command, which is kind of cool too.
Yep. And honestly, of course, we might even see just another +3/+3 depending on how well they want to race here.
So we have Return, almost assuredly.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I think +3/+3 makes the most sense, honestly.
Yeah, I
Just let it
think
ride.
there's argument for any of the modes there, honestly, but I agree that +3/+3 seems great.
Now it's 8 points of damage, puts our Naya player to 5. Now
Yep.
2 blockers in play, a witch hanging out in the wings, and now we have I believe there's a village right still in the graveyard.
Yeah, and any instant or sorcery next turn off the top for our Mardu player would let what's it called? Would let Arcanist flashback Lightning Helix.
Now, pretty cool here. We see the Dean of Order, which will pump up all of these life linking attackers. So we will see 6 life gained for Coaster, and one of them will get eaten by an Arcanist, but still a pretty nice life gain here. So
Nice
going up to
little
9.
nice little anthem effect there for the tokens.
So we have a huge draw step this turn.
Yep. Instant.
Any instant or sorcery for our Mardu player would be phenomenal. So 11-1. That's not one.
So,
now there is still a village rights. We could still like attack with an Arcanist, sack an Arcanist, make a token, draw some cards, pump some stuff. Looks
really?
like we're just gonna stand pat.
Huh.
And I cashing in, so an Arcanist could have cashed itself in there. Attack with the Arcanist, flashback the village rights, just sack the Arcanist you attacked with,
Yep.
make a token, draw 2 cards, and kind of try and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit too defensive here.
Yeah, this is now another Light Scribe.
And I think I think they're supposed to probably run back the play that they should have done last turn at this point.
Yeah.
And just cash in an Arcanist here. I mean, they could just be assuming that they bricked and they didn't brick, right? So like, here's the raise the alarm, here's the token maker, and then if you're on the token side here, you're definitely just pushing for lethal here. Oh, there's a Lorehold command off the top. Brutal.
Oh wow, yes, it didn't even need that. That's the hammer for sure. So yeah, I mean, definitely pretty defensive play those last 2 turns where it stinks to sack your Arcanist to a village rights, but it's not like we weren't getting value off it anyway. We were getting a token off Sedgemoor Witch. We need to draw these cards, and then the thing is that with a Witch, a Light Scribe, and an Arcanist in play, there are so many sequences of draws that snowball super hard. Draw looting, then make 2 tokens, draw more cards, discard a land, make another spell. Now you have like 5 tokens in play. You can pump them all up. And so definitely certainly some bricks there on the draw steps, but there were options available in those last few turns.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and dive right on in to our... We're going to dive right on into our time-shifted feature match for this round, so don't go anywhere. It looks like we've got some Mardu Angels versus Blue-Green Merfolk. So 4 matches into the tournament, 8 different decks showcased so far. I love Historic, Jim.
A lot of Mardu today. Mardu this and Mardu that. Mardu all the time.
And honestly, that's one of the great signs of the range that this format has. We've seen this color combination a number of times already, but the decks that we've seen playing it have all been very different each time.
Yeah, absolutely. And almost significantly different, right? We have a tribal aggro deck, and then we have the kind of synergy like Jundi good card deck, and now we're seeing a very different kind of tribal aggro deck here in Mardu Angels.
Yep.
And tribal versus tribal, that's awesome. No Plague Engineer in this format.
Yep.
And there better not be, because I will quit Magic.
It's funny. The Modern Horizons, I'm going to say this knowing that Modern Horizons 2 is right around the corner, but Modern Horizons 1 was like the final nail in the coffin. That was my enjoyment of Modern as a format. Like, it put like Lava Dart in the format, and it put Plague Engineer in the format, and like the last deck I really loved playing there was Elves, and like just like picked apart the last thing I loved doing.
I think Modern Horizons 1 was actually a pretty good set, but that's probably a better talk for a segment where we're not watching the game. So I have things to say about that. So we got some Merfolks here. We got Reejerey, of course, an awesome addition in Historic Anthology. We see a 3rd land here in Glasspool Mimic, but a little tough here on the tap land. So Silver Gold Adept, Commander Speaker, a lot of the cards you see in other formats for Merfolk, and most power level companies available too. A deck we don't really see much in Historic, but has the tools.
Glasspool Mimic, while obviously not looking fantastic here as a tap land, as far as being a spell go, I think there's actually low key one of the better tribal cards that was added to this format, just because it gives every different creature type a an extra lord that they can collect a company into.
Yeah, it is very fair. It's very, very good with company. It also increases your hits because it's sort of like a land spell slot. But this is going to be a tough matchup for Merfolk. We can see right now the Angels player is kind of just going off, and there isn't really a way for the Merfolk player to interact with what the Angels player is doing. And the Angels, the one way to interact would be to race. And there's no Lord of Atlantis, and the Angels deck just gains a bunch of life. So this might be a somewhat lopsided matchup here. We're seeing Showdown of Skalds here, drawing a bunch of cards. Not going to have to play all of these cards, but still very, very good. Angels are flying in. Life is being gained. Regery can, of course, tap down blockers, which could certainly be a thing. But the life gain from the Righteous Valkyrie is going to be huge.
Yeah, honestly, we'll see here. These Miro Reachery, this is an older card that can be really pretty powerful. The fact that it can run tap something every time you cast a spell here means that we're going to get to grow the board up here. Do we have lethal this turn?
No.
We have
that's Trickster too, actually.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, we needed one more Lord, right?
Yeah, there's no more additional power being added to the board.
Okay.
That can attack this turn. So down to
we're down to 3 here.
But this turn we get to see Bishop of Wings, Righteous Valkyrie, which will gain 8 life.
A lot. It's going to gain more than that, right? Because this first one gains 4, and then the second one gains 8, right? So we're going to see 12.
Oh, right. The Bishop is a cleric too, right?
Yep.
Oh, sure. That's a lot of life.
We'll see though, because our Merfolk player is still at 10. So it shuts off the Righteous Valkyrie text with Trickster.
That is clutch. Yes, we see tap block. This might actually be enough here. Merrill Ridger might actually take this game down. Forget everything I said, which was completely wrong. Merrill Ridger is good enough to bust this Angel wall down and get things done. Very impressive.
I mean, like that Trickster not only turned off the Valkyrie, but it also tapped 3 things on the back of. Oh wait, are we gonna see?
We'll see an Angel too, right? From the Resplendent Angel. So we're going to see. So basically, is it just, can the Merfolk player draw a Merfolk this turn? That's how it's going to work. If they can, then everything's tapped and the game ends. If they can't,
do they have 27 quite? They have. I think we might be a little short on 27 here. We're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm counting exactly 27, Jim. 12, 15.
But only 2 blockers get tapped, correct?
Oh, we do only have 2 blockers getting tapped.
Right, so that extra Angel. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind.
No, we don't have enough mana for that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The little bit of a delay there. The company was drawn off of the looting effect on the Biomancer. Got it.
Yeah.
So they needed to draw a 1. They need to draw a Command Speaker, a 1 green mana Merfolk to win the game here. Well, I guess a 2 mana Merfolk would have worked too, because it could have untapped the land. But so here comes the party, but I don't think it's enough.
I think we're one attacker short here.
Yeah, and then as long as the Angel player survives this attack, they should be good for lethal next turn.
Mirror Regery tried.
Yeah, that was actually, I thought there was no chance this game for our Merfolk player. Like, not a chance at all. But the Trickster, stopped a few life gains here or there, tapped some stuff, but just coming up a little bit short here. And again, this feels like a very hard matchup for the Merfolk player, because the Merfolk player can't really kill anything. And this Angel deck, if it's allowed to do its thing, it will gain an heinous amount of life and make a very large battlefield. So down to 3, just not enough. And that should do it.
The Mardu aspect of this Angels build is really interesting. Usually we would see this tribal mirror be a collected company mirror match, as opposed to leveraging something like Showdown of the Skalds to generate card advantage that we see here.
Yeah, and the Mardu is really cool because there's a lot of great black cards in the format, obviously Thoughtseize and so on. But we also get to see Kalia, Zenith Seeker, a really cool mythic rare from M20, which is a Mardu for 3/3 flying vigilance and can find angels from the top of your deck. So a little card advantage too. Really, really cool card.
And honestly, something that's kind of awkward here too. We see those Mist Seekers getting sacrificed before they go. Normally, those would be really good in what would be a collected company
Right.
match.
Yeah, very, very funny. So that card is a one drop, basically counters company by not allowing creatures to enter the battlefield. So
Yep.
we see some Brazen Borrowers on the board. We see the battlefield again. And that's really it as far as actually interacting with the board here, aside from just tapping things.
Well,
So there's going to be a lot of pressure on our Merfolk player to get
there are
ahead
2 copies
quickly.
of Decisive Denial in the main deck.
Oh, that's the fight and spell
Fight,
pierce card, right?
The fight mana leak. Yep. Fight negate, whatever you want to call it.
I'm worried about sizing though, because I'm a little worried that the Merfolk won't be actually big enough to kill the Angels, barring a bunch of Lord effects. There are only 2 Lord effects in the historic format. There's the blue-green Lord, and then there's the Reejery.
Pull Mimic is like a Lord
Sure,
for a third copy.
So we'll say 2.5 Lord effects.
Okay, yeah, and we actually see the Decisive Denials coming out here, probably agreeing with your line that like you're just not going to size into them properly. We saw Quandrix Command coming in on top of the Brazen Borrower, so choosing to go for the tempo aspect, keep the Angels off the board long enough while we beat down, as opposed to trying to size our creatures up to fight them.
So Quandrix Command is unsummon, annul, +2/+2.
Shuffle 3 things in from a graveyard.
Okay. So I forgot that one for a reason.
So unsummon and +2/+2 are both pretty good here, and especially we see that Benthic Biomancer in hand for the Merfolk player. You put counters on that with Quandrix commands, you get to get an extra loot effect.
Yeah, definitely a nice little cool sub synergy. So we see a mulligan from our Mardu player into a kind of land light hand here. It's pretty awkward. We have a Maria's Call and a Clifftop Retreat. So Vanishing Verse, Lightning Helix, both quite good also. The fact that the Mardu deck also has the ability to actually just straight up kill things is important. We see Silvergill Adept here from our Merfolk player. In my opinion, Silvergill Adept is the best card in the Merfolk deck. It's the only card that plays well against removal and kind of keeps the ball rolling. It's a good velocity card. It's the card that is counter to what's usually effective against Merfolk, which is just kill your Lord, kill your Lord, kill your Lord, being a 2-for-1.
And we see here, Helix drawn for the Mardu, the Angels player here. Kind of interesting to see, the Angels player pivoting to a more controlling role here in this game. It feels like when their linear game plan was so good in the first game.
Yeah, I mean they still have the ability to kind of mix them up and do both in a way. I kind of like the rule spells. I mean they're recognizing their role as the control deck, right? We recognize in game 1 that the Merfolk deck has to win fast. It cannot win the late game. So our Mardu Angels player is being like, you know what? I agree. You have to win fast. I'm going to win the late game. So I have a Helix here and a Verse there. I just kill your Lords and kind of keep the board gummed up and then do my thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I think I agree with you. The Helixes especially seem appealing because, those are a card that, like, gain you life. So, like, they're an interactive card that, like, forwards your linear game plan to a degree as well. Something like Elite Spellbinder, though, I think is a little bit more hazy for me because it's an interactive piece that plays to the hand as opposed to playing to the board.
That I agree with. And then that's actually a main deck card for our Angels player here. And I agree that's a card that maybe could have came out for more removal spells. And that being a non-synergy card. And like you're saying, like it can slow a hand down a little bit, but that's not really what it's about. It's about killing Lords and getting synergies going, and it does neither of those things.
And we see here, we could see our Merfolk player just like vomit their entire hand here, just like bounce your thing, play a 1-drop crack you for 7, which is half the Angels player life total at this point.
Yeah, and then there is no mass removal in the sideboard for our Mardu deck except for Settle the Wreckage, which will be pretty obvious at this point. Correct. So if you bounce all of their stuff and they don't replay their stuff, hey, little warning for you, they might have Settle. So pretty a spot where this is a spot that I like a lot, where you are making a play that makes things very clear for you. See this in poker a lot, where you end up making a play where it very clearly defines what's going to happen in the next turn or two, where your information is going to be very, very good. I bounce your stuff and I attack here, and if you don't replay it, what else can it be but Settle the Wreckage? So I can play accordingly, slow play my stuff. And with these borrowers available to flash in also, you can afford to not do much and then flash them in and keep kind of pecking away.
Yeah. Okay. The Bishop of Wings here going to provide a lot of life gain, though. See that with the Youthful Valkyrie coming in.
That is the start of the synergy chain for sure. For sure.
And,
it's also a spot where Also, that spot where open deck lists is important because settle's a card that'll get you. If
Like
you don't know it's coming.
like you
Although, again, not playing anything and leaving mana open is still pretty telling.
Like you mentioned too, the game being about killing lords, we saw that Merfolk Reachery die, and then the Glasspool Mimic didn't have a lord to copy when we found it off Collected Company. Another Glasspool Mimic here that doesn't have anything fantastic to copy, and then just kind of getting brickwalled by these 1/3s and 1/4s with all of our 2/1s and 2/2s.
It does copy the Silver Gill, so we can hopefully draw more lords. If it were to draw a lord, that'd be kind of a way of sort of copying a lord. But yeah, for sure, we can see here without the lords, this is a pretty motley crew. We got some goblin pikers and some grizzly bears, and there's a horned turtle and a lumen grid warden on the other side, kind of holding the fort down.
So I should probably pull Horned Turtle up for the Magic Zoomers at home.
It's a classic.
So they aren't too confused as to what I'm referring to here.
The 1/4 isn't Horned Turtle. It's some other turtle from like Legends or something where whatever it's untapped. It's a 1/4. It's only 2 mana, but I don't recall the name of that one. Maybe chat can help me out. But yes, the big butt blockers holding the fort like some old school core set limited.
Yeah, and we see here we had the opportunity to Brazen Borrower and push damage last turn, choosing to just go ahead and pass. Wonderful to see the bounce end of turn here to get an attack in, but even that attack's like not great.
Yeah, the problem is, say you bounce a 1/4, and then you bounce another 1/4 on your turn, you're still throwing away an attacker here. It's kind of tough. So Adept's not a bad draw. Again, if Adept can happen a few times, then find the Lord on top, that could be a way to kind of build the board up. Again, Adept's the card that keeps the velocity going. It puts enough stuff in play to kind of make a move. Moves to combat here, keeps the island in hand. So there could have been an island plus 4 mana Petty Theft from the Elite Spellbinder Brazen Borrower, and then just sacrifice a Silver Gold to deal 6 damage here. Our Angel player is at 12, but that life total is not static. It's going to be going up for sure.
Yep. And okay. The showdown here is arguably good for the Merfolk player.
I agree.
It means that the Angels player is spending mana not playing to the board this turn. Oh, we found some black sources.
This is similar to that flashback looting in the previous game where, you're drawing cards and improving your hand, but you are not doing much this turn. This is, leaving you open. So now untap, 4 mana Petty Theft, bounce one of these, get him for a whole bunch of damage.
Oh, they're actually dead, right? That the showdown left them dead on board? Because they bounce one and then they block one and they take 12?
Yeah, bounce the flyer, take 13. Yep, that'll do it. So
no, are we gonna miss it?
The 4 mana Petty Theft doesn't look very appealing. 4
mana
bounce
I believe in you will count it.
It's there.
Math is
it's
for
there. And I
attackers
think that
sometimes.
this was a game that was all about Silver Go Adept. So like I was saying earlier, where Silver Go Adept's the one card that plays around your lords getting killed. You kind of just go wide, you draw cards, you kind of keep perpetuating what you're doing. And we see 4 Adepts in play and a lot of material for our Merfolk player. And that material might not be the best material. It's a lot of junky Goblin Pikers, but realistically, it was enough to overcome, a slightly stumbly draw from our Angels player.
Yep. Yeah, missing that black mana here. One of the themes I've found in Historic is that splashing the 3rd color is less free in this format than any other non-rotating format. It comes at a very real consideration because your mana just doesn't give it to you for free like it does in the fetch shock formats we see in other places.
Yeah, I think that this being a not fetch shot format is one of the best features of it.
Completely agree.
In Modern and Legacy, I get that it's part of the deal, but it does make your mana extremely easy. Obviously, we're playing online, so the physical aspect of shuffling the cards isn't a thing, but still, just it kind of makes the repetibility of the games happen a lot. Where it's all right, fetch from my stomping ground. I have stomping ground. If I want it, I have stomping ground every single game on turn 1. End of story. And that sort of perfect mana sort of makes it so you have to have cards like Blood Moon or, these more oppressively powerful anti-land cards.
And honestly, I think the weaker mana is a big part of what makes the power level of this format as a whole just lower, right? Because if your decks are slightly less consistent or it's a cost to go into more colors, your total power level comes down a bit.
Absolutely. And you can't just be like, well, I have bad combo matchups. I'll just splash Rule of Law of my blue-red deck. You can't just freely splash some sideboard card or whatever you need to shore up that bad matchup. You have to find some other more creative way.
Okay, we see a keep here with all of our colors from the Mardu player. That Savvy Triumph looking excellent for our 3-color splash into a mulligan to a pretty reasonable 6 for a Merfolk player.
Very important. I just want to say that chat came through. The card was Giant Tortoise. That is the 2 mana 1/4. Giant Tortoise.
Let's get that one up on screen. Look
There
at
it
that one.
is. Yeah, reprinted in whatever master set that is. Giant tortoise. All right, so yeah, the mulligan here is going to hurt our Merfolk player for sure, but they have a Silvergill. They've got 2 lords. They have a path here, but there's a lot of lightning helixes in the in our Mardu player hand.
Yeah,
Mardu player's hand.
at the core, this Merfolk deck is a very synergistic based creature deck. So, hoping to have your multiple pieces stick on the board, something that's very difficult when your opponent has a lot of removal like our Mardu player does.
Yeah, and we saw a Mimic on turn 1. That was, of course, before these next 2 lands were drawn, which is pretty unfortunate. But, ooh, wow, yeah. It's got to be, Will's got to be feeling that one, unfortunately. And not necessarily saying it was wrong, because there were obviously not these 3 lands drawn. But so we see Silvergill, we see Reacher, we see Mistbinder, but not a lot of flood insurance in our Merfolk deck here. 7 lands is a lot. It is a lot.
Yep. These Merfolk decks outside of Silvergill Adept only have Collected Company as card advantage, essentially. So the way you can make up from drawing too many lands is like having your cards be worth multiple cards, and the Merfolk deck also struggles to do that.
So we see an interesting play from our Mardu player for a number of reasons. So chose to play our removal spell instead of playing an Angel to kind of keep the board going, and then chose to play Vanishing Verse over Lightning Helix. Maybe, I guess, leaning towards the Mistbinder being can't be versed, but the verse can kill larger things later, whereas Helix will kill the smaller things now. So a couple of interesting choices from our Mardu player. Also leaning towards keeping the board clear, saying that I'd rather stop you from doing your thing than try and do my thing.
I think that makes sense. Prioritizing keeping the Merfolk board small. I think like you mentioned, these 1/3s and 1/4s are just so good against the average Merfolk creature if they can't have a Lord in play.
Yeah. Oh boy. The lands look nice. I guess.
As I frequently say on stream, Jim, this is where the magic happens.
Yeah, it's happening, all right. Yeah, I mean the thing is that even the turn where the verse was played over the Resplendent Angel, that turn still would have gained 4 life, put a creature in play, grown the thing, and then mana efficiency wise, if you draw a land, you play 2 kill spells the following turn. So it doesn't seem like it's gonna matter either way, though. The choice of either playing to the board or playing their removal, because not much happened on the Merfolk side here. There is a rejury.
Something that is kind of interesting here is
companies here could do something.
The Valkyrie into Helix will give you enough life gain to trigger the Resplendent Angel here, which will then trigger the Bishop of Wings in this game. The rating's on the wall at this point.
Yeah, and that's really cool that, of course, Lightning Helix is just a really good magic card, but the fact that it's also synergizing with this Angel's deck in a really cool way is really nice. It's really cool to see a different take on this deck that's not just the more standard company version, and doing it with cards that are both good and synergistic.
Yeah, and honestly, the Mardu direction with the Angels deck seems like there's a good chance that it serves to kind of solve problems that the archetype has. Because as someone who's played the Bant Angels deck before, having access to disruption like Thoughtseize and card advantage like Scolds can really give you extra play against both combo decks that are faster than you and control decks that are looking to pick you. All right, so we've got some red-white mid-range here versus some Velomachus Lorehold taking turns, it looks like. So we had to wait a little bit. It's going to be a sweet matchup. And again, we are into more decks that we've not seen at all yet today.
Yes, we see a very straightforward deck in Boros, where it's just kind of like good cards, mid-range, Lightning Helix, and a little bit of an aggressive slant, but a lot of good cards against a really synergy deck here. Dwarven Mine, really cool card, looking to get a free creature into play, to get Lorehold into play. Experimental Overload, a really cool card. This should be a fun one.
For people that aren't familiar with the archetype that we have up top here for our blue-red player, is they're basically playing cards like Experimental Overload and these other things that make treasures and token creatures, and then they'll play things like Indomitable Creativity and Transmogrify to put Velomachus Lorehold into play, the 5/5 flying haste dragon that then casts spells out of your deck in order to take extra turns with the Time Warp card that was added via the Strixhaven Archives.
Yeah, Lorehold is a really cool card. Sort of like this big haste dragon, cast spells for free. And then, of course, Time Warp obviously makes a lot of sense. They cost 5. Definitely a really cool deck here. Very, very synergy based. Really has to go off or it won't do much.
And we see, one of the probably better cards that could have been drawn for a red-white player here, game one, Redain, God of the Worthy, just really fantastic because all of the enablers for getting your dragon into play cost 4+ mana. So Redain's going to make them go all the way up to 6 mana.
Yeah, this is backbreaking because there's actually no way to remove Redain in the main deck of the combo deck. Prismari Command is the only interactive spell. Now it can be targeted with Transmogrify or Creativity. That's not really ideal because it would cost 6 anyway.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Jim, because I was about to actually you and tell you that Transmogrify was a way to interact with Redain.
Yes, but if you're spending 6 to Transmogrify the Redain, you might as well just target your own dwarf or whatever. So
definitely.
Very, very powerful card here.
And we see here, just like this little bit of disruption from something like Redain, backed up with the reach and other pressure from your other threats here, likely going to give our red-white player enough time to run down the blue-red combo deck here.
And it's interesting because usually these sort of like taxes-y, hate-bears-y decks don't really have this amount of removal. Cards like Lightning Helix, Bone Crusher Giant, things that can go faced or kill creatures. So having the taxing effect alongside either a bit of aggression and burn or a bit of removal against creature decks is pretty cool. The Prismari Command here, gonna go for some looting, make a treasure, and everything just costs way too much mana on Mesh Splinter's side of the board.
Yeah, I think this game's gonna be mostly done at this point. Just there's no way to take this Redain out of play game one profitably, and with the backup from the Adanto Vanguards that are basically unkillable from the red removal means that the clock's just gonna be too fast.
Yeah, and we could see like a Shark Typhoon here, maybe make a chump blocker for the Vanguard and buy a little time. But between Stomp and Lightning Helix, that should do it. So interesting choice here not to fire off the end step Helix or Stomp.
Well, we have enough mana to do both this turn, right? And that actually gets you lethal in either way.
Yeah, I mean, if there's some sort of way to interact, then casting Stomp would have allowed to cast Bone Crusher as well. And there's no master removal spells in the Izzet deck anyway. So neither here nor there. I don't think it really matters that much. We see no defensive Shark Typhoon cycle. Here's your Helix.
Technically could find miscast here, but the writing's on the wall.
Yeah.
Like even if the Stomp wasn't there, like you're not. I guess you could theoretically. No, because you need the treasure token to cast a 6 mana spell, so you can't creativity it. So yeah, we're just
exactly. Yeah, if this was modern, there was a fetch line, they could fetch up a Dwarven Mine and then use the treasure for mana. But even then, and the thing is, even then the Lorehold has to hit, then successfully hit a good spell and not just lose the game next turn. So real mountain to climb here for Master Splinter.
Our red-white player perhaps realizing they should play around miscast a little bit and choosing to Stomp at the upkeep now.
Yeah, so either way, I mean, it's hard to find a play that would affect the board enough this turn anyway.
Yep.
With most of the plays costing 6, so we'll see a little jockeying back and forth here, but this game is effectively over.
Yep. I mean, we even know the top 2 cards, right? Because we brainstormed them back. Yeah.
Right. So Redain got of the Worthy there, just soloing, just completely soloing the.
It's very instrumental, letting our combo player know that they are in fact not worthy.
Yeah. So now to the sideboard, now things change a little bit. 4 copies of Anger of the Gods, 2 copies of Abrade will change things a lot. Now our Izzet player will not be completely cold to a Redain and have the ability to kind of interact and do more things, but there's still more disruption in this Boros deck. We still got some Thalias. We got Spellbinders. Got some Karizevs. That's a card I haven't seen in a while. Pretty cool one. And then, of course, Redain. Now, there is obviously interaction in this Boros deck. There's not an absolutely huge amount. It is Thalia, it is Redain, it is Spellbinder, but it's certainly possible for the Boros deck kind of just to have a creature draw. Say a Vanguard on 2, Warboss on 3, Hazard on 4. And still be soft to a potential combo. And once a Lorehold gets into play, it will be fairly hard to remove.
Yeah. Lorehold getting into play is basically ending the game if you're not killing them on the backswing. Like even if it bricks on taking an extra turn, it's likely going to get you the turn after. I do like the direction our red-white players taking. It looks like they're boarding in more of their cheat bottom end and cutting their card advantage things like Chandra Torch Defiance.
Yeah, bringing in Chandra 6 is a little interesting. Definitely a little bit of a slower card. I do love bringing in Abrade. Obviously, you can target the treasures in response to it being
Yep.
targeted with creativity.
Cutting Helix feels like a tough sell to me because, like, while some of this blue-red deck is leaning on Indomitable creativity with treasures, they are also just transmogrifying creatures sometimes. So Lightning Helix can be meaningful interaction.
Absolutely. I would want all my cheap spells and then all my cheap interaction. And the fact that Helix is not only like a Braid only does that. A
Yep.
Braid only kills a treasure or a creature in response to Transmogrify. Helix goes to the face. And I want a Braid. I want my Helixes too.
Yep. And we see here, Miscast not looking particularly exciting in the first game, but our player choosing to leave it in for this game, recognizing that they need to be able to fight through those pieces of removal.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not always going to be good, but when it is good, it will be very good. And it's very cheap as well.
We see Anger of the Gods coming in post board for our blue-red player, going to be able to remove those pesky creature threats like Redain.
So our Boros player going for the Vanguard first over Thalia. Thalia, of course, is very, very good in the early game. But on the draw here, a break and kill Thalia on turn 3. And hits for less damage. It's obviously easier to kill. Plays into master removal a little worse. So choosing to play Vanguard first. And then I have to imagine we're going to see a Spellbinder on turn 3 here. So Thalia's not going to be in play for a while. There's also a Chandra in hand too, which Thalia would tax as well.
It's interesting from our blue-red player that we elected to leave Dwarven Mine hidden on top with the Brainstorm as opposed to leaving Indomitable Creativity or Transmogrify hidden on top. Although I guess we have both of them, right? So you don't really care about Spellbinder.
Yeah, so you can't Spellbinder both them anyway. And maybe concealing. I'm not sure what concealing the mine would do. So like one Spellbinder is cast and you see the hand, you're tapped out anyway. So here's Spellbinder. And, and Spellbinder, might just take Anger here because there's already 2 redundant effects anyway.
Yep.
And the miscast is not particularly useful. So
we could also see creativity get taken here because there's no creature token effect in hand. So like by taking this, you're like, okay, they need to draw a creature token in order to get their dragon into play.
Right. I missed treasure. You're correct. So there's your mine, and now we're off to the races. We have a.
Yeah. So the Lorehold dragon is going to get into play here.
And then once it's there, it's pretty hard to remove. Some combination of Chandra and like Lightning Helix or Stomp could do it. But it's going to be hard to keep
our red-white player might literally not get another turn here.
We'll see how lucky this Lorehold is. We'll see how many cards is it? Is it 7?
It's 7 cards, yep.
7's a lot. 7's a lot.
There's time warp, Jim.
Number 1. Now,
says
Lorehold does not have trample, so the Spellbinder could block. But once Spellbinder blocks, the game's basically over anyway.
Yep.
So
all right,
that's turn number 2.
All right, we get to Anger now.
That's also true. Yeah, so this might actually just be over. As we were saying, once Lorehold enters the battlefield, that's it. So back to the drawing board here on the sideboard. Again, I really think that even Glorybringer, the more expensive cards, I think just have to go.
Completely agree. At the very least, I want these Lightning Helixes in my deck. I think
for sure. I think Helix for Chandra makes a lot of sense. And that's probably enough.
The 6 mana Chandra might almost be okay because it's a way to deal with the dragon. But
that is true. And also, if your opponent's taking a few turns in a row at a low life total, it will kill them, obviously. Sure. So that's kind of cute, too.
Yeah, I definitely want the Helixes, but I feel like I would probably be inclined to cut Chandra 4 and a Glorybringer before I cut the Chandra 6s.
Yeah, Glorybringer and Hazoret do have the ability to kind of like come in with haste and attack. I think it's some combination of the expensive cards. Just lower the curve of my deck as much as possible is what my goal would be here.
Yep. And Lightning Helix, in a way, in these matchups a lot of the time, it's kind of like Time Walk, right? It just like kills them a turn faster. It's like, and get you. Realistically,
you're going to be a spot where you're on that last turn, you attack, and you can't afford to give them that extra turn. And if you can just go stomp Lightning Helix, we saw that in game 1 where it didn't really matter, but there was that extra, turn cycle taken away by the burn spells, which is pretty good.
Yep. Okay, and something else is going to be important here too. Our red-white player is on the play for this third game.
Absolutely. That's hugely important, and you just need to have a fast start and have a piece of interaction, which is exactly what this hand does. Kari Zev is 3 power for 2 mana. War Boss is a bunch of power for 3 mana, and then the Helix to deal with the Dwarven Mine token. Now, of course, if it's a treasure token, that's what it is, but you gotta have some faith in your deck to give you some other answers as well.
Yep. This is a hand you're kind of hoping that Anger of the Gods doesn't roll off the top on you because your hand's pretty weak to that. But
very true.
Can't beat them all.
And there are four copies, and there are open deck lists as well. So Gunslinger is aware of that, but and there it is. There's the Anger of the Gods, the Brainstorm coming through. There's a passage here too.
I like this from our Master Splinter here, because I assume we're going to play a non-fabled passage here. We're hiding the Anger of the Gods on top, so that way if Spellbinder comes down, you're able to dodge that.
Yes, very, very heads up play. Very, very heads up play. So declining to War Boss. Gonna play around the Anger of the Gods.
Perhaps just going to play one of our burn spells this turn. We could also just see like Bone Crusher come down as a 4/3, just like, okay, anger these, and then like Legion War Boss is a good post-anger follow-up.
Yeah, it's tough because like not playing a creature of his turn gives the Izzet player a lot of time. At least just like, yeah, you're getting 2 for 1, but force them to use the anger. So I like playing Bone Crusher here.
Yeah, I like this sequence a lot because the Legion War Boss is a better follow-up post Anger of the Gods than Bone Crusher Giant is.
Absolutely, strong agree. So it's things to get angered here, but I think it's definitely the correct play.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And there's a Thalia. So I think there's a little bit of fear that they like Dwarven Mind Transmogrify you the next turn, but I think you got to get War Boss going here.
See, the problem with this, of course, is that now Helix cost 3. So I think this is a bit of a misstep from Gunslinger. If we were able to leave up Helix here, I like this, because then next turn, if say Helix cost 2 in theory, then next turn it could be untap land, War Boss, Helix still up. That's great. But Thalia, of course, invalidating your opponent's spells also invalidates your spells too. Now Thalia would slow down and Transmogrify that turn, but these following turns are going to be tough too.
And like just waiting to get the Legion War Boss online, Legion War Boss is a card that compounds the longer that it's in play, right? So Absolutely. If you get that down a turn sooner, you're getting a lot more damage in the long run.
Yeah, we'd be seeing an attack for 5 this turn with the War Boss, and have already attacked for 1 too. War Boss goes really quick.
And now again with that, the mana sequencing that you talked about here too, because Gunslinger played a little bit scared on turn 4. Now they don't have Helix up on turn 5, and we're going to see Dwarven into Transmogrify. Now, there is notably the fact that Thalia will stop Lorehold from casting spells that could be our saving grace here.
Yes, that's definitely a very cool interaction.
Because remember, even though Lorehold casts those spells for free, tax effects like Thalia and Redain are still applied past that.
Yeah, so if we had flipped the order of Thalia and War Boss here, I would have been a lot happier.
Ooh, we cleared the Brainstorm and we found an Anger of the Gods.
Oh boy. All right. So yeah, this is kind of the fear for creature decks, is this the combo-y deck that can also interact with creatures very well. And we see this in Modern with decks like Valakut, where they have this combo finish, but they also have these lightning bolts and these Anger of the Gods, and they can kind of slow you down. You can't really afford to just jam your cards like you would against a deck like Tron or something like that.
Yep. And we're probably going to see that miscast come into play here too. So next turn we're going to see that Dwarven Mind come down into Transmogrify, and you have the Helix in your hand, but you're going to get miscast. And I feel like this shows a lot of familiarity with the matchup on Master Splinter side, because like intuitively when I looked at this, I was like, okay, miscast is here for the counterspell matchup, but they chose to leave all 4 copies in against the removal here, and they're really getting paid off for it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to look awful most of the time, but once it's good, it'll probably win the game on the spot, which is what's going to happen right here.
Yep. Are you sure you want to Transmogrify your own card? Quite sure.
Yes. And there's your Helix, and gets dunked on. Miscast. Yep. Here's Lorehold, and I gotta imagine that the game is over at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even if Lorehold bricks on the Time Warp on this first attack, which is unlikely, but it does happen, like, there's still this 5/5, and our blue-red player is still at 12.
Correct, yeah, and there really isn't a good way to remove this Laurel from the battlefield without multiple spells that our Boros player just doesn't currently have access to.
Yep.
If that Kharizet was like in a Braid in hand, maybe, you could draw a Stomp and finish up the Lorehold, but...
Yep. And even, you just get your mana back on a turn like this, so like you can braid the Adanto Vanguard in a way that they can't get back again. Here's another Time Warp. And again, like, all of these things that could happen are assuming that our Lorehold player bricks off, which doesn't appear to be happening.
Absolutely. So... combo deck takes the day. Unfortunately, the interactive elements from the Boros deck are creatures with 3 or less toughness, and Anger of the Gods coming to town, cleaning it all up. So,
all right, we're going to make up for our brief amount of delay that we had getting started this round by jumping right on into our time-shifted feature match here. So we've got 2 more players for our Round 3 time shifted feature. Let's find out what they're playing here together.
Philosophical Psycho versus Gorilla Whale. Love the names. Love it.
Esports names. So we've got what looks to be some Temur Tempo versus maybe Blue-Red Phoenix? Some kind of Blue-Red Tempo deck here. Memory Lapse would be a little bit odd for Phoenix.
Yes, that would be a little interesting. We're seeing Abundant Harvest, which is a pre-printed, future-printed Modern Horizons 2 card. The one card in the historical anthology that was not a reprint, and really, really good card. Definitely really cool.
I honestly think Abundant Harvest is probably the most powerful 1-mana piece of selection in the format.
I would agree with that.
It's because, and in part, it's because it's the only one that doesn't require this kind of setup / deck building cost like we see with these others, right? Like Brainstorm, you have to clear with shuffles or other effects, and Faithless Looting, you need graveyard synergy. Abundant Harvest, you're just like, oh, you have green mana, you can play it.
Absolutely, yeah, it's very, very powerful. It's cool seeing that normally these sort of spells decks are, is it maybe black, maybe a couple other colors, but like green is usually the color that's not seen in them, and now seeing the dip into green is really, really cool. Another unique feature of the format.
Yep.
So a lot of shock effects here, and there's a Pteramander, which is interesting. You see Stormwing and Brazen Borrower on the opposing side. Looking like a pretty good next turn for Gorilla Whale, being able to kill the Pteramander, play Stormwing Entity, get things going. And Stormwing is very big. Very, very big. Hard to kill. There's Pillar of Flame.
The Stormwing Entity is honestly, I think, one of the best stat lines for a creature in this format. Like, it has that 3rd point of toughness, so it dodges stomps and shocks and Pillar of Flames, and it has that important 5th mana cost, which means it dodges Fatal Push out of the black removal suite.
Yeah, and Skyclave and a whole host of other cards. And it has the benefit of not actually being a 5-mana creature, sort of like the Gurmag Angler effect, where you get the benefit of this increased cost, but you can still play it really cheap. A card like Goldspan Dragon fulfills those same roles. It's still a good card, but it does cost 5. It is a later in the game kind of card. So seeing Storming on turn 3 is very, very powerful.
Yep, and we're going to see, double shock here. And again, while you're happy to get their threat off the board here, you're tapping out on this Memory Lapse again, right? So every time you're tapping out early, not holding up this Memory Lapse, it comes at a real cost.
Yeah, and that was a great exchange. That's the kind of exchange where both players are happy. The Psycho is like, all right, I have to kill the Storming or I'm going to die. And then Gorilla Whale's like, that was great. I just played him, Batorok, and Scryed twice. That was awesome. It's just 2 for 1 to get some Scries. So Pyromancer comes down. There's your Pillar of Flame to deal with this. Pyromancer is pretty great. Expensive Iteration is a really good card. It's essentially just 2 mana draw 2, which is phenomenal. We see here it'll put the card in hand. Pillar of Flame will kill this Pyromancer. There's a Lapse available, which would be a...
We're going to pick blue here? I think this... I feel like we should have waited to make our land drop until after we saw if this Pillar resolved.
Agree. Very minor sequencing issue, but going to be very punching. There's your oopsie.
Yep,
Whoopsie!
They recognize their mistake there. Ooh, we have a little bit of sweet synergy here. So Risen Reef, an oldie but a goodie here that triggers every time you make a token. And Young Pyromancer makes elemental tokens, chat.
Yeah. If you get Risen Reef and Pyromancer into play, which is not an easy thing to do, they are both 1 toughness creatures at sorcery speed. You go off. I played this combo a lot in Pioneer. I haven't actually tried it in Historic yet, but it is a very, very potent combination of cards. And if it's in play for a turn or 2, things go wild. We're seeing here, so there's Pillar Flame. There could have been a Brainstorm response to that, right?
I think our top player has unfortunately had a Discord lockup here, so I think we're flying blind here until they unlock.
Okay, that was a very fast resolve there, so Brainstorm would have been great.
Yeah, it looks like we had a brief update. Looks like there's a Brazen Borrower up top currently.
All right, so even having it in play for a turn or 2 produce some land draws, but now the threats are leaning towards Psycho here. Both of these decks are decks that are going to be kind of threat light. They are a lot of cantrips, a lot of air, a lot of like shocks and things like that. And there are some high quality threats in Psycho's hand. Crackling Drake being one of the best. Very hard to kill. Hits very hard. Unfortunately, no extra land for the Memory Lapse as well, but we'll see if we can draw it off the trigger.
Yep. And while tempoing the Crackling Drake a little bit felt good to push some damage, Crackling Drake does draw a card when it comes into play, right? So like ultimately it is kind of a feels bad if you're not killing your opponent while doing that.
Absolutely. So we're going to see another double spell here, which is, again, a good exchange for Psycho in a material sense, in that was basically a 3-for-1. But in a tempo sense, the board's pretty gummed up here. And we also see some Sprite Dragons. Sprite Dragon Opt puts 2/2/2s in play, which is very, very powerful. Can block the Borrower, can block the 1/1s. A lot of pressure on Gorilla Whale here to find a good spell probably next turn, or this game's going to swing really, really hard.
Yep. Brainstorm, honestly, probably the best draw on their deck.
That was really good. Risen Reef.
Risen Reef's not bad, so redraw.
And we find a...
Okay. And I mean, like, Whale is at 18 here still, right? So this card advantage here is definitely something they could live to leverage very reasonably.
Yes. Looks like we're still in the dark a little bit here. So 2 new cards for Gorilla Whale.
All right.
Breeding Pool comes in untapped.
At least one's a spell here. We're getting an untapped one.
And we got
Bone Crusher and Brazen Bar. Those are both pretty good. I mean, is there a second mountain in their deck? Is a real question. There's not a second mountain. Okay, so we can
rough.
We can still Brazen Bar or bounce one of these. It still gets rid of 1, and then you get to attack, and if they want to eat a 1/1, they go to 1, which makes your Risen Reef lethal.
Yeah, so while Stomp would have been much better there, this is definitely still a decent scenario.
Well, honestly, I don't even know if Stomp's that much better there, because like the Stomp is reach too, right?
That's true. I guess, yeah. So Stomp for next turn to actually finish them off. That's definitely a real thing. Yeah. So Opt sees iteration, and this is a spot where the Gorilla Whale is getting close to just running over the finish line here with actual lethal damage. But there's also these reefs in play too, where they have the potential to draw a lot of cards if another reef is drawn, a Pyromancer is drawn, things like that too. So we'll see a strike on one of them. We see a pump on the Sprite Dragon. But there ain't much left here, and the Stomp's going to finish this game off.
Yep. We see this was, we talked about expressive iteration being really powerful, and I definitely agree with that, but we also saw in this game, a little bit of that too much time spent spinning tires getting set up like we see out of these blue-red decks on occasion, and not enough time playing to the board there, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely a common problem that these sort of Is It Spells decks have with so many cantrips in them. So our straight Is It player, no Arclight Phoenix is here. Just a kind of a Is It Prowess deck, Soul Scar Mage, Sprite Dragon, Saheeli Sublime Artificer is a card I like a lot. And bringing in some Anger of the Gods, a lot of removal spells, and only one copy of Terramander, actually. That was just a one of it they drew. And on our teamer side, I mean, Abundant Harvest and Risen Reef is a really nice addition to the Young Pyromancer shell.
Yep. One of the things that's kind of interesting here is traditionally you would think that Narset would be really good against these kind of like draw cards, cantrip tempo decks like this Elementals deck is, but outside of Brainstorm, these Risen Reefs and Abundant Harvest technically aren't drawing cards. So Narset really kind of falls short in that perspective.
Absolutely, and that's a great benefit for your prowess deck to have, not being weak to Narset. In a matchup like this, where there's a lot of like creatures flying back and forth, maybe a little hard to protect, but against a control deck playing Narset, the ability to still be able to cast your spells is very, very relevant.
Yep. I wonder if we'll see Clothis come in for our teamer player here. It's a card that can kind of like nickel and dime your opponent a little bit if you're expecting more removal post board. For example, we saw the blue-red player bringing in things like Anger of the Gods, so our teamer player might have a harder time keeping threats in play in the post board games here.
Yeah, it's tough because without Arclight Phoenix or a specific graveyard thing to really chew on, Clothis feels a little slow to me. In the turn you cast it, you aren't doing much. We saw that game out. Tempo was very, very important.
That's true.
Our teamer player, our Is It player had a lot of resources, got some 2-for-1s down, but kind of just died at the end. Just didn't really have time to deploy everything. Petty theft here, bouncing things. So Clothis not affecting the board worries me a lot. It's certainly a possible threat if you think the games are going to play out in a very long fashion, but I expect tempo to still be very, very important here.
Okay, Jim, it looks like all of our matches for the round are done. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one and crank up the speed here just a little bit. We're not going to go super crazy, but I'm going to make it a little bit faster than 1x.
Sounds good. Should I speak really fast and make the pitch of my voice higher?
Yes, definitely. I'm going to need you to do that so keep the
Oh,
immersion
yeah,
for the
5
people at
under the
home.
Brady. That's what's wrong. I did in 5 lands and yeah, I can't do it. All right, so we got a 5-lander here, not looking too good. A naked Stormwing with no amount of spell. Pretty tough hand for our Temur opponent, and our Is It player looking pretty good. Sprite Dragon obviously is great. Memory Lapse, removal spell.
Got an okay 5 card hand here. Things like Risen Reef going to really be beneficial in terms of being able to make up for the card disadvantage you get from mulliganing here. Also on the draw, not a terrible thing when you've mulliganed. Get that
Yeah,
extra card from that perspective.
the main concern I have here is that it's going to be extremely difficult for our Temur player to actually get Young Pyromancer and Risen Reef online at the same time.
Yep.
We see things like Shock, Pillar of Flame, Anger the God, just tons and tons of pieces of interaction from Philosophical Psycho. So that combination of cards is going to be now both cards are fine by themselves, but really kind of popping off is going to be a difficult thing for a Gorilla Whale to do.
You see that expressive iteration here, getting that 2-for-1 basically, getting that land that you get to play out on your third turn, as well as drawing the Sprite Dragon into hand for the following turn.
And this is nice. Being able to play Sprite Dragon with Memory Lapse, double Shock Up is pretty cool.
Yep. So we'll get to kill that right away, and then next turn the Sprite Dragon comes down with the Lapse up, and feels like we're going to have a really hard time catching back up from the Temur side at this point.
Absolutely. And then with Shock and Opt available too, when you're in a sort of Izzety mirror like this, once that dragon gets to be big enough where you can't shock it, it really is only Petty Theft to deal with it. And
Yep.
if the Petty Theft is answered, then the dragon runs away with the game.
Okay, here's an Abrade. It was a very good draw. So we could Abrade the Sprite Dragon, or we could Pillar it, and then we can Abrade it in response. We might see, Opt plus Shock here to get out of Pillar range, and then the Abrade finishes it off. And then at that point, we don't have any threats left on the blue-red side.
For sure. Yeah, and then we see this a lot like we were saying in the last game, where the threats themselves are really important because they are kind of few and far between. Sprite Dragon, though, right off the top, get ready to replace the Sprite Dragon's about to die.
So, like, at a glance, this exchange kind of looks like a 2-for-1, like we're spending... Oh, that's interesting.
Wow.
I don't know that I like the Borrower play over the Abrade play there.
So Borrower, I mean, again, I was saying the Borrower can answer things that can't be answered in any other scenarios. Being able to actually kill a Sprite Dragon or a Stormwing with your burn spell is very, very appealing. So definitely an interesting choice there from Gorilla Whale to bounce rather than Abrade.
This is an aggressive play here, choosing to play out both of these. This kind of gives... I wonder if we'll see Whale respect the Memory Lapse here and play out at Sorcery Speed or not.
So I like this a lot, actually, because even if one of them dies, you're still going to untap with one. And then there's a scenario where you get to untap with both and play, and the game just ends.
This is kind of what Whale getting really, really paid off here. We're going to get to kill both of these dragons here with that Stomp draw.
Yeah, and then, of course, Stomp being a threat as well, and then having the Borrower off as well, too, really helps here. Because if these were just straight removal spells, then Psycho would be advantage for sure, because I can just cast Stormwing and be, I have still more threats. But with more threats in the Waiting in the Wings for Whale, it's pretty good. So we'll see Stormwing here. There's a Lapse up as well. Still a great spot for Psycho.
Yeah, for sure. And threat on top is basically like exactly what you want in this situation, right? Because the way you lose this game is your opponent finding a bunch of removal spells to kill your stuff. So being able to, attack for a little bit here and there with the Memory Lapse to keep them off kilter is great.
Yeah, and Terramander at this point is become really, really good because, again, for a creature larger than burn spells is going to be very, very appealing because it's very hard to kill. And Terramander will almost immediately be able to be a 5/5, which is awesome.
While fast lands generally being great in this format is definitely true, the fact that Botanical Sanctum came down tapped there is pretty devastating, not being able to play the Borrower this turn.
Definitely. So now we see a 5/5 Terramander. The Storming is already hard to deal with. Things are looking pretty good for Psycho here.
Yeah, and I honestly I like the Sorcery Speed Brazen Borrower play out there, but we do get punked by the Pillar of Flame for making the right play.
So yeah, threats have a name in the game here. Both decks are fairly threat light, and with so much removal flying around, the player that can find more threats and the better threats. And again, we're seeing that here where the Risen Reef and Young Pyromancer are very vulnerable, but cards like Crackling Drake, Sprite Dragon later in the game, and then Terramander later in the game, these cards are not that vulnerable. They're much more sticky. So I think we're seeing an advantage here for our Izzet player, just because the ability to kind of deal with these threats quickly and easily, even if they're in play for a turn, is going to be really important.
That being said, one upside that the Temur deck does have is 8 of its threats are those Eldraine Adventure cards, right? Which are just kind of natural 2-for-1s in and of themselves.
True. Very true. So we see the keep of Pyromancer and Risen Reef, and got a plan, sticking to it, and Shock will clean up the Pyromancer. Reef still safe for the moment. Still safe for the moment. Somewhat interesting to see we're starting to see iteration played on turn 2 here.
Okay. Yeah, just choosing to spend 2 to get a little bit of. I know this looks a little bit strange at a glance, but you're basically just casting Sorcery Speed Anticipate, right? Which is still fine.
That turn could have been tap Steam Vent's Opt though, which is Opt is essentially what iteration was there. It's a little bit worse,
Well, so the Opt was our only 1-mana spell, which meant if we cast the Opt there, we couldn't guaranteed Storming Entity on 3.
That's fair. I think that doing nothing is also an option too. Players are often have impetus to want to do something, but doing nothing there isn't really the end of the world. I think the iteration, and then with cards being so valuable, turning your iteration into a draw 1 rather than a draw 2 has a cost, and that we'll see if that comes up later in the game if the material wise cycle runs out of cards or not. Crackling Drake here is pretty great though. So Storming already a great threat, and then Crackling Drake is another really good threat that's very, very hard to deal with only one card.
You kind of pointing out correctly, having those last threats that can stick on the board being huge here. And, there's these tempo plays of the Brazen Borrower, but these tempo plays aren't meaningful if you're not applying pressure while doing them.
Exactly. And then it's pretty easy for Psycho to kill Whale's creatures because they all have 3 or less toughness.
Yep. See here, Drake coming down here again. I believe Drake was like a 1 or 2 up in the blue-red deck, but the mix looked really impressive both times that it's come up here.
Yeah, I think it was actually 2 or 3. There was a pretty significant amount.
Were there a few of them?
Currently?
Must have glanced at it wrong. Yep. And again, we see our blue-red player just prioritizing keeping as many threats as possible here. Going to be able to keep that Storming Entity and then play another Storming Entity out, taking the opponent's threat off the table. And Risen Reef is like a threat in parentheses, right? It doesn't really apply pressure so much as it just generates card advantage.
Right, and that's kind of the issue. That was my fear looking at the deck list. That Risen Reef is very, very good in certain matchups where it's harder to kill, against say Green-White Company or something like that, where it's usually going to live. It's very, very appealing. But in a matchup like this where tempo is important and your threats need to be threats, we're seeing right now how it's being a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, definitely feels like the writing is on the wall here with our blue-red player committing more and more threats to the board.
Oh man, Terramander too. Yeah, this is that Bonecrusher Giant is not really blocking anything significantly. If we find a shock here with this Opt, Saheeli is another threat, but I don't really need that one right now. Up there you go. There's Lightning tried to kill the Brazen Borrowers. Can't even chump block.
Yep.
We're close to lethal here, honestly.
And you get to play both of your Terramander and Entity on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an attack for 12. Gonna put Gorilla Whale to 3, and then it is open deck list, so
we're on the 0 out of there. Let's get this teed up and dive on into round 4 here. Thanks everybody for hanging out here today while we cover our fantastic historic matches all day.
All right, here we go. We've got Gigantha. We've got
Is that a Brazen Outlaw in round 4 of our tournament? Jim, what is going on?
I love it.
Historic is so great.
Unfortunately, no turn 1 Sentinel here, but I like Magda a lot. Magda is quite good. Puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to answer it. It's cheap. I like it a lot.
The must answer threats at 2 mana are really just super powerful, right?
Speaking of the devil, Leon and Lightscribe's here too. Ooh, there's also, in addition to a Sentinel, there is the Caretaker from what's that from? One of the Ravnica sets.
Yeah, let's pull that one up.
Similar effecting as Defender.
And for those of you that are home that aren't familiar with our tournament structure, that you haven't seen a Hooglandia Open before, and you're wondering how deep into the pits are they reaching to find us Magda in round 4. This is a double elimination tournament. So both of these players are either 3-0 or 2-1. Everybody gets automatically dropped from the event when they take their second loss. So everybody that will be showing all day on coverage is live to win the entire tournament still.
Interesting pairing here of what card is better in Historic, the Sentinel or the Caretaker? Because Caretaker does not die to stomp. You know?
Oh, this is a disgusting interaction.
Oh,
So
that's
we're
really cool.
missing black mana, but Magda being claimed is going to make a treasure, which then allows her to be villaged, right?
This is awesome. Yeah, this is really, really cool.
That's rude. That's just like, why hit yourself? Why hit yourself?
Yeah, claim
Oh,
and village rights still a very key part of the format. Very, very powerful interaction.
yep.
So there goes Magda. And then because the Magda was blocked, the light scribes can get pumped up too. That's a huge, huge turn. Thanks. A little friendly banter from our players here.
Man, what is this Temur deck doing? It's got Magma Opuses and Alderun's Epiphanies and Goldspan to ramp up into them. I'm into it.
Now, I covered the Stream League event last weekend, and there was a really, really cool deck at top 8. It was an Is It treasure deck playing Captain Lannery Storm, Prismari,
Okay.
Goldspan Dragon. And this looks like a similar adaptation to that, just adding green for the Caretaker mana creatures. The treasure effects are powerful. They really stack up pretty well, and they ramp pretty well. Kind of a cool tempo strategy. We seem like we have less removal here. There we go. We got Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. It looks like the main draw to green, which doubles the mana you add from every non-land permanent. So you see Treasure, Cold Steel Heart, Caretaker, Sentinel. That's a lot of mana.
Yeah, so we're gonna spend 2 mana on Kinnan, and he's actually gonna net us mana for the turn then, right?
A lot. Yeah. I mean, we have now
These two treasures alone are worth 6.
I think there's a time walk happening here. This might be the game, honestly.
This is actually lethal, right? Because
Yeah.
we're going to Time Walk, get 2 birds, then Magma Opus is worth 4.
Yeah, this is awesome. Yep, and then there's the attack again, and the Opus for the finishing blow.
Yep.
That's impressive. That's a really impressive turn. So overcoming the claim the firstborn village rights on turn 3 for maximum value. That's very, very impressive.
When your Magma Opus is just an 8 mana Lava X.
Yeah. So yeah, this is cool. This is definitely. I mean, I was impressed with the deck last week, being straight Is It, but it felt like it wasn't really there yet. Like there was just a little bit that was missing, and perhaps Bonder Prodigy and the Sentinel here are the missing pieces, because that was a very impressive, very, very impressive game.
Yeah, sweet. And those, we see the 8 1-mana creatures at the very bottom end. The curve of the 1-drop into Magna, get to tap her on turn 2 and make a treasure right away seems really strong as well.
Even with Bonder Prodigy, I mean, if you just play a Caretaker on 1, a Bonder Prodigy on 2, then you can just tap it for 2 red and stomp or Cold Steel Heart. This deck seems awesome. I'm a huge fan of this deck right now. Is that 4 Time Warps also?
It is 4. We got 4 Time Warps and 4 Eldrin's Epiphany. And actually, I really like what we see the blue-red player doing post-board here. They're very quickly sideboarding. They see them trimming on some of the Time Walk effects and just bringing in more individually powerful cards. Because remember, the Time Warp effects are really good when you're ahead on board, but you don't want to get stranded on too many of them if your opponent's being super disruptive, because they're not really great if your board's been picked apart.
And a lot of the power we're going to see here is what we were saying earlier, where the 5 mana threats are really, really good. So we have these 5 mana threats, and you can't claim them, you can't Inquisition them, so the Glorybringer, Goldspan Dragon are going to be difficult to answer.
Yeah, not only can you not claim them or whatever, but the Lightning Helixes only do 3 damage, right?
Yep.
These are 4 toughness threats, just like the stat line on them lining up so fantastic into the type of interaction that this Mardu deck is bringing to the table.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure on Banishing Verse, a lot of pressure on Thoughtseize, and then even Bloodchief's Thirst. Well, you can kill a dragon with it. 4 mana at sorcery speed does not feel good at all. So
it's like the Glorybringer's already exerted. You're getting
Right.
a second treasure off of Goldspan Dragon. Like, none of it is why you're playing those cards. You're not excited about it.
For sure, it's not a good exchange. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on these Thoughtseizes, and then a lot of pressure on the early removal to take care of the engine pieces before they get going. So keep Magda off the board, keep Kinnan off the board. Those are going to be very, very important things. Warlord's Fury. That is a card. I'm a big Crash Through fan. I think Crash Through is an awesome Magic card. Seeing Warlord's Fury is a little interesting, though. Over Crash Through, because Crash Through is very, very good when you have a board that's very pumped. It's getting pumped with Light Scribe. So interesting choice there. So once again, we see a tap land, a little awkward here with the Sentinel. Can't play the Sentinel on turn 1. Here's your Thoughtseize, which is pretty clutch, but chonky hand for grapple. Goldspan Dragon, Niv Mizzet Perun.
We haven't seen for a while.
I had a lot of fun with that card. It was in standard. Very, very powerful card. Basically the kind of card where you resolve it and the game pretty much ends if your opponent can't kill it that turn.
Yeah, it's one of those suspend one, win the game, right? You untap with it, they die.
Absolutely. And they have to have an answer like Conquer's Death or some way to kill it that won't trigger it either, or you're up on cards anyway. So early claim the firstborn here, not nearly as good as it was last game, but doesn't really need to be. Not a lot of material for our Mardu player. So draw some cards as an Arcanist. Not a great opening. Not too great.
That being said, our Temur player does not have a way to answer the Dreadhorde Arcanist here either, so Unchecked Arcanist can definitely do some work here potentially.
For sure, yeah. There's Grapple's looking for some mana here. There are some 5-drops in hand. There's only 3 mana available. This Lonely Sentinel ain't doing much. There's land number 4. Which isn't too bad.
So I would say that's definitely better than drawing another 5-drop.
Absolutely. A Kin in there would have been quite good, but I guess it would have just died to the Helix anyway. So here's Arcanist. Arcanist currently has a discard spell and a Village Rites, I believe, available to it.
Yep. I'm assuming we're going to see Thoughtseize here.
Yep. So
plethora of 5-drops.
Is it going to be Goldspan or Glorybringer?
I think it's got to be Glory B, because you don't want them to be able to kill your Arcanist next turn.
Absolutely. And then either way, they're both really good. They're both going to be very hard to answer. And Dreadhorde Arcanist is certainly a good card advantage card, but not really a threat. So a dragon comes down, threatens to end the game in a few turns. There isn't much going on the Mardu side. Oh, there's your land.
Little surprised to not see the Savvy Triumph cycle at sorcery speed there to dig for a potential second Thoughtseize.
Absolutely. So here's Dragon, and now, it needs to happen for our Mardu player right here, right now. Because if Grapple's able to untap and cast Time Warp or Niv Mizzet, that's got to be it. All right, the draw was a Light Scribe, and then another land. 16 life for Grapple. You could definitely see Light Scribe, Helix, attack, flashback Helix as a potential answer to Goldspan Dragon, but that's a lot of treasure. And that leaves Niv Mizzet ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, this is like treading water, right? It's not like winning the game, but it means we're not losing anymore. So we get a chance at redraws next turn at least.
And the thing is, I don't know if there's a card that beats Niv Mizzet. Like Vanishing Verse doesn't hit it. It's going to need to be some combination. I guess like double Lightning Helix again, like that one was.
Then that double cantrips, right?
Exactly. So now we're seeing triggers flying everywhere. So this is actually one short of casting Time Walk this turn also, but Niv Mizzet's here, and not a lot going on for our Mardu player. We're going to need to see some sort of sacrificial Dreadhorde action here and see what can turn up.
Yeah, and you're sacrificing your Dreadhorde Arcanist to do this, but now you're also giving them a card.
Yeah.
So it's just not a great scene.
Yeah. Oh boy. That is a lot of food for Niv Mizzet.
I think we're gonna see that suspend one, win the game that we talked about a second ago.
This next turn is not gonna be pretty.
Turns, Jim.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. You're right. Got that fancy art there. We could gloss by me for a second. So yeah, we'll see Chandra here. Oh my god, this is a massacre.
He's actually just dead, right? Because we get to go ahead and poke for 1 upstairs, and then Chandra does 2, and then Niv does 5, and then next turn Chandra does 2, Niv does 6.
Yeah, I love the hesitation there of what should I target? You're in that spot where I'm winning so hard. What do I even do? That one. Whatever.
Do the quick count. Somewhere. This is in fact lethal.
Yes, we got Opus here. We got triggers. We got everything. So. Hey, Niv Mizzet's the kind of card.
Magma Opus deals 6 with the visit and play. Deals 9 because it gets to draw a card too.
It's a lot. A little bit of overkill there. So yeah, Niv Mizzet takes it home. That deck is awesome. That's my pick for the tournament. Honestly, I think that deck is really, really cool. What I saw last week in the Izzet deck, I saw potential. Here, I feel like I'm seeing realization. No Captain Lannery Storm, unfortunately, because that card's super cool, but. The potential of explosive mana turns, that top end treasure engine, very, very impressive deck.
Yep. All right. And again, what is downtime? We don't believe in that. Let's dive right on into our time shifted feature match for round 4 here. We've got two fresh players here starting their game off. We have a little Boros Burn versus Tainted Pact. Okay, two decks that we've not seen at all yet today.
Nicol Bolas isn't bugged, is it?
It's technically bugged, but the situation that the bug comes up in is pretty narrow.
Okay. So this is like going to be a kind of a classic battle here of like the sort of pseudo broken combo control deck that can be a little inconsistent since, kind of a little slower in Singleton versus the all in all the time burn deck here. And we see turn 1 Lava. We see a turn 2
I don't know that I love the sequencing here for our burn player.
Skewer over Soulscar Mage is certainly a little odd.
Yeah. If we would have played Soulscar Mage last turn, we could have shock skewered this turn and then attacked for 3 with the Soulscar Mage.
For sure, yeah. So that was off the light of a stage, so kind of off to the side a little bit, but it didn't need to be played that turn. It can wait 1 turn cycle. Yep. But still looking pretty good for our burn player here. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points of burn here. So we'll have a player at 2 life, no combo in sight, and no cards in hand for poor Nicol Bolas to even discard.
Maze Mind Tome gets to scry.
That is true.
And honestly,
normally a card like Bolas is actually pretty good against aggressive decks because it kind of puts a big body in play. It's hard to remove with damage. It gets a card out of their hand. Usually it gets a good card too because the aggro player is low on cards, but at this point, a little too low.
Okay, we'll see. Any spell here lets the Soulscar Mage be lethal here, obviously.
Or any land.
Any land lets the Ramanap runes be lethal too. So
So in the spot where the only bad draw is probably Inspiring Vantage and maybe like a non-haste creature. So pretty clean game one.
Hushbringer, an interesting piece of anti-Thassa's Oracle technology. And
that is pretty cool.
That enters the battlefield trigger.
Is that Manatithe in the far left there?
It is Manatithe on the far left. So for people that aren't familiar with the Tainted Pact combo deck, is our first time seeing it today. The deck essentially is, you can see their deck there is all singletons except for the 2 copies of Tainted Pact and the 2 copies of Thassa's Oracle here. And basically how the deck works is you put Thassa's Oracle's trigger on the stack, and then you cast Tainted Pact in response, and you deck yourself, and then you win the game with Thassa's Oracles. You win the game trigger based on your deck size. So things like Hushbringer being able to stop that enters the battlefield trigger from happening can be impactful. But ultimately, on it, the best way to beat this Pact deck is to just race it, like we saw there in that first game.
Absolutely. So it's a 2-card combo deck, but you need to have both copies of a combo in your hand. And there are tutors and things like that which can go find it, but playing Grim Tutor against the burn deck is a little bit of a liability. So the combo potential is there, and the ability for Hushbringer to turn that off is very awesome. So a lot of pressure on our Pact player here because our burn player's game plan is pretty clear.
Yep.
They're speaking of it, there's Grim Tutor right there.
Pretty good hand otherwise, though. Cling to Dust, Aether Gust, Maze Mind Tomb, all very reasonable cards to play on curve. Whoop.
A great hand. Not a great hand for our burn player. We see this in modern burn a lot, where you really have to have the recurring sources of damage to go along with your one-shot deals. And no one-drop. Pyromancer's fine, but you got to assume it's going to die to some piece of removal. And then just a bunch of lava spikes. And Shock is not lava spike. Neither is Spike Field Hazard. These are burn spells, but they're not numbers wise. They're not enough numbers on them to really stack up. So we only have 11 points of burn in hand for Tom.
Yeah, we see that first combo piece enter the hand for Lurking Blade. The opponent's deck, while it does only have 2 copies of each of its combo pieces, it can just win on the 4th turn of the game. You just play Thassa's Oracle, you play Tainted Pact in response, and the game ends.
You can actually win on turn 3 if you end step the Pact, leave 1 card in your deck, and then play the Oracle on turn 3. It's pretty crazy. It's a little frustrating. I played against this deck in a tournament a few weeks ago, and I just got knocked out on turn 4 in both games, and it's just like, all right, you just drew the cards. You were interacting with me, killed me. And so
honestly, so the turn 3 that you talked about is pretty unlikely, but this deck plays enough search and tutor effects with Wishclaw Talisman and Grim Tutor that it kind of has more than 2 of each copy in a way, right?
Absolutely. And the thing is they have the interactive spells as well to kind of bide the time too. So you're trying to play, it's that classic control combo scenario where you need to be able to get through their removal and have the card advantage kind of cards to like not just die to them killing all your stuff, but also you need to kill them fast because you can't give them time. You can't go into this kind of like grindy stance because they'll just kill you with a combo. So it is a very potent combination.
And honestly, it has some Splinter Twin vibes in a way, but in another way, it also is more frustrating than playing against Splinter because you can't just go wide against this deck like you could against Twin because they play all of these Languishes and Ritual of such another sweeper style effects too.
There's also the annoyance of you never know what to play around. Do they have Censor?
Yep.
Do they have Anger of the Gods? Do they have Languish? Do they have, because everything's singleton. It's difficult as an aggro player where normally it's difficult anyway. You got to pace yourself, pick when you want to play your spots, what cards you're going to play into. But it's even more difficult when they can have anything. Maybe they have Bone Crush Giant. Maybe they have this, So it's a challenging deck to play against.
Our burn player might get across the finish line here, though. We see Bone Crusher Giant drawn to hand. Our player's down to 5 life here. We actually saw Spikefield Hazard come down as a land here, and honestly, I think I guess if we're choosing to like Beaumont Courier this turn,
this feels like an empty hand for Beaumont Courier kind of deal. So
sure, yeah.
Here's Sovereign Pyromancer. Beaumont Courier can get in for 1. There's a Grim Tutor available, and we also have the draw on the Mazemind Tome. So
the Mazemind Tome's threatening to pop off here. The Mazemind Tome's about to gain 4 life next turn too, as a consideration as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're kind of seeing here, that these shocks and Spikefield Caves are definitely not lava spikes. We're a little bit short at the moment, and also not putting Lurrus into hand. So there's your Mazemind Tome. Gain 4 life, which is huge.
We potentially missed lethal on the red side, right? We could have shocked, sack Beaumont Courier, hit red land plus burn spell.
Oh, that is true. That is true. With the 4 life looming from the Mazemind Tome and a solid number of cards in hand for our Grixis player, that might have been worth going for.
We could have also hit like land Hushbringer as well, right? To prevent combos from happening.
Very true. Very true. So here's Grim Tutor.
Yep.
Down to 5 life points. And now with lethal next turn.
It's a bold Grim Tutor.
What's up?
It's a bold Grim Tutor.
Yes. I mean, looks very good though. With Heartless Act in hand, Lurking Blade just needs to not die here. And that'll be tough. We're gonna see an end-step shock.
I like the end-step shock here because you're probably drawing 3 cards with Beaumont Courier next turn, and you want to just like have mana to cast all of them.
That's fair, and I guess you have to assume that there's a piece of interaction here from Blade's side because otherwise Blade's just dead. So,
yep.
All right, here's the attack. Now we'll see this Heartless Act. Now, where's the Heartless Act going to go? It's probably got to go in Soulscar Mage here. So, getting in for that 1 point of life, 3 cards off Beaumont Courier.
Hey, hit me, dealer. Survey says. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh no, because we have the Heartless Act, right? So
that is a heads up play from Lurking Blade, recognizing that being at 2 or 1 does not matter, and keeping the Heartless Act to deal with the potential Hushbringer. Huge heads up play to win the game there. That's insane. That's very impressive.
Yep, very very quick concession there. What a razor thin game.
Absolutely.
Super heads up by the Pact player.
Yeah. Now, of course, though, game 3, the burn deck isn't the play.
Yep.
So I'm also surprised to see the Mana Tithe not in the deck, especially in the play for our burn player. I mean, that's got to hit something relevant at some point for sure. It is not a burn spell, so there's that angle. But again, this is not modern burn. Cutting a shock for a Mana Tithe.
Yep.
Let's have a more interactive card there. Because the shock isn't really very efficient mana wise anyway. We see a Nighthawk Scavenger from our Pact player. Obviously gonna get mulliganed away, but it's kind of a cool card.
This is definitely a keep.
This is a scary one. This is a turn 4 kill. We got Wishclaw and Tainted Pact.
It does. Yeah, I suppose the Wishclaw. Okay. It's a fast combo draw.
All right, we see a pseudo one-lander from our burn player here.
Yeah,
we're going to see a shock rather than a light up a stage post
I guess this sets us up to like go bolt you plus light up the stage this turn.
Yeah, so we'll see shock, light up a stage, hopefully a land, and then another spell. Again, it's very tough for our burn players. Of course, we can see both players' hands. Our burn player is currently playing into a combo hand, not a removal hand. I guess there was a Languish and that was a Heartless Act too. But a lot of tools available for our Pact player. There's a Heartless Act.
Yeah, our bird
Courier
player
and Skewer.
getting a little punished for playing the shock instead of the wizard's lightning the previous turn. You're
Yes,
losing that wizard typing in play here could be relevant.
absolutely. No real reason to hold on Wizard's Lightning, given that there's not much to kill. That just unload your spells.
Yep.
So there's a Skewer the Critics, Bill My Courier, and 7 life points probably will be enough here, honestly. There's a lapse drawn. Now, I think Wish Claw is only sorcery speed, is that correct?
It is. Yep. So you can't end step. You can't end step use Wish Claw. So you're kind of hoping to draw a land here at this point.
Yeah, so you need to Wish Claw, Pact, and Oracle. And obviously you can't end step Pact and leave only one card in your deck because you'll exile the Oracle most likely. So but with Lapse and Cling up, that's a lot of interaction. Of course, Cling can gain 3 life.
Yep.
Lapse can handle the 2/1 here. And 5 life points, I feel like it's going to be enough for Lurking Blade.
Yeah, and again, like that Wizard Lightning just being versus the shock just being huge here, right? Like if we
Absolutely.
had done the other way, we'd have 3 more points on the board, and our hand would be empty, and our hand being empty is a big deal for the Beaumont Courier.
Absolutely. Minor thing, these little things really add up over the course of a game. We'll see Cling to gain some life, so not drawing a card. Now, Cling could have drawn a card there to try and find land number 5. So definitely an interesting choice there. Not looking for that extra land to go for the win, and then not finding it either. So,
yeah. So do you like languish here? Like I feel like when you clinged, you were playing for a longer game. Or are we going to cast the world's worst ley land?
this is tough. I don't think I like that Cling on to gain life.
Do we have
there.
a Radiant Fountain? No Radiant Fountain. Rats.
All right, so there's land number 5. So the game, I guess, that would have been at 4 going to 2. I guess the game wouldn't.
Is
have
that
been
lethal?
over? Now we have a Lava Runner for a wizard.
I think
That
that's
goes
lethal,
upstairs.
right?
1 short currently.
We need a land in at the Beaumont Courier pile has a land or a burn spell. It's lethal, right?
Correct. Yes, and I think that Cracking Courier is definitely the correct thing to do. So pop the Courier, spin the wheel. Here we go. You need untap land or burn spell, and there it is.
We got him. Yep. Yeah, so maybe a couple of different percentage plays both players could have made there to maybe push the game in either direction. Hard to know exactly what happens with both players make slightly different. All right, let's head on down into our feature area here. Looks like our green-white player has won the die roll. Oh no, wait, I'm wrong. Our Grixis player has won the die roll, which is honestly probably a pretty important thing to hit in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And a pretty good looking hand here, too. I mean, discard spell, Chandra, Prismari command, possibly ramping into a turn 4 Glorybringer is pretty cool.
Yep.
Prismari command also an answer to the Great Henge, which can be important. We'll see if the command gets used early or late. Of course, the hand will be visible, so Great Henge is face up now. So
a little bit of an interesting decision on the mana sequencing from our Grixis player, electing to play the black source as a painless way to Inquisition on 1, but this is also their second red source, so they've now cut themselves off of Chandra and Glorybringer outside of a treasure token without drawing another red land out of their deck.
Yeah, the flip lands are awesome, but they are very balanced. There are certainly a lot of hard choices to make at times with them. Not having a dual land that makes both manas all the time can create some tricky situations for sure. And we see a Mammoth go to the bin over Lovestruck Beast, over Archon of Emeria. Very interesting choice.
Maybe hoping to kind of get a free one by maybe making them miss their 3rd land drop there. It's a threat that could also be a land.
Absolutely, yeah. So the only two lands in a starting hand, hoping that a land will not be drawn in the next few turns. Of course, runner lands makes that plan look very, very silly. And we're still seeing no second red source from our Grixis player as well. So no 2-drop. So a bit of a slow development for both players.
Inquisition being a little bit slow to come off the top here. Honestly, I kind of like shocking in the Watery Grave and like command shock the token, make a treasure this turn.
Yeah, now that would ramp into a Chandra or Glorybringer.
Yep.
Neither of which can take down the Lovestruck Beast, but with the token gone, the beast can't really attack either. So if an interesting spot, going for the less mana efficient play and the less painful play of just playing a land tapped. Now, of course, though, with no red source coming, we're not casting all of our spells. So
yep. There is merit to waiting on the Prismari command because, like we talked about Great Henge in the previous game, there's no Narset in sight for this Grixis player, right? To like stop the Great Henge from doing its thing. So Prismari command has a lot of upside in that it can shatter that Great Henge with its Destroy an Artifact mode.
Yeah, so maximum punishment here, drawing a Watery Grave. So now no double red. So the turn 1 pathway on black really coming back to haunt Lord here. and no Chandra this turn. Does have Prismari Command available, but now, of course, the Great Henge. Now a little cat and mouse here of not wanting to play the Great Henge before the Prismari Command is cast, but the command needs to be cast to play these red cards. Well, with 2 companies in hand, that is a pretty powerful option for Zindustry to have access to. Gonna allow the attack here, so no command on the token, which I imagine we're not going to see a command at all then. And
yeah,
then
I have to feel like, and now if you're the green-white player, you probably just want to play Collected Wait and Company this turn, right? Like try and stop them from being mana efficient.
Yeah, so now just say go. Leave the only option for Lord to just make a treasure and kill this 1/1. Now company's available too, and now it feels like everything is in our company's player's favor here. Now the command has gone, so the Henge can come down also.
Yeah,
there's the red source.
Glorybringer and Chandra are very powerful cards, but they're also pieces of sorcery speed removal, right? So I mean, Collected Company is just like extra bad against them.
Exactly. So tough choice here. I mean, you can just play the dragon and try and race, but of course there's 12 life to 20. Now there's no guarantee this Lovestruck Beast can actually attack next turn. So we're gonna see a Chandra here, and I imagine Chandra's gonna go up, but this company is probably gonna be devastating. I imagine Chandra's gonna go somewhere. There we go. So revealing a
I think it was a Mind Stone. Yep.
So
which we could cast here. We have all of our colors at this point.
Yeah, Mind Stone makes sense to just turn your treasure into a permanent mana source.
Yep.
It
also gives you a card in the bank for later, technically.
All right, and we have a pretty good company here: an Elite Spellbinder, Archon, or Llanowar Elves, or Scavenging Ooze. Llanowar Elves allows the Lovestruck Beast to attack, so it's sort of like a Llanowar Elves and a Lovestruck Beast. Spellbinder is fine. Declines to go for the Llanowar Elves, so not allowing the Lovestruck Beast to attack. Now could fire off a main phase company and look for a one that way. There's a Skyclave company. Now Henge is available. The options are quite good for our green-white player.
You don't really have, isn't really incentivizing to kill the Chandra here with the Skyclave because they have another one. And then they could kill your thing and get a 4/4. So, honestly, I don't hate, Great Henge into, activate Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, I think just getting the Grand Engine play is very, very powerful here. This seems a little off because, like you're saying, Chandra's already there. And hitting bigger things with Skyclave is a pretty big risk. Now they can kill the Skyclave. A 4/4 is a significant blocker, So now we can see Glorybringer come in, kill the Skyclave, produce a blocker. We're still seeing this Lovestruck not being able to attack yet. The Ooze is going to grow.
A second Glorybringer could drag us back into this game, assuming Lovestruck Beast can't attack again next turn. So the Collected Company is going to be pretty big here. It is notable that the Glorybringer in Exile does cost 7, so we need an untapped land off the top to unlock that next turn.
I don't even think this is good enough, though. So this Glorybringer attacks, it kills the Skyclave, gets a 4/4. Yep. But there's at least multiple creatures in the graveyard for Ooze anyway. The Flyer's getting in. Only 7 life points available for our Grixis player. Company's available. Henge is available. A land means we can go Henge into Company. A 1/1 means that Lovestruck Beast can attack. There's a lot of things that it's hard to look at a bad draw for his industry here.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the whole game just comes back down to that we on 4 didn't have double red because of our pathway. Yeah. And if we would have been able to play Chandra onto that more stabilized board, we would have been in a good way.
Absolutely. So no land draw. So it's funny how the land is actually the best possible draw in that scenario. But here's Company.
Yeah, and here's the whole bunch of stuff. That'll be all she wrote at that point.
Yeah, there's your 1/1. There's your flying creature, and that's it. So yeah, tough. I'm not sure if it would have been enough, even if Chandra had come down on turn 4, because that was a very powerful hand. I mean, there was still a Great Henge unaccounted for in that game, So a lot of stuff happened from our Company player. But just little things. I feel like the theme of the day so far has been tiny little mistakes, tiny little things, maybe even not even mistakes, just like judgment calls. A little thing here, 1 life point there, a little sequence here, and that's Magic. Magic's a really, really hard game, and those little things are the little inches that separate the truly world class players from the players who are on their way to being good or world class players or whatever. I guess being good at Magic's really hard, as I'm trying to say.
Yep, a lot of nuance, right? And a lot of times, it's tough. Like sometimes their percentage plays in a ways, right? Because like our player in this game when they played their pathway and when they were prioritizing not shocking themselves, right? And we saw them make other decisions
Right.
trying to prioritize their life total, and that's just like those judgment calls that you like when you have a little bit more experience, you realize that I should be giving up the 2 life to guarantee that any land lets me cast my 4 drop on 4, etc.
Absolutely. There's definitely a recognition there of I'm the control deck. I want to take as least damage as possible. I don't want to get raced. If I can get my bigger stuff online, I'm going to win. So don't take damage. That's a very, very logical conclusion to draw, But risk versus reward, you need to draw the right conclusions, then draw the right risk versus reward, things there. And then like they could have just drawn a mountain and like whatever, if everything's great too, So there's always that factor of like, well, it could just work out anyway. So a lot of little things here and there. Definitely interesting to see how game 2 plays out.
We see our green-white player pulling their Great Henges out here in the post-board game, which is an interesting choice here. I guess something that's an interesting dynamic against this Grixis deck as opposed to something like blue-white or Jeskai controls. We see these Deccan stones coming in here, right? So this Grixis deck has things like Glorybringer and Nicol Bolas Ravager that play creatures to the board in a way that's different than a traditional control deck would.
Yes, and they're big threats. They're hard to answer with Skyclave. And even if you do answer a Bolas to Skyclave, again, that 4/4 is a pretty big deal. So declaration, not ideal. You don't really want to give the control player a card, but kind of a necessity. And there it is.
All right, pretty good hands for both players here.
A lot of Dargans for our Grixis player, and then most importantly, the 2-mana removal spell to buy some time. So 1 or 2 lands off the top. Again, we're missing that second red. But there's the Prismari command to give us treasure if we wanted to. So not a very fast hand from our Selesnya player here either.
Yep. We're going to get to, have the board be mostly clear here. It'll be interesting to see, do we use the Abrade on this or do we save it to Prismari command? And I kind of like keeping the board empty.
Yeah, I'd imagine you're just firing off here. I mean, I guess there are some cards that command would kill on turn 3 and some cards that it wouldn't.
Yep. Because like the Kazandu Mammoth here is not going to die. And honestly, do you just like make draw 2, discard 2, and make a treasure here? I guess you have Nicol Bolas Ravager next turn, so you don't like need to ramp. So maybe you hold on to this.
Yeah, and the problem is that Lord's Hand is just so good.
Correct.
What
Yeah,
the
loot mode is not particularly good because you're basically just like making a treasure. Yeah, and they're recognizing, my hand's baller. I can't make it better, so. Oh,
yeah,
no.
I like that a lot because this is a control deck, but you are playing huge hasted dragons too. You're just looking to close the game out.
Oh no, we were so excited, Jim. We didn't play the pathway on red.
that pathway's back again. Now the good news is that there's now a Nicol Bolas in play, which is really, really good. So
yeah, we like really need to kill this Scavenging Goose next turn.
Yeah. So
all right, we got 2 shots at an untapped red here.
First ball up.
All right, swing and a miss.
Second ball up.
Hey, right, hit me, dealer.
There it
got
is.
there. Yeah, we see the. All right.
Yes. Now I see Glorybringer come down. That's got to be the game.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think you recover. Even if you deck in stone the Glorybringer, like the Nicol Bolas is just like Ravager is so good. Or Bolt Dragon God is so good. Just 2 for 1 you every turn.
Absolutely. Yeah. The thing is that like, even if these dragons are dealt with, Nicol Bolas Dragon God cannot be in play for like 3 or 4 turns, and you can't hope to win the game with no board. It's just like very, very punishing Planeswalker. We're losing material every turn. They're gaining material every turn. Very powerful.
Even the Deccan Stone, right? Like the Deccan Stone gives you a card for the Glorybringer that already killed your card, right? So like,
right. Yeah, it's technically it's a 3 for 1 on your opponent's side.
And the Ravager's in hand tier 2 for Shadow Lord, going to chew up the hand even more, which means the Dragon God's eventually going to start taking permanents out of play.
Yeah, and then we see the Skyclave, who's just looking really, really lonely right now.
Yeah.
Just nothing to hit. 5's the magic number, In Historic, 5's the magic number.
Yep. Both Fatal Push and Skyclave Apparition. That fifth point of converted mana cost is just huge.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh,
so we just like Inquisition. Oh, I think this is a mistake. I think we're supposed to play our discard spells first.
Sure. I mean, this is like...
There's no wrong way to eat this, Rhesus.
Yeah, I mean, could have stacked a land to protect the hand, maybe, but yeah, I mean, this is just this is a Bolas parade. This is what we signed up for. We wanted to cast this match.
When you register Grixis, this is what you came to do.
Yeah. Bolas is all day, every day. Make it 3/3.
I believe this is the correct play, Z.
Realize it's not big enough. Pack it up.
All 4 Skyclave apparitions are in the deck right now. I wonder if that's going to change.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see a better start from our Celestia player. Our Celestia player is boarding out Llanowar Elves. How do you feel about that?
I don't hate cutting Elf in a matchup like this, but I also think Elf is much better than Skyclave Apparition.
The problem is that I think that the way this Selesnya deck is built, there aren't enough good 2-drops where you can afford to ever cut.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I want the Shifting Ceratops in my deck. I want the Gargoth in my deck. I want these Skyclave apparitions gone. Yeah, honestly, I think I just like want the apparitions gone. I want the bigger threats in the ramp cards.
Yeah, like I actually like cutting Lovestruck Beast because it's pretty hard. It's pretty easy to turn that one off, and it can't block anything.
Well, yeah, and if you're cutting Llanowar Elf, that's another reason to get rid of Lovestruck Beast.
Exactly. So I think that, and because I want to bring in cards like Shifting Ceratops and Gargoth, like you're saying as well, that makes Llanowar Elf even better. So
yep.
Yeah, definitely not sure about the Gargoyles going in that, but the Lovestruck Beast to me feel like the real weak link here. Very easy to turn off and doesn't actually block anything. If you're playing against like Gruul or some sort of like aggressive deck with kill spells in it, and you're a little worried about Lovestruck not being able to attack, at least it still blocks. Yeah, at least it's still big. And we've already there's already been a great hand shaved down here as well, so Lovestruck has less value there. I think that it's really got to be just get on the board. You can't afford to fall behind against Nicol Bolas Planeswalker, against Glorybringer, because they will really slam a door on you hard. So I'm not sure if I agree with this lack of Llanowar Elves here.
All right, they do get to be on the plate this game still, which Llanowar Elf can accelerate that advantage, but it's still pretty good even on. All right, this is a pretty. I mean, the Grixis player just needs lands here.
Yeah, I mean, Crux of Fate, Shadow's Verdict, both very, very powerful. 2 removal spells also and on a draw. I think the Grixis player has to keep his hand.
Yep.
It is risky because you get up there's the land. Never mind. Life's good. Not a problem.
Yep. You even have Blood Chief's Thirst to deal with the Thalia.
Yeah, very, very good opening here. If Lord can find 1 or 2 more lands, and there you go. Yeah. So runner lands there. Couldn't ask for more.
Yep. And even if you miss on the 5th land for a turn, the Heartless Act and the Bolas Ravager should hopefully bridge the gap for you.
Absolutely. And then even if Bolas falls to this Giant Killer, still 2-for-1. I guess it's not a 2-for-1 technically because the Giant Killer also exists, but that's the kind of time the Grixis deck is looking for.
Yeah, it's a good tempo exchange for you, right?
Absolutely.
Very heads up play from our green-white player here, electing to eat with a Scavenging Ooze at sorcery speed there. Plays around this Heartless Act that we see in hand, also plays around Stomp.
And now the question is, now what? Because the Redain is good, but part of the problem is that a lot of the threats that are big on the Grixis side are creatures. So the taxing effect doesn't really come into play that much. So we see Redain here, and
definitely got a Heartless Act that one. Can't have your sweepers costing 7. And if you're our Grixis player here, you're just like super happy with this whole sequence. You've just like used all of your mana every turn basically.
Yes, and you've hit turn 4 here at 17 life ahead on board, which is phenomenal. So
correct. Yep.
We'll see Giant Killer probably take up his Bolas, but then land's already there. Glorybringer's on tap.
No, are we gonna Skyclave? Ooh.
Ouchie.
Ooh, this is not gonna end pretty for our green-white player.
So now this is respecting Glorbringer, right? So this is saying that I gotta save this Giant Killer for Glorbringer because I can't Skyclave it.
Sure,
but
it's instant speed. Yep.
Even then, this is just a really tough spot to be. And now Crux of Fate and Shadow's Verdict look awesome. A 4/4 is coming down, another Crux of Fate, and now Glorbringer doesn't even need to be cast here.
Yep, you just like have the 4/4, and like if you're lucky, they're gonna Giant Killer your 4/4 that you gave them.
Yeah, so this
that could be the reason to hold it too. You like want to Giant Killer their thing, but
yeah.
Okay, I mean there's the Lovestruck Beast. This stonewalls the 4/4.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Glorbringer is not super effective against a Lovestruck Beast. Prismari Command is here. So if this is just Glorbringer attack for 4, interesting choice whether you exert or not. Now, I like the no exert because most of the time Glorbringer is going to stay alive and killing the princess isn't that important. But it's going to work out obviously in the Celestia player's favor because of Giant Killer. But even then, like this is a chump saying I'm casting Crux of Fate next turn.
Yep.
So Glowbringer's dead, but
still casting Crux of Fate.
yeah, then not much else going on here for our Celestia player. It feels like we're in company or bust mode.
Yeah.
Here's the Wrath.
And then the, Bone Crusher Giant's a great follow-up, right? Because it means it gives you another threat to play to the board.
So not a bad draw. It's a card that doesn't die to Bone Crusher or Prismari Command. Now, of course, both could kill it. Oh, never mind.
Big Angry Dragons coming off the top, Jim.
That'll do it. Yeah. I mean, maybe even like some sort of sequence that lights up.
Company could find Redain or Spellbinder to make the Crux of Fate cost 7.
Yeah, I mean, even like some sort of sequence that ends in a Great Henge gets checked by the Prismari Command anyway.
Yep.
We got Bone Crusher. This is a shellacking. This game's falling apart.
Yeah, it feels like this one's all but wrapped up now at this point.
Yeah. So Spellbinder can take Prismari Command, so it can try and block, but then command costs 5, and a 5-mana command is perfectly fine here. So
yep, and the Glorybringer just can activate again this turn.
That's true, yeah. I mean, like basically everything.
Yep, you just get card advantage every other turn.
I think you still command here though, and keep the Glorybringer unexerted, so you can definitely have lethal next turn.
Sure, yeah, I like it. And you drew a land here, so you're like perfectly happy to like loot.
Right. So yeah, pretty powerful. Not a huge fan of Prismari Command. I think that the looting mode's pretty weak, and if you're not killing an artifact, it's like if you're not killing an artifact or really profitably using the treasure, I think it's a little overrated, but certainly good enough there.
It's super flexible, right? I feel like it's a card that's probably not a 4 of in a lot of these control decks. If you're not explicitly abusing the graveyard, you probably don't want to play 4 of them. But like a couple as a utility, the fact that it goes to the dome gives it utility over something like a Braid in a lot of spots.
For sure. It's efficiency wise, if you're not killing a creature or an artifact, your tempo loss on it is significant at times. So it depends. If you have like bomby 5-drops in your deck, like Glorybringer or Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, it can make more sense because you don't mind just like Nugya, Treasure, I'm going to play my busted 5-drop on turn 4 and have it be good enough. But definitely a card I agree you don't want a lot of.
Right. We're going to shift right on over to our time shifted for the round. Dive right on in here. We have Hedon on some more tainted Pact control, it looks like, versus some Angels here.
Full house.
Time we watched some Mardu Angels earlier today. This looks to be the more traditional Bant that we've seen in the format previously. The old 1-land Brainstorm from our tainted Pact player.
Oh, we got a keep there too? Is that a 7-card keep?
I think that is a 7-card keep.
That is a gutsy,
believe in the Brainstorm,
keep.
Jim. It does. Now, to be fair, Ritual of Soot is probably their best card in this matchup.
That is fair. I'm sure X-Piece is good too. And Eliminate's good too, sure. But that's on the play too? Ooh, that's risky.
Jim, you will never lose a game because you mulligan to 5 if you always keep 7. Look at that, Jim.
3 lands in a row.
Can you just believe, Jim?
I'm a non-believer. What can I say?
Jim can't block Warriors, chat. He cannot block Warriors.
Their hand is great.
Also, like, that's a Thassa's Oracle and a Grim Tutor. Let's just combo them.
Yeah, that's
we're good. Let's go.
That's everything. Their hand is so good now, it's unbelievable. So, wow.
It's actually just great. Can we see a turn, like, depending on how much pressure the Angels deck put on, if the Angel deck doesn't put on enough pressure, we could just see like a turn 4 combo kill out of our Pact player.
Yeah, we're just tap land, tutor next turn, win next turn. So, and no way to stop this at present from our Angels player.
Yeah, the Angels deck kind of thrives on just like being as linear as possible. So when you run into another deck like this that's just more linear than you, I mean, like what, you put yourself to 16 and the Angels player's going to attack for 3?
Yeah. Yeah, unless there's some sort of elite spellbinder or some sort of strong interactive element here, this game's over. All right, here we go. That's not it. So we got a quick one here. Not a bad curve from our Angels player. This is the 1, 2, 3 they're usually looking for, but not good enough.
It's
Even has the company on 4,
This time shifted feature match isn't sped up, but it's still ending quickly.
All right, so here's your combo. Thassa's Oracle, Tainted Pact, Goodbye Library.
So again, the Thassa's Oracle trigger says when your deck is less than or equal to your amount of devotion, you win the game. And then Tainted Pact, the way this deck is constructed, allows them to deck themselves because there's no duplicates of cards in their deck once they have a Pact and an Oracle.
This is, of course, possible, too, by all these crazy lands, all the flipped lands, all the snow-covered lands. It's just a large bevy of oddly named swamps and islands available. So now our Angels player is going to dig into the sideboard here, but some of the tools that are usually good in a matchup like this aren't going to be as good. Redain's fine, and we can stop cards like Ritual of Soot, but it doesn't actually stop the combo in any way.
So Deafening Silence plays here. Elite Spellbinder plays here. And then we've got 2 copies of Repudiate Replicate, which I don't have the technology to rotate this.
Hold on.
Tilt your head, Jim.
That works.
Counter target activated or triggered ability, or create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. This is a really sweet piece of technology for this matchup.
Just 2-mana Stifle trigger, that wins the game.
Yeah, and not only is it a 2-mana Stifle to trigger, but this deck also doesn't mind just copying its high payoff cards, right? So it's a piece of interaction that also helps you linear when you don't need to be interactive.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a pretty cool one.
I am curious that the Deafening Silences have not entered our deck there.
I'm not super big on that. I mean, because you do have the ability to just end step the Pact and then Oracle, and it's not a linear card that's just really doing the Angel deck's thing. It's not really a threat. It might slow them down by a little bit, but it'll also slow the Angel deck down because they're taking a turn to play this card that doesn't really affect the board in any way. So I don't hate not bringing that in. I think it's a card. It's also a visible card you can play around, so it's there. So you just, all right, I got to assemble my combo a little bit differently than usual.
Okay, now you got to make a decision here with your land on turn 2. Do you play this for your white source, or do you play the pathway so that way you can have the Stifle, because you need blue-green split to cast the Stifle?
Yeah, if this is we're going to need to see some lands here for sure.
Jim, does our Pact player have a turn 3 kill?
Oracle, Pact, yep. Yep. Now, if
we could hit a
land for Stifle here, but again, I think it's pretty impossible for our Angels player to not play an Angel here. You just can't not do anything,
Yep. So okay, yeah, and they played the ramp spell, so we still have a turn 3 kill even though we cast the thing.
Yep. Yeah, so it could have been end step Pact because the Mind Stone's played that's 4 mana also. So
God, this Tainted Pact deck is so disgusting.
Yeah, it is pretty frustrating. Again, I was knocked out of an event, last weekend to this deck. Similar thing where it's just oops, had it on turn 4 and turn 3, 2 games in a row. Sorry, and it is it is a singleton deck with 2 copies each of Tainted Pact and Thassa's Oracle because you need to draw 1 of each to combo, and therefore they're all unique cards in your deck. A lot of tutors as well. When they tutor for it doesn't feel bad. They played Grim Tutor. They earned it. All right. They played Grim Tutor. But in a game like this where they just draw both copies and a way to do it on turn 3, it feels pretty bad. I'm
going to save us the clicking here because Hedon has won the game here. But yeah, so.
Apparently there's a trick you can do if you just don't, once you cast Pact, if you just do nothing, you
can just let it time out. Yeah, you don't get a chance to respond to counter spells or stuff if you do that. But yeah, that's when true. They don't have any responses, you could just let it go and it'll click through for you. It takes a second though because it's got to process through the animations. Our Undefeated's playing for 6-0 here this round. So he is playing the Black-White Shadow deck that we saw in the first round of the tournament here, and he's playing against Flesh-Eating Gnome, which is they were actually one of the Mythic Invitational competitors at one point. So 2 Sweet. really, really great Magic players. It looks like Flesh-Eating Gnome is playing the Tainted Pact combo deck as well. So these are 2 of our undefeated players, I believe.
So we're going to see a lot of aggression and disruption from our Shadow players. Should be a tough matchup for the Tainted Black player. I would assume, fast clock, Thoughtseize, discard spells, spellbinders, hard to kill creatures like a Danto Vanguard. And not a great hand for a Pact player here. Bunch of lands, search for Escanta, Eliminate's not a bad draw, but these Donda Vanguards can do some work.
Yep. Matt's hand pretty reasonable here on the bottom. Discard spell into threat, even if we miss on the land drop here is pretty good. Ranger of Eos, not exactly where Matt wants to be in this matchup. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some of those board out here, but definitely the rest of the spells here great for Matt.
Absolutely. And we see we're going to see Vanguard over Spellbinder, it looks like, which I kind of like, given that applying the most pressure here. And of course, Matt knows that this hand is not very good. 3 of those lands are visible, so pretty unlikely to get a combo next turn.
And actually getting super paid off for being disciplined and waiting on the Spellbinder here, because Matt, by waiting on the Spellbinder, gave Flesh-Eating Gnome an extra chance to draw an impactful card that he wanted to take, and now we get to take a Languish instead of taking an Eliminate.
Yeah, which is huge. Now, interesting here that Spellbinder will take the Languish, and that's going to make Languish castable later for 6 mana. So now this becomes a time bomb where if somehow Flesh-Eating Gnome can hold on, maybe draw a kill spell or 2, a blocker, some sort of something to keep these Donda Vanguards from killing him or them, then the Languish is actually safe from Thoughtseize in this Spellbinder exile zone, which is pretty amusing. So Eliminate will kill the Spellbinder here, and now you got a few turns for these Vanguards to go all the way.
Every time Matt moused over the Eliminate there with that Spellbinder, it's like, oh no, don't click it. Oh no, don't click it. Okay,
Mastermind's Acquisition.
There's a Mastermind's Acquisition, so that could technically find a combo piece to set you up to draw the other combo piece for next turn. It could also just draw a reasonable piece of interaction as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Thoughtseize here is still going to be the most important card, so whatever's gotten here is not going to be there for long.
Sure.
So it mostly just comes down to, can Flesh-Eating Gnome delay death for 1 turn to allow for this 6 mana Languish to be cast? Wall of Blossoms. That's kind of cool. So a little Sultai action here. So Expertise is going to get Thoughtseized. And then it just comes down to, can there be anything to buy time? Any Fae of Wishes, Thassa's Oracle, just something to get in the way of these Vanguards for a turn.
Matt choosing to hold on to Igdom's Awakening here, knowing that his life total doesn't matter if he wants to bolt that in next turn. Regrowth here on top of the deck for Flesh-Eating Gnome. Not really gonna do much with the cards that are currently in the bin at only 4 mana.
Yeah, how close are we to flipping?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, not quite. It doesn't look like.
If it was there, that'd be it. And Lap's not gonna do it, unfortunately. So, yeah. So close game there. That really was a lot closer than it looked, because that Languish.
Yep.
That Languish went off. We're talking, and that would buy enough time for the Azcanta to flip as well. And then Ranger of Eos is fine and all, but so cool to see a Sultai build. And we see some interesting ones like Chainweb Arachnid, Polukranos.
Something that's kind of sweet here, we see the Ashiok Dreamrender coming in, which in my mind, that's always a graveyard hate card, but the static text on that one actually prevents the tutors in this deck from working, because the static text blocks you from searching.
Yeah, that is quite cool. And also, honestly, the mill part isn't irrelevant, because the mill part just happens to luckily spike a combo piece or 2.
Yep.
That's it. It's over. So very cool.
Yep, they have to try and win in terms of like being able to win when you're not comboing. Like, yeah, there's a Polukranos and there's a Chainweb Arachnid, but like that's not really where you want to be in life, right?
The only thing more impressive than Seagate Oracle beats is Spider beats.
We see Matt moving towards doing what I thought he might in cutting the Ranger of Eos here post board. Like, while the grindy aspect of that card is appealing in this matchup to a degree, and when they're controlling, you really don't want to be going long against this combo deck.
Yeah, I'm also surprised to see the 1-drops gone, the Selfless Savior and the All Seed of Life's Bounty. Both those seem pretty reasonable to protect cards like Thalia. And they're just aggressive, they're just like they're
reasonable against spot removal. I would assume the logic is, you see Languish and Yahenni's expertise, but they are the fact that they're good against spot removal probably means I'd keep them in.
Yeah, even just defending your Thalia on turn 2 is pretty great too. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, especially like we see like Skyclave Apparition left in post board. I wonder if that's a card that an axis you really want to be fighting on in this matchup. You do need some amount of. Oh, that's interesting. Well, you mentioned the Polukranos coming in. They gave up Luris in the post-board game to get Polukranos.
Ah, okay.
I was thinking we wanted some removal to be able to tag Luris in this matchup, but they gave it up. So
Yeah,
I wonder
that's pretty interesting.
I wonder if Matt will readjust how he boarded, seeing that Luris has gone away.
I'm curious how many cards there are that actually are circumventing the lures restriction. Is it just Blue-Green or is it more cards than that? I
Yeah,
didn't
I'll have to look
quite
at.
catch all the
Let
sideboarding.
me take a peek at this deck list here.
I mean, honestly, Skyclave not looking too bad here as the one copy of Maze Mind Tome and the one copy of Search for Escanda were both drawn.
Sure.
But
Yep.
even then, like Skyclave kills a Search for Escanta, and then gets killed and becomes a 2/2 blocker as well. Now Thalia can get through a 2/2 blocker, but it's not ideal. There's also Spellbinder available, Archon available, a lot of good options available. Ashiok can of course turn off suitors.
It
They
is.
can't turn off the Fae of Wishes,
It
which
is
searches your.
actually just the Pelukrinos that breaks the Luris restriction.
Wow, that's pretty wild to remove your companion that you have access to all the time for a singleton card you may or may not draw. That's an interesting one.
I could see it being super reasonable in say like the Rogues matchup where they're
Right.
milling you to it, but here it feels a little bit strange, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. All right, so we get a Spellbinder, and taking the removal spell, pretty clunky hand for Gnome here. We've got a 5-mana Tutor, a 4-mana Impulse or Mana Leak, and then another 5-mana Tutor. Although playing the Fae of Wishes as a creature isn't terrible.
I mean, this kills the Thalia, but it means you miss your land drop for the turn.
Correct. So yeah, difficult choice here. We could also see a Scry as well if this were to go to the bottom.
We could also see a draw this greed to try to hit an untapped land off the Maze Mind Tome draw.
Also true.
Like maybe we think we're far enough behind that like we have to hit that sequence. I don't know if that's the case yet, but that's definitely a thing that could happen.
A tough choice here because removing Thalia from the board is very, very important. This is a really clunky hand. So we're going to see bottom and a Scry. And the bottom again.
Just no land.
Oh, this verdict. That is very expensive.
So now, a 1/4.
The good news is that Fae Wishes does block pretty well here. Although now Skyclave can take the Fae out.
Yep.
Which is like not really what you'd expect to be doing with it, but in this current scenario, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like you just want to keep attacking, right? Like we're attacking the 13 and we have 7 power in play.
Yeah. All right, so make a land drop, get it for 5. Search for Escanta. What do you got for me? Tainted Pact.
We ain't ready for that one.
Yeah. Funny though, because binning it is a little awkward because now you're down to 1 copy of Tainted Pact. Gotta keep it.
Okay, we do get to gain 4 here with the Maze Mind Tome, so we're on a 3-turn clock instead of a 2.
That's a
2-mana. Man, this game has just been all about Thalia.
Yeah, absolutely. Just completely putting the crux on.
So if you hit like this, Archon's still not quite lethal next turn, so I don't think... Well, do you play it, actually? Because, like, they can't have a sweeper, right?
I mean, if they have, like, some of the infests or whatever, the -2/-2s for 3 mana, that could work. But...
All right, no combo pieces torched there, but this also means the Search for Escanta is not flipping anytime soon.
Yeah, so that stops Search from turning to a land. Top guard is Dazzle's Oracle, but gonna bin it. It's just not good enough. And Legion's End the draw.
Legion's End takes the Thalia out. So that's a start.
Now it's important to note that now 1 Oracle's gone.
If this exiles another one, yep.
There's
the second one.
So now there is no way for Gnome to win through combo means. It's got to be Pelukrinos.
Do they have... They could have a third one in the board.
That's true.
Mastermind's acquisition for.
But Fae Wishes is gone now too, though.
Well, no, you Mastermind's acquisition.
Oh, right.
There is actually not a copy in their board.
Yeah, so...
okay, so combo is off the table. The Sultai player has to win fairly, and Pelukrinos is gone too.
Wow, yeah. So it's all about Chainweb Arachnid.
Going the distance.
Which honestly be pretty good if there was 5 lands in play and it got milled by the Escanta. 3/4 that kills a flyer is pretty good, you know?
Sure, yeah.
But Ashiok looking pretty good here. Ashiok turns that off as well.
Matt just like
Arcana
taking a look
Myriad,
at everything
land
here, trying to
drop.
figure out, should we play this? Is there anything that punishes me for doing so?
Yeah, this is pretty tough.
Heartless came into play tapped because of the Archon. That line of text always gets me, Jim.
Yeah, definitely. It's weird because like that one's non-basics. Redain is snow basics. It's snow any land, but
Yep.
yeah, a lot of ifs and here or there's. Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty good matchup for the shadow deck there. A lot of interaction, a lot of disruption, pretty fast clock. It's funny how non-shadowy the shadow decks look. Didn't see any shadows in any of those games.
Yes.
Didn't really see like, you're used to shadow decks in Modern being like they have two threats. They have Shadow and Gromag Angler, and that's it.
Yep.
So a shadow deck winning a game without Shadow is pretty hard in Modern. It doesn't really happen very often. Whereas this is more of just like almost like black-white taxes that happens to have Shadow. I'm happy we're on this side anyway. This is the hero side right now.
The hero of the tournament is definitely the Abzan token stack.
Yeah,
the Pact deck's the bad guy.
For sure, the absolute villain. Let me see a pretty good start for our Abzan player here. Just 2/1 drops, one of the main synergy pieces in Conclave Mentor. Very fast draw, and Zan's playing Crackling Drake. Wow.
So one of the things that's cute about Crackling Drake in this deck is Tainted Pack exiles the cards you go past. So you could just like attack with Crackling Drake and then like Tainted Pack and like give it plus double digits power and kill them.
That's great.
It's fantastic.
I'm a little bit now I feel like Zan's deck is the anti-hero. They're not the pure villain anymore. They're a vigilante of some kind. Maybe they blow some buildings up and kill some people, but they're sort of in the right path, but still the bad guy for sure.
All right, a couple of rough mulligans here for Zan looking for mana. Worth noting though too that like our counters player is also a 3-color deck, so they are missing black mana even though they don't currently have black spells in their hand.
Pretty interesting choice here by Zan also, bottoming the 2 spells, keeping essentially all mana. Valakut Awakening with no cards in hand is basically just a land. And then choosing not to play the Valakut Awakening either.
One of the things we might be seeing from Zan here is he's identifying that a sweeper is probably the only thing that matters to start in this matchup. So we're keeping the Valakut and then lands to cast it so we can propel ourselves into that sweeper.
That's very fair. So good opening here. The old Mentor, or the Collector into Mentor is an attack for 3 on turn 2, which is phenomenal. And of course we have Aspirant and Swarm Shambler available. But, ooh boy.
Oh, baby.
Boy. All right. That's what Zan was looking for there.
Zan is not greedy.
Things up nicely.
Just like getting his swept out here.
Now, the good news is that Shambler Aspirant counter is still a pretty good follow-up. And then Tezzeret's Gambit is here to proliferate and draw some cards. It just looks so odd, this weird-looking blue card in this Abzan deck. But pump the Aspirant up. And now, of course, so the Shambler ability is whenever a creature with a counter on it is targeted, you get an insect or elf or something. And Awakening coming into play here. I mean, discarding 2 lands to draw 3 cards is not bad. So a whole new hand for Zan. Let me see, a Tutor and a Maze Mind Tome. So with the time afforded by the Storm's Wrath, now a Tome can come down, draw some cards, and get Zan back into his game as far as cards go.
Yep, and we see, Tezzeret's Gambit here. We saw the Luminarch Aspirant put a counter on itself last turn, so that way this Tezzeret's Gambit can proliferate pre-combat here on both these creatures.
Yeah. Ooh. I have not seen that overlay yet.
That's the first time I've seen a Tezzeret's Gambit cast as well here. Submit 3, yep.
All right, this is a honky chonky attack here. I mean, with the Constrictor next turn, this is probably lethal, I would assume, right? This is an attack for 7, 8.
Yep.
The next turn's
we're
10.
we're lethal without the Constrictor even, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're right.
We get to go ahead and crack for 6 here, put them to 9, and then we have 9 with just the Aspirant.
All right, so
and this is honestly really impressive. Like, we got swept on turn 3, and we're gonna have turn 5 lethal.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is the kind of deck where it's a lot of raw power. Like it doesn't really interact very well. But it just puts a lot of power on the board very quickly and in a rather impressive way. So more scries to the bottom in desperation, and that's not gonna do it. I mean, Tutor for some sort of Doomblade effect here, but both Swarm Shamblers will trigger and give 2 tokens. So a removal spell on the Aspirant only removes 1 power from the board.
Yeah, it does. It does. Removing 1 power does prevent having lethal on board, which gives you
That's true.
redraws and a sweeper the following turn.
But of course, it also leaves Zan with essentially nothing. So
Yep.
Mastermind for, I don't know, I guess Blood Chief's Thirst, something like that. Play Wilds and then totally all in. And unless the Maze Mind Tome can cough up a Tainted Pact and a Thassa's Oracle in the draw step as well,
Yep.
gonna need some serious help.
And then remember, even if this does get to grinding a little bit, if yeah, we just see a concession there. Even if this does get to grinding, the Luris is sitting there too as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So beating turn 3 Storm's Wrath is a pretty impressive feat. I mean, Zan did all get to 5, but that was a very timely Storm's Wrath. So now we get to see some actual interaction come in. I believe we have Thought Seizes for our Abzan player. A couple of the cuter cards can go, like Mycus of a Lunarch or whatever it is, and can focus more on just like threats and Thought Seizes. Not a ton of interaction.
Isbik sideboarding very quickly there. I would be surprised if this is the first time they've played this matchup. Sure. Zan taking a little bit more time here. I would bet this is their first time playing against Abzan tokens.
Absolutely, and not a ton here. I mean, I'm not sure how many cards have been put in or out already yet, but I mean, Crux of Fate's okay. The deck is just so hard to parse. You just look at it, you're just like, oh my god, this is so much information at once. Yep.
You see kind of the more expensive cards. I imagine we'll probably trim some of the counter spell type effects. Yeah, Pact Negation seems like an excellent trim. And again, like looking up at Zan's cards that are sold on the board here, it doesn't really look like he has anything else to bring in here. Maybe you board in the Aether Gust. Like there's plenty of green things in this token stack.
Gust hits some things. It's funny. I think a card like Crackling Drake is actually really good here. There's no real way for it to be removed from the battlefield, and it's huge. It blocks, draws a card, and then like you were saying, you have this sort of like backdoor Splinter Twin combo of you just have Tainted Pact and Drake you in the game on the next attack. So, like it a lot.
Okay, and then importantly here, Zan's going to get to be on the plate for this game. This is the easy game if you're the control deck. This is the one where they're on the draw with their aggro deck.
Thinking about it, player draw. What do you think?
All right. Yeah, this is pretty good. All your colors of mana. You get a Scry. You get 2 Doomblades.
Good hands on both sides here. And then Adonta, was Adonta Vanguard's main deck? They are not. They're in the sideboard. They're not.
Yep. 3 Thoughtseize and 3 Adonta Vanguard came in here for our Abzan player.
That's pretty good. I mean, just kind of like turning into the black-white shadow deck, right? Just turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Vanguard.
Yep.
Haha, your kill spell doesn't work. Although unfortunately for our Abzan player here, Erebos' Intervention is a pretty good answer to Adonta Vanguard.
It is, yeah. I was actually kind of a little bit surprised to see the Seagate Stormcaller go away here as opposed to the Intervention, because now your turn, like your next couple of plays are kind of invalidated by the double removal spell.
Strong agree. And there's a Vanguard. Perhaps an oversight, kind of just assuming the Vanguard can't really die.
Yeah. Erebos' Intervention isn't a removal spell that sees a ton of play.
Right. Definitely kind of a weird card. But yeah, now Intervention takes care of the Vanguard. Of course, Heartless Act is a little awkward against this deck because of all the counters and stuff like that. But you can always remove 3 counters from Stonecoil Serpent to kill it, and then Mentors that have counters naturally to begin with. Oh my god.
Well, it ended up not mattering. We would have had Legions end anyways. And this game is playing out exactly how Zan kind of wants it to. You want to just like take your time and 1-for-1 the aggro deck a bunch while you keep your life total high, and then eventually you'll like peel 2 combo pieces and oops and kill them.
Absolutely. Yeah. So besides the end, rather than interventions, intervention scales better later in the game. Also, get to see the hand as well, so you get to plan things out a bit. Yep. And the 5th land here for our Abzan player, not particularly great.
Okay. Well, this is cute. So you get to go ahead and play 2/2/2s out here. Little aggressive, but probably assuming that we're going to draw another 1 or 2 drop next turn to pair with the second Conclave Mentor.
Yeah, I mean, definitely cards on the table for our Abzan player. I mean, the cards are there to clean this up. Heartless Act can kill the Mentor. Intervention can kill the Serpent on a later turn. Salundi Vision digs pretty deep. Looks at your top 6 for an instant or sorcery. Of course, Maze Mind Tome's hanging out as well. A lot of good things happening for Zan.
If combo pieces don't show up soon for Zan, though, we could very realistically see Luris drag us kicking and screaming back into this game for sure, though.
Absolutely, yeah. Luris does loom. Now, we see Huatli's Raptor drawn. Now,
so that one proliferates when it comes into play, right? So we'll be able to go Mentor into Raptor, make this Stonecoil Serpent a 4/4?
Yes, I believe Proliferate would add an extra counter with Mentor in play.
Yep.
So we'll see how how this works. And this isn't bad. I mean, this is like basically
We got 8 power in play now.
what Abzan was looking for. Just got to keep flooding the board and overcome these 1-for-1 removal spells. That works.
We proliferated the Maze Mind Tome because we know that this game's not ending before it happens anyways, so we're denying a scry/draw.
That is awesome.
That's great. Yep, love it. Very heads
now
up.
Zan's actually choosing to scry with it and not take that last card off of it, which is kind of desperate, honestly.
Well, they drew. Well, the Zan was only getting one more action regardless because it put a counter on it.
Oh, they drew with it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed it. So 8 power in play, and I mean, Erebos Intervention does kill stuff and gain life, and Salundi Vision can dig deep, but this is a board right now. There are a lot of big draws for Zan, Shadow's Verdict, and so on and so forth, but
I mean, Zan could theoretically win the game next turn.
That is very true. If his Vision hits a Tainted Pact. It looks like we're going to see a...
I like killing the Stonecoil Serpent.
Yeah, a large Erebos Intervention here, which will gain 4 and kill the Stonecoil Serpent. Sort of like Lightning Helix.
It is. Yep. Big old expensive Helix.
So Censor is essentially just a cantrip here.
Debating if we want to vision at sorcery speed, showing a sweeper off of this means that your opponent knows that they have a sweeper to play around.
Yeah.
The downside here.
Certainly a mix of spells, but
it's a lot of choices.
Yeah, I mean, the Storm's Wrath seems very reasonable. Obviously, Masterminds can try and put together the combo.
I don't think they quite have time for that, even at 16 life right now. I think you need something interactive with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just got to be Storm's Wrath, right?
Yeah, I think you just do that, and then just you accept that they're not going to play Luris next turn, and you just take a little bit of a hit, and you do that plus cycle the Censor in to do that.
Yeah. Definitely interesting where cycling Censor first gives you more information, but 1 less mana. Yep. So it depends on how many cards cost 3 that really matter. And still not cycling the Censor. Interesting.
I'll probably see an end of turn here, I imagine. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, all right.
That's a good one. Okay.
So I guess it works out here as well as it would have last turn anyway. So that takes Luris. There's your Storm's Wrath, and this game just got a whole lot harder for our Abzan player.
I mean, we are both technically our Abzan players ahead. They have a threat to Zan's land.
Yes. It is a 1/1, but I think the top of Zan's deck is much more powerful than the top of our Abzan players deck at this point.
Definitely. Yep.
Speak of a devil.
Yep. It's a Song of Freylays here.
Yeah, that's it adds mana, and then the last chapter pumps the squad.
It makes
there are 4 copies of this card.
Trample indestructively. I'm gonna be honest. I had to look up what this card did when I saw this deck list in between rounds. It's like Song of what?
Yeah. It's a 4 of it in this deck. It is definitely going all the way for sure, but not a card that's good, at this point in the game when the board's empty.
Yep. You want to play this card on turn 2 so that way you can flood the board with it.
Yep. Not a bad draw.
Yeah. Hey, and look at that. The song got to make an extra mana there.
That's true. Ooh, so but Feywish is probably going to be really, really good.
Do they have removal in their sideboard left? How they boarded?
I mean, they got to have something here. I mean, they've Tainted Pact and
right.
As an option, Crux of Fate.
We could just see Crux to clean the board up again.
Yeah. Is that 1 of each land? Oh, it's limited, right? Got it. So I guess
that's technically yeah. So Zan can't take those basics. We're using the limited tournament match here for this event here today because Magic Arena has lots of features.
Right.
I would pop at the I was like, wait, why are there basics in the?
Yeah, that's a bold sideboarding choice, So they're gonna get Underworld Breach, and there's a card that can recur a lot of cards, of course. Again, we don't really have a great look at what Zan's graveyard is, but all right. I mean,
we get to attack for 9. These are indestructible and stuff. Okay, it's gonna clean the board out, right? Zan is down to
Just
3.
gonna take 7.
Yeah, I mean this could be a game where the back deck kind of wins the fairway, right? Like this Bone Crusher and Fae of Wishes, just like attack 5 times or attack 4 times or whatever.
I mean, I'm very curious to see what this Underworld Breach does. There's a lot of cards in the graveyard. Is there a card that kills Stonecoil right now?
Yeah, Legion's End.
Oh, right. That's really good.
So there's 9 cards in the bin here. So all of these have escape for 3. So we can actually just Legion's End twice, right? Oh, we can Seagate Stormcaller into Legion's End.
And then you're right, where it might just come down to Bone Crusher Giant might just go coast to coast here. Again, the individual power level of the Abzan deck's cards are not super high. So there's nothing really huge to draw here. There's a Stormcaller too.
Yeah, and the Stormcaller, like, if you plan to win the fairway, the Stormcaller leans into your mediocre creature beats, right?
Yeah, that's perfect. So rather than cast Legion's End twice, just cast it once and copy it.
Yep. Kind of get what you're going for, but also get a 2-1 out of it.
Definitely a cool card, Underworld Breach, in that like you would never put this card in your main deck, but there are certainly times where it can be really good. So it's a great wishboard target.
Yep.
So we're gonna leave the intervention in the graveyard, which I guess doesn't really matter because the breach is going away anyway. But
I think the breach is the only card that matters for. So
yeah,
we got a good game there out of the Abzan player, kind of acknowledging that we don't have catch-ups from this point. And right. In the eternal words of the aggro player, I'll take game 3 on the play.
Yes, definitely gonna be pretty big here. Now let's see. So the Micahs came out, the Dean came out, the Gambits came out, which makes sense. Not really interested in playing I want to play a faster game here for sure.
Yep.
Vengeance Thirst. Abzan's happy going back in. Of course,
yep, I mean, that was a close game, right? Like they had good sweepers, good interaction. Can't beat that sweeper every game, so hopefully we'll get this one.
For sure. Also, the right answers for that Edando Vanguard too. Yep. There aren't a ton of correct answers for that card, and there are multiple in that game. Whereas
in fact, looking at Zan's deck here, it's Legion's End, Erebos' Intervention, Languish, Baleful Mastery.
Sure.
There's
4.
So
not a lot. So I think that the most of the time on average, the turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Vanguard draw is going to be very, very good.
Yep.
All right, big game 3 here. And a slightly awkward mana draw from our Abzan player. Zan's going to mulligan. It looks like we're going to see a not black land on turn 1, valuing the creature first, which kind of like. And Zan's got Tainted Pact, a couple kill spells, Storm's Wrath, and some really awkward lands. And interestingly, I've got to shift the Brainstorm. Just going to keep their Bull Spells and the Cling. So we see tap land. So both very non-ideal land draws from each player in the Sun Petal Grove Courtyard hand and then the double tap land. But
got that Dean of Radiance there in hand as well.
So now, interesting choice here. So Abzan player has the option of playing a 2-drop and then playing a 1-drop, or possibly 2-drop, 1-drop next turn. But it's going to play both 1-mana spells here. So plays the 1-drop, plays the Thoughtseize, and now has 2 drops in hand and a tap land at the moment. Takes Tainted Pact.
It gets paid off for taking Tainted Pact.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that Storm's Wrath's pretty scary, but Oracle Bane to draw makes me look really really foolish there. So not going to thirst this Shambler and give away a 1/1. We'll see the Dean of Radiance come down, which is a little slow. Add counters next turn, but now next turn, of course, the Mentor can come down with a land, Raptor, or Asper can come down also. So see a Cling, draw a card, Memory Lapse, not too bad. Thoughtseize is not too bad. So a lot of cheap interaction coming off for Zan.
I don't know that the Thoughtseize is even really particularly good here, though. Like, you have, 3 decent cards in hand for Itzimic, and you're pretty happy to play any 1 or 2 of them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Mentor is definitely, I think, a step above both Raptor and Aspirant, but they are all fairly similar. The big thing here is can anything get above 5 or 4 toughness for Storm's Wrath? Of course, obviously, wait, do we know about the Storm's Wrath? No, we don't. Do we?
No, we know. Yeah, we know about the Storm's Wrath.
Right. Okay. So
That was
so
in
with
the.
that being a known quantity, then Abzan's goal right now is to get one big creature. But of course, there's also a Bloodchief's Thirst as well. A lot of answers on Zan's side. A lot of answers.
The Thoughtseize is interesting here because it means that Zan now has to choose between playing Blood Chief's Thirst and holding up Memory Lapse this turn.
Yeah. Takes the Raptor over the Mentor.
I think this means we're going to Blood Chief's Thirst the Dean? No? Okay.
And so there's the land draw. I don't know if I like playing the land before casting a spell and revealing that information to Zan. We're actually just going to see Luris. Wow. It's a very slow defensive play from our Abzan player here, looking to pump the Shambler up. And the fourth land was drawn for Zan, so the Stormwrath is available. But Zan is a combo deck. You can't wait too long. I'm not sure what could have been. I mean, some combination of Mentor and Asper can maybe be able to make a creature big. It's tough, though. Between the Thirst and the Wrath, looks very hard to stick a threat here.
Yep. So the Shambler gets to activate. We're still pretty far off. We're like only attacking for one at the moment, which is kind of bleh.
So Constrictor's not bad. That'll go up to a 5 toughness immediately off of the off the Dean activation.
Which is why we see the Constrictor being played, whereas the Mentor didn't get played last turn.
Exactly. So pretty good laps here. And now we need to see if Abzan wants to add to the board even more of his turn, or just kind of keep the same thing going. Just going to attack for one, and just keep pumping the Shambler up.
I like this, because now, like, if Zan doesn't Storm's Wrath this turn, the next turn the Shambler's going to get to a 5, and it's no longer Storm's Wrathable. I guess we could see, like, Blood Chief's Thirst push the Shambler over and then hold up Supreme Will.
Yeah, I mean, the Thirst could just kill the Dean, too. I guess no, because the next turn, yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, this is a weird spot because Zan knows everything. Zan knows not only the entire hand, but also the card
the top card of the deck.
Too.
Yep.
So it's perfect information.
Yep.
So gonna kill the Dean.
Okay. I like this.
And then the Will can also counter the Constrictor. Although again, it is kind of awkward here because like the Wrath is getting pretty awkward. But at the same time, Zan's just drawing to a Tainted Pact and he wins, and Zan wins the game. So as this game goes on, I mean, the longer the game goes, the more it favors Zan.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're gonna play a Mentor instead of the Constrictor. Now, this would allow a Shambler to go to 5. So I kind of like this. This is an ability to get above Storm's Wrath without exposing Constrictor yet.
Yep, and I assume we'll just see a pass here at this point.
Yeah.
And remember, something that's easy to forget, one of the very first things we saw this game was a Thoughtseize taking a Tainted Pact. So there is only one more Pact in Zan's deck at the moment. Obviously, you have all the tutors as well, but...
That's a lot of looks at it. So Supreme Will into Sultai Vision is a lot of looks.
Yep. 4 into 6.
All right. Well, there it is. Acquisition can go find it, and then that puts a 1-turn window for Abzan to draw a Thoughtseize or somehow win the game with lethal damage this turn.
Yep.
Because that'll do it. Not a lot of other play from Abzan here, just besides drawing Thoughtseize.
Yep, and we saw this game kind of played out exactly in the way that the back deck wants to play, right? Like they had a little bit of disruption, just like kind of keep him off it, and then oops, Splinter Twin kill you.
Absolutely, yeah. This is textbook control combo. Because Abzan just can't run the cards out into Storm's Wrath and get blown out, so it has to pump the brakes, and then that's just that's just gonna be the end. So
yeah, I think our Abzan player here made all of the, honestly, I think they made some decisions better than I would have made, and they're just gonna end up losing here because that's just how the Pact deck works.
Yeah.
Just gotta hope they hope they don't have it, and they do. Yeah, tough beat for our Abzan player here. Still a very good record for them. So our Abzan aggro player, remember they played a lot of matches in this tournament. This is obviously their second loss, but they went 5-2 over the course of 7 rounds. It's still a very, very respectable record, all things considered.
Super cool deck. Super cool.
Let's head on down in here. We've got Theodore Brosevelt, our hero in the match on Jeskai control. versus Hedon playing Pact combo.
And a little Sultai Pact combo.
Yeah, it's interesting to see which of these decks choose to play the splash or not. The splash is like kind of free in a way because you have to play all of these uniquely named lands. So like the amount that you change to play an extra color is pretty minimal overall.
Yeah, you're already playing some pathways, probably playing a triome, so
and this is one of the things that you get to have in these open deck list tournaments is, Hedon very quickly gets to just like ship this extinction event to the bottom, not going to be good against this control deck.
yeah, I think the key card right now in Hedon's hand is the Castle Lockthwain. This hand would be very good against no interaction because it's just a straight combo hand. But of course, Theodore's going to bring memory lapse and counter spells and so on to the table here. So Castle Lockthwain is looking really, really good. Pressure is on Theodore to apply pressure of some kind. Whether it's a Bone Crusher Giant, Shark Typhoon, Brazen Bar, whatever it is, just get something in play and start attacking. Don't give Hedon infinite time to get everything all set up.
And honestly, one of the reasons why I wouldn't be surprised if Theodore's build has been doing well as a control deck in this event today is because they've elected to play Brazen Borrowers and Bone Crusher Giants, cards that allow their control deck to be proactive on occasion when it needs to be.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, the cards in the Strixhaven Mystical Archive push you towards that. Both Helix and Memory Lapse, very solid tempo cards. And if Helix is going face sometimes in the matches where it's not going to creatures, that's pretty cool if you're actually like attacking your opponent.
We see Disallow here as the 3-mana counterspell of choice for our Jeskai control player, likely directly due to the fact that this Pact deck is something that you need to be playing against in this format. Being able to counter the activated ability on Thassa's Oracle means that if your opponent goes to combo and they can't beat your Disallow, you just kill them outright because they've decked themselves.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
You get to stifle that Oracle trigger.
So we see what's it called? Talisman, Wishclaw Talisman.
Yep.
In play. A lot of tutoring here for Hedon, but not a lot of great stuff otherwise. These tutors are slow, they're kind of clunky, and Theodore has the opportunity to pick apart the parts that seem important. Choosing to counter the acquisition here and not just countering the card that's gotten with it. How do you feel about that?
I think, especially in a position like this where you have multiple counterspells, just getting to use your mana that turn has a lot of appeal to it. Like I would expect, for example, Hedon to be going to fetch like something like a Thoughtseize there, for example, to generate a double spell turn potentially down the line. That could potentially be problematic.
Yeah, very reasonable. Cards like Mystical Dispute, Thoughtseize, to duress maybe the sideboard, whatever, could set up for a big combo turn. So I think I agree with countering that first one.
And now the second one, like you only have one more counterspell at this point. So like, do you go for this one as opposed to like waiting to apply pressure to the board here, for example, like cycling a Shark Typhoon or putting Brazen Borrower into play has real value now?
Yeah, I think this is a spot where you definitely don't want to, because the Grim Tutor, of course, deals them 3, which is very relevant. And then this is a spot you want to get on the board. Whether it's Borrower or Shark Typhoon, just put something in play. This can be a 3/3 Shark. This could also be a Petty Theft on the Talisman, and then play the Borrower, which I think I would have liked better, actually. It's still a 3-power flyer, but it forces Hedon to replay Talisman again, slows things down a bit, and then you can play a bigger Shark the next turn.
Jim, because templating isn't consistent, because magic is magic, Wishclaw Talisman actually isn't sorcery speed, it's only on your turn. So if we would have Petty Thefted the Talisman...
Got it.
Yeah, that wouldn't...
Well, wouldn't that have fizzled then? Because Petty Theft is only things that your opponent controls.
Yeah, it would
switch control.
It would kill the Brazen Borrower. So the Brazen Borrower Petty Theft would fizzle because the Wishclaw Talisman would go to your side.
Right, correct.
And then you lose your threat.
That is a weird one. My bad.
Yep. I only know that because I played some bad Legacy combo decks and I used it to clear brainstorms during the upkeep with it quite frequently.
Okay. That's kind of cool. All right, so Shark is here, and I guess this Borrower is basically just a flyer then, which is honestly fine. There's a multiverse here too.
Yeah.
No more counterspells, but also Hedon is also running out of resources as well. And Loris doesn't really do a ton. I guess it's supposed to get recast this Fae of Wishes, but sort of a free roll, but doesn't really do a ton in this deck. There isn't a ton of things to bring back.
Okay, I like this. This tempos the Wishclaw Talisman, which means it could cost you 3 mana to tutor this turn. I was gonna say I don't know if I like that better than playing Narset or not.
The new Narset, I think that you really want to have a threat in play. So like, just get this borrower down. Just keep attacking.
Sure.
Don't wait forever. We can get this thing down, and then declines to multiverse.
We didn't multiverse there. Yeah.
So looking to possibly like kind of keep that illusion of mana up. Might also make Hedon think it's a Sod coming. Of course, this comes down to
the deck lists are heads up, and there's no Sod coming in the deck list, so we actually know that that's Behold.
Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, kind of a weird choice there, man. Honestly, I suppose with no counterspell though, if Theodore tapped out right there, Hedon resolved to Pact, and then I guess you can't get the talisman too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see a.
I was gonna say playing the Teferi feels bold as opposed to Narset impulsing, but down ticking seems really good there.
Yeah. So now the avenues are shrinking for Hedon. Pact is there, but there aren't a lot of ways to do it. Now, there is no direct answer to a naturally drawn Thassa's Oracle at the moment, but we've got Narset here, we've got Teferi here, and things are going to be coming up. How many hard counters are in Theodore's deck?
There are 1 more Disallow, and then you have 4 memory lapses to tempo.
Okay, so there really, there isn't much left. It's also an 80 card deck, so there isn't a ton left that can actually defend against the combo, given that both disallows were used early. So
we've got vetoes too. There's
never mind. Veto's perfect.
Okay. Sorry, I missed those.
That was perfect. So veto or lapse would have been great there. And now there is nothing really winning the game yet, but we also have Yori in here too.
We have Castle lurking too on the Jeskai side, so we could Castle to make a token, and then that Helix cuts some time off here.
All right, so right back to the Wishclaw Talisman with the Castle Lockthwain, and that's going to get vetoed. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It's very aggressive. I guess you also kind of want to use your mana though, so like with the Luris. With the Luris being a thing that exists, I don't think I like that because the Luris lets them replay it from the bin next turn.
Absolutely, yeah. And the talisman, if used, you can get an answer on your turn again, and we
can just draw another Helix and kill them.
That also works.
I mean, like you said, the kind of upside to playing this this Helix Brazen Borrower amalgamation is sometimes you just randomly get to finally just end the game.
Yeah, these Helixes are an unbelievable amount better than Baffling End right now. These two Baffling Ends, Theodore's not happy, but it's actually just the game now. So this is pretty nice.
Yep.
All right, pretty convincing game there.
And honestly, looking at how these sideboards play out, I would expect that the Jeskai deck gets better post-board than the Tainted Pact deck does.
It's interesting because normally you would think about boarding out removal spells, right? These Clarions can go, these Wrath of Gods can go. The Helixes are kind of fine, and I think surprisingly enough, Heliod's Intervention is pretty good here.
And the Bone Crusher Giants are fine too, so you get to leave in cards that kill Luris without having to leave in bad cards to kill Luris.
Right, and you're definitely you are on the pressure plan. You want to find some pressure and untap and back it up to counter spells. So Commence the End Game is great at that. Shark Typhoon's great for that. Bone Crusher and Brazen Bar are very solid for that too. Get to bring in a few more counter spells, which is nice. And then on our these pack sideboards and main decks, I just look at it. I'm just like, there's so many cards. What's coming in? I don't even know.
Yeah, and honestly, boarding on the pack side is a little bit awkward. Because you want cards like Thought Distortion against the Jeskai control deck to a degree, but they're really bad in the event that your opponent has adventure creatures in play, giving you the beatdown.
Absolutely, yeah. And then you can't really cut all your removal because there's a solid number of creatures in this deck. There's 2 Borrowers, 4 Bone Crusher Giants, 4 Shark Typhoons. The end game token. That's a lot. You can't really afford to cut them all. And it looks like the Rest in Pieces are also going to stay too. Now, what does Rest in Peace do exactly? I mean, turns off Luris.
It turns off Luris. I think Rest in Peace is just this is better than my other miscellaneous pieces of removal.
That's fair. So better than Wrath of God or Deafening Clarion.
It makes their search for like our Jeskai players not playing search for Azcanta, so it like turns off search for Azcanta on this other side. It makes cling to dust be a blank, so like there's some
Sure.
small marginal upsides there.
There's a mild value here, mild value there.
Okay, pretty good hand here.
Yeah, definitely. On
You know,
both sides.
you need another blue source, but you're happy with your cards. You got a Shark Typhoon to cycle. I can't imagine we mulligan this on the Jeskai side.
Yeah, turn 2 search for Azcanta, really, really good. Cannot be answered by basically anything. And then it sits there, and then as the game goes longer, it's fantastic. So, quite good.
One of the reasons we see those rest in pieces coming in.
Yeah, and that's kind of cool because that is one of the few answers.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, I like this.
second blue. You might see a cycle on the Shark Typhoon. Brainstorm's a little risky. I think if the Brainstorm was going to happen, it would have happened on the main phase.
Yep.
So,
yeah, I agree. I think not only would the sequencing have been different, but I think I prefer this line where you get to cycle the Shark Typhoon to start. You're like slightly worse to play Narset on 3 with this line, but you're also much better off in the event that you're a little bit unlucky.
absolutely. And there is a downside to Brainstorm in this Yorion deck. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
In that the passages are fewer and farther between, right? So instead of having 4 passages and 60 cards, you have 4 and 80 cards. And we've seen these decks sometimes play Field of Ruin almost just as another way to shuffle for Brainstorm. They say they have 4 passage and 2 Field of Ruins.
Yep.
So 80 card Yorion, the Brainstorms aren't going to be as good, and that one was pretty bad.
Okay, combo piece number 1.
So Test of Talent's pretty good. Salundi Vision also pretty good. A lot going on here for a Pact player, and then the next few turns are going to be pretty messy for Theodore Roosevelt. Although the multiverse can clear the Brainstorm cards.
Yep.
In a somewhat awkward manner, however, though, because shields will be down, and that Salundi Vision finds a
Tainted back. We're just done,
Pact,
right?
Yeah, that's over. So now chooses not to upkeep the multiverse.
I mean, our shields are going to be down regardless, though, right? I mean, I guess we technically get to bluff a veto here.
Well, if the multiverse happened on the upkeep and the two non-lands were bottomed, between the 2 cards drawn on multiverse and the draw step, there could have been any blue land, which would allow for I guess it has to be blue land and counterspell, but it's a path at least, whereas right now there's actually nothing.
I believe the game
land
has
drop
ended.
here is almost conceding the game, I think. I guess there's also a thought distortion here, which is going to end this game very, very quickly.
I don't think I've ever seen a 7-for-1 thought distortion before, Jim.
It's I mean, the multiverse is in exile, so it doesn't get that one, I guess.
Yeah, sure. We can draw a land here with this. Hey, look at that. It's only a 6-for-1.
Most of these cards were uncastable anyway. So
oh, man. I believe in you, little Shark Typhoon.
yeah. I don't want to jinx nothing, but this game is still like somewhat winnable. A good multiverse here, maybe draw a threat there.
Sure. No, I'm with you.
The Test of Talents, we'll see if Behold passes the test or not. I think normally you wouldn't counter Behold with the Test of Talents in a spot like in a normal game, but in a spot like this where every other resource is gone, I believe you probably would.
Yep. Yeah, especially with the memory lapse in hand too, like to be able to tempo a follow-up threat. Like,
yeah. So it's gonna be a pretty nasty Test of Talents here. Yeah, this multiverse is really, really important. I mean, if that multiverse hit like really, really well, maybe there's an avenue, but that's got to be it.
Keon gonna get to peruse their opponent's deck here a little bit, getting to check out how they sideboarded as such.
Can you concede fast enough on Arena, but to not show it?
No, you have to put a stop on.
Yeah, because in Magic on you can all right, I'm out of here. But so definitely a little bit of a downside here.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well, found the lands.
We did find some lands.
So I guess the game you get 7-for-1 off Thought Distortion and miss 2 land drops. I guess you lose that game. That's fair. But I do think that the sequencing in those early turns could have been better. I do think that the multiverse could have been fired off on the upkeep. I think the Cycling Shark Typhoon over playing Brainstorm was preferable. So little things here, little things there.
Yeah, definitely could have put themselves in a position, to only get like 4 or 5 for 1 by the Thought Distortion by putting more cards into play.
Yeah. Or more. It looked like Tainted Pact, but not quite.
It did. Yep.
So Remorse, take the Yorion, and this little shark has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and like Search for Azcanta's in play now, so like we're gonna get to, I'm just gonna stay on the Tainted Pact side because they're doing all the searching.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Instead
gonna
of
make
flipping
choices
back
on the
and forth.
Jeskai side. So
Yeah. And whatever choices they make, I say as they play an R set that makes me want to flip back to them.
well, it's getting lapsed for. I mean, maybe not actually. Activating Azcanta is very powerful. Oh, never mind. They can lapse and
They can do both.
Azcanta.
Yeah, you get to Azcanta first here.
Yeah, I missed the Cold Steel Heart.
There's the Pact,
All right,
and
sure.
we know about the Sacred Foundries, so we get to lapse them and then combo them next turn.
Yep.
At least that's the upside to this combo control deck. We don't spend a lot of time in garbage time here.
Unless they make him click through it, and then it's forever.
That's true. That's true. It is built-in combo garbage time.
All right, there's a shark. Looks like we're going to game 3 here.
Theodore Roosevelt's a bro. They're not going to make us sit here and click through it. Come on, Theo. I believe in you. God bless. God bless, Theo.
There we go.
Gentleman.
All right, game 3.
See those extra rented pieces coming
that
in.
White Day Judgment?
Yes, this is a Day Judgment.
Must say, I'm not big on alternate art stuff. And when it's alternate art, it's a weird art I don't know, and the card's not in English. It's a little much for me. It's a little much.
We're getting the traditional caster experience. I can't. I feel really bad for like the people that are going to cast paper tournaments. Like after we've had like 4 years of Secret Layers.
Yeah,
and just like someone plays like a Death Metal Assassin's trophy. Like
what in God's name is
what
that?
these are doing.
Oh, Assassin's Trophy. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing where if it was spectator mode and you could like choose the arts, like in StarCraft 2, players often play in low graphic settings, but the spectators will watch the game and watch in full graphic settings. So like you would just normalize everything to for visibility. But c'est la vie. There's Search for Azcanta again, but that's
Hedon is in the tank here. There's no black sources in this hand, so I think that honestly, if this hand had all the colors of mana, I might keep a Search for Azcanta 6-lander with the castle, but
I might keep this anyway. I mean, you're looking to make land drops and kind of like, and Search does a good job of that too. I agree the black source is a little tough. It's a little tough, and I guess the Jeskai deck is a little more aggressive, so.
Yep.
But making land drops is super key. We see a good hand from our Jeskai player here in Veto, Memory Lapse, Brainstorm.
Oh.
Also a castle. The game slows down.
Oh no. Are we going to see an end step Brainstorm? Don't hurt me this way, Theo.
I would not be happy about it.
For the people at home that are new, a whole new generation are learning how to Brainstorm. You don't want to cast Brainstorm like you cast Opt. You don't want to cast it at the first possible opportunity. You want to use it when you're looking for a specific answer, you're responding to a discard spell. And I think that shock there was them hedging a Thoughtseize running position or duress on turn 1.
Yeah, which is very reasonable for sure.
Life total
doesn't matter at all.
The life total doesn't matter. That shock is a fine hedge, I think.
Yeah, and now here's a discard spells. It looks pretty good. So choosing to veto the discard spell rather than Brainstorm to hide stuff. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Veto's pretty clutch.
We have a lot of cards that we like.
What's up?
We have a lot of cards that we like in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like, you could just hide the veto. The lapse is redundant. You could hide it to Teferi, too, The vetoes are the real end-all, be-all hammer in a counter war, and, like, you only have so many of them.
Sure.
So I really would prefer to keep them and use them later. Speaking of the devil, I guess.
Well, you just use your other one. Now, this time, I don't know that I like vetoing. I think I would have preferred put back veto, put back Teferi.
Yeah.
Let the Thoughtseize resolve.
Again, these vetoes are really where it's at, and now 2 vetoes are gone. These are really, really successful discard spells from Hedon.
Yeah, like Hedon's been denied information, but you also can't be too upset that like the card you would definitely have taken was cast.
Right, yeah, like pretty likely those cards are being taken anyway. So, and now the thing is that these lapses are here and they can buy some time, but lapses is good when you're ahead or like pushing an advantage, and that's not really happening yet.
Well,
You
we
know,
have Brazen Borrower.
yeah, I mean, if the borrower comes down and lives and goes through, sure, that's reasonable. Looks like it's going to.
Ooh.
Obviously, there's no guarantee on Theodore's side that it will. But we're actually going to see a petty theft and a negate.
I feel like I would have preferred just getting pressure into play here.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. You know, the
The mana
bouncing
is
Cold
irrelevant.
Steelheart at the cost of not deploying a threat is too much of a cost for me.
Yep. Yeah, if we had 5 mana and we were like could potentially do both, sure, it's like mostly a free roll. Like the negate kind of hurts you at that point, but like it's mostly fine.
Yeah, you're also not playing around like a singleton negate at that point. You know, you're happy to just make your optimal play.
I kind
So,
of like Brainstorm end of turn here to try and hit your 5th land for Teferi next turn. Yeah, I like this.
there they are.
This is a good example of a good end step Brainstorm, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. You have a need and you're gonna try and meet it. So
Yep.
here's the fairy untapping with double memory lapse. That's pretty good. It's definitely pretty good.
Honestly, like this is like potentially game winning good. We've got double, and you know we talk about how cards like Memory Lapse, traditionally speaking, aren't good in control decks. But when you have this Planeswalker in play, we're getting an extra turn getting an extra advantage with it while you're tempoing your opponent is huge.
Absolutely, yeah. And the planeswalkers sort of changed that paradigm where when memory lapse was legal 100,000 years ago, there were no planeswalkers. You know, the control matchups and control mirrors were just trading 1-for-1. It wasn't about getting this amazing card advantage engine on the board. It was about I 1-for-1 you, I 1-for-1 you, I 1-for-1 you, I cast Fact or Fiction or Whispers of the Muse or whatever, you know. So definitely changes how we look at the card.
And I'm pretty sure the games that Jim is describing were played by candlelight.
You had to walk uphill in the snow to your little log cabin. You light the candles. You know, you make sure the bears aren't going to come in, and you play a little magic on your.
Oh gosh, this is a huge mistake. We let
rules.
acquisition resolve instead of lapsing it, and now this happens.
Yeah, so not lapsing the 4-mana clunky tutor seems pretty crazy to me.
Yep.
Because you'd want them to have to do that again.
Oh no! Oh please play the Shark Typhoon. You get to untap your lands.
So other option here is also just to float mana and make a 6/6 shark. But of course the Theodore doesn't know about this thought distortion. Though honestly, what else would they be getting there? But if they didn't counter it, then they probably weren't thinking about thought distortion.
Yeah, because if you're thinking about thought distortion, you counter that.
Right. I mean, playing Shark Typhoon, untapping 2 lands is still a really awesome play.
Correct. It's still a very strong play.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh gosh.
So adding Yori into hand, yeah, I think this is a bit of a misevaluation here for.
I thought before the acquisition resolved, I would have thought Theodore was in a pretty unlosable position.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna be potentially against a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I mean, Teferi is still in play. Yorion is still in hand.
And we're gonna get a 2/2 shark. So like we're not just dead, but
right.
we're much
this is like
worse.
Not the end of the world, you know. Realistically, also, Hedon doesn't have a ton more going on. You know, the shark checks the Lurrus, Kling can draw a card, but overall, it's not, you know.
Yeah, Hedon is on 0 combo pieces, so like it's not like we're just like one good top deck away from ending the game.
Right. So draw a card again, and big look here for Rest in Peace. I mean, that I don't even know if there's any cards in the graveyard for Lurrus anyway, but this does
it makes the Kling
response.
Yep, it makes the Kling no longer do stuff. The Kling would have drawn multiple cards here.
Right.
I assume we're going to see a 5-mana 4/5 here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Pressure must be achieved. So. Okay.
Yep.
That's step 1.
This is the scary part. This is why losing the memory lapses was a big deal.
Land. Yorion. All right. Here it comes.
All right. Survey says.
It's a little redraw here. Enough mana to go off as well. So.
Yeah. And the Rest in Peace here does mean that Lurrus doesn't get to sit here and replay Mind Stones this cycle.
Very true. Very true. Thin value, but definitely doing its job. Turn off a Kling. Hurt Lurrus a little bit.
Okay. And I'd be very surprised if we see this duress happen here. I feel like you definitely want to save that until the turn you're comboing. You want to give them the most possible chances to draw that counterspell.
Absolutely. Strong agree. And the combo is cheap enough where you can afford to do that.
Yep. And especially with the game that's taken this long.
Yes, happy to play Lurrus here. Just try and gain some life, pressure Teferi a little bit,
Yep.
and hope that it can be drawn out of the next turn or two. Still a few turns here, so
Just like looking for any kind of counter magic here, not realizing that you actually need 2 pieces. Okay, Brazen Borrower, gonna get to tempo the Lurrus. I mean, the Borrower is actually lethal here, right?
that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
Yeah, if Lurrus is bounced, yes.
Yep. And I imagine we're gonna bounce it because it's attacking the Planeswalker that's gonna ultimate.
Honestly, I don't think ultimating Teferi would be correct anyway. Like,
Sure.
it doesn't actually do anything for the next turn or two. You're about just drawing cards. Unless you draw Brainstorm, that's pretty cool. But
yeah.
All right, so we see the bounce on the Lurrus.
So, in a technically not dead yet sense, this Tainted Pact now has to turn into a piece of removal.
Yes. Which is basically conceding the game anyway, but
correct. Yep. That's we're out of out point at that juncture, I believe.
Yeah, pretty tough here. Also, a question of does the duress need to come first to like protect this removal? It's tough place to be.
The big story of this Jeskai deck to me is definitely a highlighting of how you just need to be proactive in some degree in this format. You know, the pairing of the adventure creatures and even just a Yorion as just a 4/5 beater, just really impressive in basically every game we've watched Theodore play.
Yeah, and then Yorion, as we were saying with the checking off the boxes kind of thing, 5 mana, 5 toughness, flies. You know, it does check off a lot of the anti-removal boxes. So the body itself, while it doesn't seem very impressive, it does line up very well.
Yep.
So we're cycling through all the possible cards here. Now, if the oracles are removed before the removal spell pops up, that is also game.
Correct.
Fey of Wishes sort of plays.
Technically not dead on board with Fey of Wishes.
Yeah, and then in theory, you could maybe bounce it like the next turn, but there's not enough cards for that though to have like the bounce it, cast it, and also
you can play this and Lurrus this turn. Deciding that's not good enough. Okay.
There's an oracle.
There's an oracle, which means now every hit you take from here is a risk because you could second oracle, which ends your Tainted Pact.
Correct. That's land.
I wonder what card we're looking for.
I mean, we haven't actually seen a kill spell yet, right?
Yeah, and I imagine a lot of them are boarded out, I would think.
That's very true.
Like this is a control matchup.
Thought Erasure. Argyle's Bloodfast, cool card. Escantha.
That's the second oracle, and we're done. Yep. That's the game.
All right. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, and it's not often that you get thought distortioned and live to tell the tale, but this is definitely going to be one of those times with the Jeskai deck here. And again, I think just kind of highlighting how Theodore has built their deck in a way that's very appropriate for the format, acknowledging that, you can't just dirtle around and do nothing when there's these combo control decks that have access to a really powerful card like Distortion consistently.
Absolutely. It just goes to show how good the adventure cards are. Like, they're just so good. They're just like such an amazing amount of value and a complete package of their threat. They can their removal spells. They really just do so much that you're putting this 4/3 3-drop into your control deck. Because it's just that good. It's crazy.
Great. Our Pact mirror on the backup camera. So Theodore reward for beating Pact is going to be playing against another Pact. So we got Jeskai control here versus Grixis Pact, Grixis combo, whatever you want to call it. Pretty quick mulligan there. Rough start for our Jeskai player. Bold keep.
That's kind of a weird one to bottom the hard counterspell and keep the Deafening Clarion. I mean, I understand the counterspell is pretty hard, far from being cast, but what utilities does Deafening Clarion have, like, at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe a bit of a misclick there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that one. This is going to be bad. So, actually, we're going to see a Maze Mind Tome over the Thoughtseize. So, the multiverse gets to go into Foretell area here, and that opens up a blue source to make this hand functional. So here's the Thoughtseize, which is honestly pretty humorous because the hand is just 5 uncastable cards. So I suppose Stomp is castable, but Stomp not super important really. And in game 1, there's plenty of kill spells to deal with it. The lapses are kind of annoying. This is a real one of those spots where your hand is so bad, I don't even want to take. Like, I want to take something, but it doesn't matter what I take really. Probably looking at Stomp here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like you can kill the Bone Crusher Giant. I guess we don't have any removal spells in our hand, right? Yeah, you could go a couple different ways here.
Yeah, with no actual kill spells, maybe like the way you lose this game is just like land, Bone Crusher, attack 5 times, and then there's this hand of, Sultai Vision and so on and so forth. But I mean, this no land draw here, and unfortunately, this is gonna be a quick one here. Was this 6 cards or 5 cards for Theodore? I don't quite remember, but tough nonetheless. And with Maze Mind Tome available, Behold the Multiverse available, Sultai Vision available, everything here is going, no interaction. So Zen just gets to go, cast granted, go find another combo piece. Actually going to get a Tainted Pact, which I suppose can get the Oracle as well, but
Okay. And
is there no Oracle in Zan's board?
So I don't think there is, and you can't get Oracle with Fey of Wishes.
Oh, sure. That makes sense. Why?
Technically, 2 packs lets you win the game too, right? Because the first pack lets you grab Thassa's Oracle.
Right. It's just not this turn. So that would cost 6 mana. So the shields are down this turn, but unfortunately, Zan has no way to directly capitalize aside from just being in a really good spot.
Yep. Well, it'll be interesting to see, Zan obviously going for the aggressive combo route, considering the fact that we didn't have blue mana, but now the blue mana is here, so now we're gonna have to play through these memory lapses.
Yeah, I mean, with Multiverse and Tome available, the tools are certainly there. Sultai Vision, I mean, there's a lot of options here. And then now Theodore's in the spot where Theodore just can't do anything. Like, interaction needs to be held up at every point. And, Multiverse can help a little bit, but there's not going to be anything threatening on Theodore's side of the board for a long time. All right, that was a good draw. That helps a lot. Now, the things that I just said aren't as relevant because that opens up both lapses and multiverse, possibly Shark Typhoon. So Zan here decided not to foretell the multiverse, looking to instead just Sultai Vision and then draw a card off the tome. Totally reasonable. And pretty good options here as well.
Choosing that one probably because of the cheap cantrip. We got plenty of ways to spend our mana in an expensive manner. I guess we've also missed a lot of land drops on the other side too. So like Censor could tag something like a Teferi at this point still.
Yeah. Would have liked the land probably, but so we got to see how patient your Zan is brainstorm. Zan's gonna go for it, looking for that extra land drop. And
yeah, I like the brainstorm looking for a land here. Like there really isn't anything on Theodore's side that really punishes you here. Like honestly, if I'm Zan, I might even just cast a search for Azcanta as well.
For sure, yeah. And then the Censor actually ends up looking really smart because the one card really scared of is Teferi.
Yep.
And now the Censor checks that. So Zan can go tap land, search, go, with the ability to Censor or end step, Tainted Pact, or end step draw a card. Draw looking very, very good here. It is weird seeing 3 copies of a card in the Singleton deck.
Yep.
That's the one thing that makes me sad about this deck is that it's not a Lutri deck.
Yep. It's funny. They initially, right when the set released, it was initially a Laturi deck, but just that was another thing that like the companion role kind of just killed, right? Like it's basically a 8 mana combo at that point where you like Laturi or Tainted Pack, and you'd much rather just like have the upside of like drawing your extra copy.
Right.
The classic Tainted Pack to clear my brainstorm.
I imagine this is also just going to be finding a Thassa's Oracle too. So
sure, yeah.
Little end step Demonic Tutor. Demonic Tutor is, of course, banned in Historic, but not really.
The instant
Just here
speed
it
one
is.
is legal though.
There's Oracle. Now, there isn't actually a defense here. Um, and there is a disallow in hand, too. So if we see an Oracle and then a Tainted Pact exiles the library and then a disallow on the Oracle trigger, this might be a real steal here for Theodore. Let's see how patient Zan's going to be. It looks like Zan's going to be patient here and not walk into it.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty smart on Zan's part. Obviously, like he's ahead on mana, he's got the search for Azcanta. There's just like really no reason for him to be overly aggressive here. Like, sure, there's like the Shark Typhoon here, but like it's not really doing a whole lot.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then, of course, plenty of time to Maze My Dome, draw another card, and then search for a duress or something like that with the talisman.
Gain 4 life as well with this Maze Mind Tome. So like the sharks
Sure.
already aren't that quick, and you're gonna make them even slower.
For sure. So going for multiverse over shark. I'm not really big on that. I think that just making land drops is important, but having threats is also important.
Yep.
There are plenty of counter spells in hand, so just keep pushing, and just try and close this game out. Because clearly, the more time Zan has, the worse it is.
I think if the fifth land was the difference between 2 counterspells and 1 counterspell, I would have liked pushing for a land there. But like you had 2 memory lapses regardless, so
Right. Well, I guess turned out okay because Anger of the Gods would have killed both sharks anyway. So again,
honestly,
no real rush for Zan to do anything.
Honestly, we could have Tainted Pact end step there to find a discard spell.
Yeah.
I
guess with both lapses known about, there really isn't a rush, like.
Sure. Especially, I guess the Anger of the Gods drawn here as well. Like even if there's another shark cycle this turn, you like get to anger and clear them out the following turn. Again, just like take your time. You also have Fae of Wishes that just ploop down and block.
Yeah, and then Azcanta will also be flipping, I think, next turn. It's a weird spot because for Zan, like, it looks kind of silly, right? We're looking at Zan's board. He's just so far ahead, and like, it's easy to watch and be like, well, why is Zan just winning the game already? You just do it. You have all the stuff. But the reality is there's just no real reason to do anything. You can just make your hand. A combo player is looking to kind of make their hand perfect and then go when they need to go. If they don't got to go yet, you just keep, unless there's some sort of like crazy hate card available that would like totally shut things down.
Wow, this is really aggressive.
For it, so. This is going to lose the game. I guess the talisman can find a counterspell too, right?
Yeah.
Is there enough mana for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we do technically. I guess we technically can.
Oh my god!
I guess Zan assumes
this is it. The game's over.
Yeah, I think Zan assumes that. Zan assumes that he's just getting memory lapse. He doesn't realize he's playing around disallow here.
Yeah, and this is open decklist, but this is it. This is like the total punk out. Like Ashton Kutcher's gonna pop out ever.
Yeah. Because, like, if you're Zan's side, like, you have the Wishclaw Talisman to get your second Oracle, you just, like, go for it again next turn, but, like, Disallow just completely throws a wrench in that, because, sure, you let the Tainted Pact resolve, you have, like, 3 cards or 2 cards or whatever left in your deck, and then you disallow the Oracle trigger.
No, don't. Oh, man, we had...
Man, if you're not punking them out in a spot like this, why are we even playing it?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, that was it. That was the entire game. The game was over. Unless Zan decides mid-Tainted Pact to decide to not go for it.
Oh my gosh, there's a Pact of Negation.
All right, that wasn't it.
Oh gosh, Pact, wow, what a messed up card. Holy crap, I forgot about that one.
So I guess it didn't actually matter.
It didn't actually matter. Zan's a wizard and this deck is messed up, Jim.
Yeah. Not now, Pact of Negation, it's been cool seeing that card played fairly in Historic. I haven't really seen it played like you do in older formats where it's like haha, I'm not gonna have another turn.
This is like a show and tell Pact of Negation.
Right. This is I'm not gonna pay for this. Haha, you lose. And
yep.
Yeah, that's it. What
we're seeing Zan here leverage if you let your thing time out. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and concede there. So if you let your rope run all the way out there, and Zan's rope was almost out anyways, it auto exiles your deck for you. So shout outs to Theo for conceding rather than making us wait.
That was crazy.
Man.
I thought, I mean, I was not to, to knock on Zan at all, but I was so happy to see him get dunked on there. Like, that's such a
Well, I
crazy
think
way to
just like
win,
the
but
the disallow
the
win it
Pact
just
had it
seems
anyway.
kind of
So
sweet. But yeah, it makes sense that Zan is a wizard. And he knew what he was doing. He's played a lot of Magic. He knew
for
he knew
sure,
he
Zan knows what's up.
he knew he was beating double laps. Yeah.
Right. All right. So, I mean, tough game there. Obviously, however exciting that last turn was, that game would have really been over for a number of turns already for the most part. The missed land drops, the good draw on Zan's side. We're going to need to see a lot more from Theodore if Theodore wants to win this match. Most notably, a blue source of mana before turn 4. We could start at the baseline of that.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Theodore getting all of those pesky Deafening Clarions and Wrath of Gods out of his deck too. Not only did he have some mana issues that game, but he had Clarion and Wrath of God rotting in his hand, not looking particularly exciting.
Yeah.
Definitely. And honestly, so something that might be worth thinking about there too is, whenever you lose a game against a combo deck with a counterspell in your hand and you let other things resolve earlier in the game, I feel like you always have to go back to oh, was I supposed to counter a setup piece at some point? It's not just about saving all of your counterspells for their big turn if you can't use all of them on the big turn.
Exactly. It's a lot of planning and a lot of thinking about what's that big turn going to look like? And then how am I going to play that big turn? What's going to happen? How's it going to interact and so on? When's it going to happen? So a lot of planning for sure.
And we see Zan, and honestly, I think this matchup gets better post-board for the control deck than it gets for the Pact deck because, a lot of those removal spells and stuff that you normally want to cut against a control deck play against this Jeskai deck game 1 because they have these adventure creatures and all these sharks and stuff. So post-board, you're making a conscious decision to be able to fight their counter magic better, but you're also going to be worse against their pressure.
Yeah, there honestly isn't really a ton of cards that Jeskai can bring in though. There's the Commence the Endgame, 2 Disputes, a Veto. Rest in Peace is passable. Heliod's Intervention is passable, but it's not a ton of stuff. It definitely improves for sure, but not by a huge margin, given the size of the deck being 80 cards and only 4 or 5 super relevant cards coming in.
All right, so we have pretty good hands here for both players. Nobody's going to have any issues with their colors of mana this game. Both players have threats and disruption here, so we'll see how our players want to sequence here to start. We could lead on Duress. This has the upside to tag something like a Rest in Peace or a Narset before it could potentially resolve.
Yeah, a lot of attention with the discard spells because you only have one each of them. So often you want to time it on a critical turn, either a critical turn before Theodore would play a card like Teferi, or the critical turn of just going off and trying to win the game. So we'll see how long this Duress gets held on to.
And I'm not surprised to see this cast on turn 2 here. I think if you weren't planning to play it on turn 2, you probably lead on the Triome here as opposed to the Blood Crypt.
For sure. And then I think that you're correct here that Narset is being recognized as a very important card. So this is that turn before Narset. So we're going to play Duress and see if we can find one. Yeah, Narset is found.
Narset preventing.
I'm sorry.
Narset preventing draws isn't super relevant in this matchup, but the fact that she generally impulses to find 2 relevant cards is super critical.
Absolutely. So we see the Duress take the Dovin's Veto. Again, recognizing how important that card is. I agree strongly. Disputes play aroundable, and there isn't a ton else going on. The multiverse here is pretty good, though. And Inquisition not looking super great here. The cards that want to be hit are not available to be hit.
The island being played last turn as opposed to the Triome maybe signifying that Zan thinks this Tram could be a spell still, potentially.
I'm sorry, what?
Zan elected to play the island on turn 2 as opposed to the tapped land in the Triome, so maybe perhaps still thinking about cycling this Triome.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird because you want to keep the gas flowing, but making land drops is important too. At least he has the option at this point as well. So
yeah, hitting double blue is also super relevant in this deck. So I guess we could see the tap line come down this turn still. Nope, we're gonna go ahead and wait. I wonder if we're gonna see the stroke happen on the Behold the Multiverse here.
I think we will. I think that the finding lands is really important because this Typhoon and the Teferi don't do anything without lands. There are obviously 2 lands off of Teferi. A Shark as a 2/2 is fine, but normally in a more pure control mirror, you don't counter the card draw spells, but not really a pure control mirror. Zan is certainly looking to get things going. Theodore draws the land anyway, so a little bit of punishment there. But I agree with the stroke. Now there's a weird one because the Triome, again, as you're saying, it's really important. It's a blue source, but I guess Zan wants to cast Granted here and go find.
I wonder if we'll just
something.
see Tainted Pact happen, because like Jace kind of sounds appealing, and then you remember Jace is a triple blue card.
Yeah, pretty far from guessing Jace.
Yep.
Is there a preemptive card that can? Is the Duresses? Because Duress is already in the deck.
You know, all of our discard spells are in the deck. Yeah, honestly, it's probably Pact. It might even still be Jace here, just assuming the game's going to go a while. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like Underworld Breach or Tainted Pact get picked up here.
Yeah, definitely very awkward
piece.
mana of this game for Zan.
And I mean, and honestly, he made the choice to have awkward mana, right, by not playing the Triome out.
I would not be surprised to see Triome next turn and then cycle the Slew at some point. So,
for those of you that are just joining us, by the way, you saw one of each basic land there in Zan's sideboard. He has not registered a bunch of basic lands in his sideboard. Magic Arena currently has a bug that requires us to use the limited tournament match mode when these players direct challenge each other, as opposed to the historic match mode. So limited matches have one of each basic land in your sideboard.
So we see the Shark. We see the tap land denying the ability to Teferi. So kind of tough. Multiverse also good too, though. So at least there's some sort of proactive thing for Theodore to do on the end step here and use this 4 mana. Not a lot of defense, but of course Zan doesn't really know that. I mean, the Multiverse is the hidden card. It could be a counterspell. It could be something else. And Zan's not really ready to go for much anyway. You have a Tainted Pact here. Fae of Wishes can block. You know, Blood Chief's Thirst. Not a ton going on.
If this Behold finds something like a Veto or a Memory Lapse to protect this Teferi from Blood Chief's Thirst for a turn, we're going to be pretty far ahead on the Jeskai side.
Absolutely. So easy bottoms there, because those are not 2 mana counterspells. And a Disallow the draw. Now, if there had been an untapped land there, that would have played too, but still stuck on his Triome.
And you don't know the Blood Chief's Thirst is here. I guess you might want to hold up the Disallow just for the sake of not getting combo killed next turn.
Yeah, I think once again, with the option of having a thing to do, being Brazen Borrower, as long as Theodore can use their mana every turn in some way, I think that's fine to be not playing Teferi. You kind of play it safe. Without a proactive thing to do, you might need to risk the Teferi, but with Borrower, no. Augur of Bolus is here to put the top cards of a library onto the bottom of a library. Just kidding. Just kidding. They're all hits.
Look at all these choices, Jim.
Yeah.
I didn't know Augur could show you 3 cards you can take. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be illegal.
Yeah, I also did not know that. But good choices, too, in both Negate and Dispute. Tough to say which is better currently.
I feel like I expect this game to go long enough that the Negate's probably going to be better.
I think I agree. The Dispute is good when you're going to fight a war, and there's no, or a battle. I said it was a battle, I guess, and there's no battles to fight at the moment. You know, really, until an Oracle's drawn or something like that. And honestly, with Fae of Wishes holding the fort, this Negate feels pretty great, you know?
Cold Steelheart gonna give us a 3rd blue mana on Zan's side, which is pretty nice. No, we're just passing. We're holding a land for the turn 2. That's interesting.
Yeah, was there a land not played? That's weird.
we skipped a land drop and we chose not to play Cold Steelheart. What do we hold lands for? There's like a one of Faithless Looting in Zan's build, is there?
I mean, maybe for Fae of Wishes, but the only
we could be bidding for Fae of Wishes. Yeah, that's true.
This just the thing is, like, Granted is fairly mana intensive, so yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one. We also did not see the Borrower end step. We saw a Princess instead. Well, there's the Oracle. I bet you Zan switching. He played that land and it's called Cold Steelheart now.
Yep.
Not seeing Borrower is pretty interesting, honestly. I think that you'd want to get the most. I guess it doesn't really attack well into the 1/4, so that makes sense. Double Aether Gust available. Not looking too good right now. How many Aether Gustable things are there in this deck?
Not a lot.
Yeah, like
you're like blue black with like a blip of red.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna see an end step Petty Theft on the Cold Steelheart, which is totally reasonable.
Yep. This is the 3rd blue source, so keeping that out of play for a turn is the difference between Oracle with negate backup and Oracle without negate backup.
It is gross how much work the Fae of Wishes is doing right now.
Yeah. The fact that like your tutor gets to gets to just be a horn turtle that flies is like really good.
Yeah. So we're seeing Tainted Pact here. Now, what's this Tainted Pact looking for? Another Tainted Pact? Like, what was
I feel like maybe we were just looking to like thin the deck to maybe have like a natty Thassa's Oracle next turn.
what was the initial pact from Fabushes?
Yes. Oh,
So
it
that
was. Okay,
that
yeah.
has to happen because otherwise
Yep.
there's two packs in the deck. So that was
Yeah,
just
good catch.
I'm cycling, so now I can combo.
Oh, yeah, that's a good catch too. So if you have to get through that.
Right.
Okay.
Thoughtseize is a great draw here.
That's the end of it, right? I mean,
Awesome.
I guess you disallow the Thoughtseize and then you don't know that it's safe to go for it.
Right. Yeah, and I mean the extra mana from Cold Steel Heart is really clutch right now because that would be Pact, Oracle, Negate, Thoughtseize. We're currently one short of playing all of those cards.
Yep.
And the question is,
and honestly, with that in mind, you might just play Cold Steel Heart and Bass here, and then set
exactly.
that for
So
next
there
turn.
might not be a rush to try and do this yet. I don't think you want to Thoughtseize if you're not winning that turn.
Yep.
But of course, it's tough because I mean Zan knows some of the cards in hand, knows this Aether Gust, knows this Teferi, and knows there's a possibility this game can be won here. So now Theodore has to just disallow this, which is honestly, even just disallowing it is such a show of weakness because you would use any other counterspell before disallow. So Zan now has to ask himself, is he going to go for it or not?
And I really think the answer is probably no. Because, like, even if you put Zan on 0 counterspell right now, that means he's going to be at most on 1 counterspell next turn, and you might as well just wait for it.
That's fair.
So I don't think there's an incentive to jam here, because if you put them on nothing, they'll still basically be on nothing next turn, even at +1 counter, because you'll have the negate next turn. Rest in peace. Not doing a whole lot. Definitely like has some text in this matchup, but definitely worse than it is against the Loris variations.
All right, so Yori in hand here, not particularly powerful.
And you just know you're good to go, right?
Yeah, this is gonna be it here.
They've got at most one thing, and you've got a negate face up.
So that should do it. We should be seeing Zan moving on to our finals here.
Okay, and he's gonna have, I think, again, if you're Matt, our black-white shadow player who went 7-0 in the Swiss to make it to the grand finals, you're happy with this outcome here. Obviously, no match is free, and Zan's a very good player, but Matt does still have a loss to give. So again, there's no top cuts in this tournament. It's just pure double elimination through to the end. So Zan has 1 loss, and Matt has 0. So Zan's going to have to beat Matt in 2 individual matches here to be our winner here today.
I'm not sure what the pause here is for.
I think the pause is letting the timer run out so it auto-exiles the deck for us.
But the problem is if you do that, you remove your ability to interact at that point. So Zan doesn't know that last Aether Gust is not a counterspell. Right?
Yeah, I think there's also a chance that Zan just didn't have enough time to click through anyways. He was on 0 timeouts.
Sure.
So you're just like, all right, if I'm gonna get timered by it, might as well just like save my hand.
Sure.
So again, if you let your timer run all the way down, you can see Zan is not clicking on anything here on his screen. This is just fully exiling the deck for him, and then the Thassa's Oracle trigger happens. So
love how it still takes a while to go too.
It does, yeah. It still has to sit here and play through the animations. I think at some point it eventually starts ticking down your opponent's timer while it's automatically exiling things.
That would make sense.
Yeah, just arena things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, right there, like that, just there.
Hurry up, Theodore. Jeez.
Matt running hot here, winning the die roll here in game 1 of 2 matches potentially. So again, if you're just joining us, Matt is our lone undefeated, going 7-0 in the Swiss, so he made it to the grand finals where he has to lose twice. Zan is 8-1, so he does not have any losses left to give. Both players having an excellent tournament so far, though.
Yeah, Zan's hand is really good. I mean, good mana, Augur Bolt is actually going to play some pretty decent defense here. It blocks cards like Knight of Ebon Legion really well. It's the Sweltering Suns teed up. It has just drawn Oracle to go to Tainted Pacts. The full combo's there too. Now there's a discard spell for Matt, but
notably
Zan's
no
hand
second
couldn't
black
better.
source here.
So we're going to see another Knight and a tapped land. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty scary.
Yeah, and if you're on Zan's side, no discard spell in the first 2 turns is like exactly what you're looking to see in this matchup. You're out to win this.
For sure. And then this is a lot of what makes Zan's deck really good is that we have the combo in hand right now. But there's also the Sweltering Suns, and it's kind of hard to beat the Sweltering Suns and the combo if you're playing a creature deck.
Yep, and I mean, and the 1/3, honestly, right? So like,
right.
if Matt pumps his things to kill this Augur this turn, then they get Sweltering Suns the following turn.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Augur is actually looking really, really good right now, especially because Augur is able to block successfully. If there's an Adanto Vanguard in play or some 3-power creature in play and it couldn't block well, but this is a great block. This is awesome.
Okay, probably gonna see. Yep. I think this is right on Matt's part. You get to like go ahead and elite Spellbinder here rather than killing the Augur.
So Spellbinder has to take Sweltering Suns here, right? And then hope the Thoughtseize can break the combo up.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, you have Inquisition to break the combo up. You could take a combo piece and like hope they don't hit the untapped red source, I suppose, but that seems a little ambitious.
It just seems, yeah, the thing is you just lose the game on the spot in that case. So, and then realistically, I mean, Zan's at 18. There's not enough pressure here to, like even if the red source comes in tap for a later turn. So this is tough. So we see the tap land, and I'm gonna assume a pass here.
We could see a Horn Turtle. Like the flying Horn Turtle on Fae of Wishes has just been absurd all day today, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then but there's also the option of if Zan leaves Tainted Pact up, and Matt does not have a discard spell, the game is over. So end step Tainted Pact, leave 1 card in your deck, draw it for turn, play Oracle.
But I mean,
the game.
you still have the option to do that next turn, right? You have 4 mana.
That's true. I guess you could just wait. That's very fair with the extra land. I was viewing a passive.
I actually don't hate the Search Choice Gain tier either, because now the Search gives you 2 looks to redraw whatever combo piece gets taken by a discard spell here potentially.
For sure, yeah. And then playing Search here is a huge show of strength. Zan is saying like, yeah, whatever. Your board kind of sucks right now. I'm not under that much pressure. I have time to play this piece. Doesn't affect the board, but it's gonna make this game go a lot better for me as the game goes on.
Yep, and if you're on Matt's side here, honestly, you probably, I guess, do you kill the Augur of Bolas? I could go either way on that.
Kill it with a pump on a Knight?
Yeah, or do you pump the one that goes unblocked here and deal 7?
Augur's got to die, I think. It's more damage later. It's sort of like a lava spike. Do you want to lava spike your opponent, or do you want to bolt this Augur Bolas on future streets?
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess you're getting counters on your Knights either way here because you're dealing 4 regardless.
Exactly. And now the Knights are out of range of Prismari Command. The Flyer can die, but the Knights are pretty good. And now the Knights are going to grow basically every turn, which is good too. There is also the Sweltering Suns floating now, where that's available next turn. So growing these Knights up to 4 toughness is pretty big game.
Well, Matt's just going to be dead the next turn if he doesn't draw another discard spell, right? Because we have 7, 8, 9, 10 in play, and Zan's at 14. You're just like, all right, go get my combo piece.
All right, there it is. So big draw step. That's a whiff. There is a castle in play, but there's not 2 black mana or 3 black mana. So
so you can't castle into a discard spell and cast it here, unfortunately for Matt.
Yeah, that's just
Which means we're just done. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, really, really good hand from Zan.
Yeah, the Augur really being instrumental there, right? I think the Augur gained something like 6 life this game, and Matt's gonna lose the game with Zan on 4.
For sure. It also found, what did it find? It found the Prismari Command. It wasn't super relevant, but yeah. All right, damage is in, down to 4. And there's your All Seed of Life's bounty, and the thing is that the Sweltering Suns has been played around, but then you decided the combo. So, I mean, we've been seeing this literally all day, this sort of control combo hybrid and how powerful it is. We saw it in Modern with Splinter Twin and many other times. The ability to control the game, keep your opponents off their pressure, and then be like, oops, I win, sorry, is
And
so powerful.
I want to prefix the statement with, I obviously don't want to compare it to say it's the same as Splinter Twin in terms of power level, but in terms of how the control plays out, like this Pact deck is a much better control deck than any of the Twin decks ever were in Modern, right? Like the number of bad cards you have to play in this deck, even being singleton, I feel like is much lower than like having a bunch of 1/4s and 2/1s in your deck randomly. And not even just past that, but Splinter Twin Modern was disruptible via creature removal, right? So you could just like hold up something like, an Eliminate or a Path to Exile, whatever the spot removal was in the format at the time to disrupt the combo. Whereas this Tainted Pact deck, it only cares about this very small subset of interactive cards.
Absolutely, for sure. And then also, of course, the power level of modern decks is is much higher too.
Yep.
So I mean, Twin was basically like some reman, some bolts, some snaps, maybe some mana leak, some other counter spell here. It was, a lighter amount of interaction where we're just seeing all the good control cards here, Languish and, whatever. And the thing is that both, in Twin, the Twin itself was basically dead. You could in theory like copy your Snapcaster mages in some weird backdoor scenario, but for the most part, the Twins themselves are blank.
Bricks,
and then the Pestermites and Exarchs were not good.
They were passable in some situations.
Right. But in this deck, Tainted Pact is just Demonic Tutor. Like, if you need a Languish, you can get a Languish. There's a cost to it, but you can get it. And then Dazz's Oracle, as we saw in that game, a 1/3 blocker with a little extra value really isn't the worst either.
It also does card selection when you play it.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, this deck's been pretty impressive. When I first saw this deck, I thought it was a total meme. I was just like, oh, that's funny. But the more I watch it, the more I'm just super impressed by it.
Yep. Yeah, if you asked me to put together a Jeff, what's your watch list for Historic right now? My list would be Thassa's Oracle and Luris.
And Luris, yeah, that's fair. Luris is, yeah, just in too many. It's not even. It's funny because like it's silly to think that Luris was legal with the old companion rule for a while, like at any point ever. Yep. Like how it's played in so many decks and so many formats with the new rule. With the old rule, it was like just Luris everything.
So no discard spell on one for Matt, but like a Danto into Spellbinder into Death Shadows, like pretty good.
Yeah, also 2 Bolt lands. So I guess the Danto also does that too, but
I like the bolting on 1 anyways here, because this way if we get like Thought Seized or Inquisitioned, we get to still hurt ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, Zan's hand is once again really good. There's Legion's End to deal with the Vanguard, Harlstack to deal with the other creatures, Thoughtseize to deal with whatever else.
Zan's been really good at having this one of Legion's End when their opponent plays Vanguard.
That is very fair, yes. All right, so we see Legion's End. Also gets to go look at the end. There are 2 Spellbinders here. Spellbinder is pretty great.
Yep.
But
I wonder what we'll see Matt take here. I feel like I'm inclined to say Heartless Act.
I'm very surprised that no life was paid there. Like, very surprised.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We can't.
Why not just pay 8 life there, right? You're not dying to damage, Honestly, I'd pay as much down to like, so I was at like 3 or 4 life and just get the shadow and play, just go for it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think you're right. At the very least, a 4-ball should have been eaten. Probably at least 8.
Right, just something so you at least cast a shadow. But your life total is not that important in this matchup, and you got to win. And getting that shadow to a 5/5 or a 6/6 as soon as possible is very important. So maybe a slight misstep there from Matt. And we see the Spellbinder's coming down. Here's the Thoughtseize.
I'd imagine we're probably going to see the other Spellbinder get taken here.
Yeah, and then this is going to make, so now the threats are pretty light, and the shadow can't even come down yet. I mean, that lack of life payment might cost Matt the game here.
Yep, and that's one of the things that's really difficult to do with these Death Shadow decks, threading that balance for knowing when your life total is important and when it's not is something that you really have to pay attention to.
Absolutely. Now, Croxy here does flip that a little bit, because Croxy is a card that can actually kill you, and it's one of the few cards in Zan's deck that does do damage and wins a game in a normal way. But still, I'm worried for Matt.
Yeah, just like think about what a good spot Matt would be in here if we were like deploying Shadow and Knight of the Ebon Legion this turn.
Absolutely. And now we're just kind of stuck. Knight can come down, but it can't be pumped. Zan's got plenty of time. Can Supreme Will for stuff. That was a good draw, but awkward. No second red, but we'll be good a little bit later on.
We could see you want second red for Crocs anyway, so you probably just play this tapped. Yep, and then you can Supreme Will this turn.
Yeah, pretty reasonable.
And Matt knows about the Supreme Will, so he's like pretty happy to just. Oh no! No!
That was a good draw in a vacuum, but with Sweltering Sun's available, not so good. So that allows the Shadow to be cast. It'll be a 2/2 though, and that'll play right into Sweltering Suns.
Okay, so the Knight's gonna get a token here regardless without pumping, and we're saving the pump to play around the Sweltering Sun, so that's nice. I wonder if we'll see the Shadow hit the board or not here as a 2/2.
I mean, I think you got to. You don't know. You can't know what Master Removal's in Zan's hand, and the game's got to get closed out. Or honestly, with Croxa looming too,
Yep, yeah, the Crocs is pretty scary as well.
Yeah, so I think that the chip's got to go in the middle of the table here. I'm honestly a little surprised. We obviously see Sweltering Suns. Matt does not. I'm a little surprised there wasn't a pump here. I mean,
does the pump really change the clock? I didn't count it. So we're getting a counter, and that would put us to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I guess we're one short next turn without the pump still.
Yeah. So, and obviously, if I guess there's spell land, Godless Shrine, some sort of self-harming draw for Shadow as well. So, All right. Well, Augur, Acquisition, Push, Island.
Augur and Push are both really good. Honestly, you could just take the Push here, and then you have Heartless Act plus Push next turn, too, in addition to the Sweltering Suns. Gosh, you could Sweltering Suns plus Push and clear the whole board out.
Yeah, this is a lot.
And then we might see a game where, this Croxa runs the distance, right?
For sure, yeah. I mean, once the Suns comes down, I mean, even if the, as you were saying, the Vampire lives, it gets pushed, and then it just crosses. I mean, I guess there is a Blood Chief's Thirst, not only available but also visible to Zan. So Croxa, I guess Croxa will make it discarded. It doesn't matter. So
so it depends on if Matt has the foresight to hold whatever card he has next turn. The Croxa is face up.
Right. The problem, of course, being that holding your cards, you can kill a Croxa and having no threats in play is a really bad spot for Matt to be in.
Because again, eventually, Zan is a combo control deck, and he's going to peel his pieces, and it doesn't matter what Matt's resources are; he's just going to die.
Yep. So you have to thirst here and hold back the Fatal Push.
Yep.
And this is a tough spot for Matt here. All right. So the problem here is that this will.
Yeah. I don't think I love that Inquisition there. I think I'd rather hold on to it because Zan was guaranteed to have the Crocs. I'd rather bin it and then get rid of the Blood Crocs with the Thirst.
Exactly, and then you can hopefully draw a 3-drop and the push. Say you draw Spellbinder, now you can exile the push and hopefully have some way to close this game out because the game's getting closed out right now, but not in the right direction for Matt.
Yeah, and Matt's best possible draw here was something like a Skyclave Apparition, and he didn't have double white to cast it.
Yeah, Crocs is going to make short work of this game. So, can block here. Take 4 instead of 6. Which is a slight upgrade, I suppose.
And you get Heartless Acted in response, and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the double white, you're not really playing to any outs here. I guess you, technically have another Blood Chief's Thirst, but, that's also, a pretty losing battle.
Yeah.
I will say I've been impressed with Zan's build in terms of the couple of extra threats that he gains by going Grixis have looked really impressive. Crackling Drake, Croxa, etc.
Yeah, these are very singularly powerful threats. They really end the game in a hurry. Crackling Drake, Croxa, and I think very much worth giving up Lurrus for. Obviously, you can play Lurrus Croxa, but with Crackling Drake, Lurrus just doesn't do a ton. It's free sort of for some decks, but it doesn't really recur that much. It's just okay, whereas a card like Crackling Drake is going to be a home run whenever you draw it.
Yeah, in terms of what it does for this deck, Lurrus, it's not like this is a small creature deck, right? Where you're getting to replay things that are really super important to you every single turn.
Right. Tainted Pact for some way to push this Croxa through for the win.
Yeah, I assume that's the play here. There should be an Erebos' Intervention in the deck that we can get.
I guess lapse works too.
That's
Whatever.
fine too. Yep, sure. Let's clicking, technically.
Yeah, this turn, next turn, whatever it is, the game's over. So yeah, that was pretty impressive. That was, we came into this thinking that Matt had a really good matchup, and those games were not particularly close.
They were not. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I think Matt's draws were a little bit awkward both times here. We'll see if we'll get to see if that's the norm here. If Zan can maybe 4-0 his way through this grand finals, but neither player has a loss to give. So this next match is it. So if you're just joining us, Zan has now evened the score, so to speak. So Zan had one loss coming into our grand finals, and Matt had none. So now both players have one loss, and they'll play one more match here to decide who wins it all here in our historic Hooglandia Open here today.
All the marbles. As much as I want to get dinner, I'm glad it came to this. It got to go to that game 7. Got to go to that last match. Got to go for the everything on the line. And let's see it here. And Zan's hands were pretty good that game as well. So Matt's hand's a little awkward. Zan's hand's quite good. Zan is playing a singleton deck. There is an element of sort of variance here of, what singletons are you going to draw this time? So we will see how much that evens out. As we were saying, run it twice favors the more consistent deck. So we'll see how that works out. But that was a very impressive 2 games there. That was really not particularly close. Hopefully, Zan's not on the old woo spinning circles.
I think Matt might actually be able to. I'm not sure Matt realized he had a loss to give. I'm gonna make sure that he's at his computer here. It says his stream ended though. Maybe he's just restarting.
Signed off.
He could be restarting Arena after his match too.
That's fair, yeah, like most pros do. But he's like signed off on the back porch with the beer. Like, man, I'll take second place. That's fine.
Yeah, he just confirmed to Discord he's restarting Arena. Got it. Sweet, okay. Good stuff.
Sounds good.
Matt's a professional, chat. Professional Magic the Gathering Arena players restart after every match.
Yep.
Okay, you don't want to take your losses because your memory leaked everywhere.
Can't risk it. Just gotta do it every time.
Can't risk it. This is very serious business. Look, we've got a loading screen here. Waiting for the server, chat. Waiting.
I was considering playing the Arena Open later this evening, but the waiting for servers are not really giving me some high hopes here.
Yeah, someone asked me why we were running on the same day as the Arena Open. I was like, you can still play both.
Yeah,
you can do both.
I've been here for every match, and I might still do it. So we'll see. It's getting a little late. We'll see. Have some dinner. See how I feel.
Great. Who's on the play here for this one? All right, Zan's on the play for this one.
Looking for an upset. Now, not as good of a hand from Zan here.
Pretty good start for Matt.
Yeah, pretty solid hand here. Thoughtseize, multiple threats. And Ranger of Eos, while not the best card against a combo deck, against the more controlling aspects of Zan deck is really, really good. So we'll see what gets taken here by this Thoughtseize.
Honestly, it's probably the Thoughtseize. It could be the Knight of the Ebon Legion too, though. Zan's hand notably does not have removal.
Yeah, and it has 2 card draw elements as well. So taking the Thoughtseize, though, I mean, the Knight doesn't really hit super hard immediately. Yep. So Maze Mind Tome can come in. The Narset will probably just be, gain a few life, draw a card. And
the Thoughtseize is an enabler for the Knight, no way. Had the Thoughtseize not been taken from Matt would have gotten to go play my Bolt land, Thoughtseize you, take 2 more, put a counter on my Knight on turn 2, like we've seen a couple of times today.
Absolutely. All right, a couple lands for Matt. So hand started out good. Now it's starting to get a little land heavy.
Yeah, and this is a tale, as old as Magic's non-rotating formats. Kept an okay hand, got Thoughtseize, didn't draw another spell.
Yeah, so we'll see some scry action from Zan. Prismari Command is not currently castable. Would be good, but not currently castable.
Yep. Yeah, would actually be just phenomenal here if we had Land Source.
So we see an upkeep scry as well. Now, Maze Mind Tome, of course, if all you do is scry with it, it is technically card disadvantage. So, but obviously under duress, you got to scry when you got to. And solve the equation.
Okay. Combo piece number 1.
That will find a Tainted Pact if necessary. You can also find other stuff too, though.
We'll see Narset come down this turn.
Yeah, Narset feels pretty safe. It's mostly just a, draw a card, gain some life, and then also if the Knight has to pump and attack Narset, it will not grow.
Yep.
And it's a life gain. It's a whole turn. So pretty good Narset here.
Okay. Electing to take the Opt tier as opposed to the Inquisition, kind of just like that play to me kind of acknowledges that Zan thinks this game's probably going to end before the Shadows are relevant.
Yeah, so Boltland number 2, and now we're seeing the play we were talking about, and this is not a great opening for Matt. I mean,
Not at all.
one drop,
Ugh.
nothing on 2, nothing effectively on 3 because the Narset just traded drew a card anyway. Now push for Zan's phenomenal, and
We're
Zan's firing on all
we're gonna get to
cylinders right now.
censor this Ranger of Eos next turn.
Yeah, and the thing is that normally if you know censors in their deck, you can play around it. There's no playing around it in a singleton deck. That's what I was saying earlier about the frustration
censor
of playing a singleton deck. What do you play around? I don't know. Could have anything.
I mean, the game theory optimal is to play around nothing.
Yeah, realistically, you try to jam, and then jamming, of course, favors the censor push player here. So this is going to be an ugly turn. Here comes Knight Ebon Legion. I can't fathom a pump here. So,
yep. Just moments before the disaster.
Yeah, all choices here are bad. So, gonna tap those lands better. Might just cast Opt though.
We're just gonna cast Opt. I mean, what do you care about this Knight? It's 1/2. You gotta spend mana to make it good.
Yeah.
You got one combo piece in hand. Go find the other.
So Master Race. We get to see a bottom here probably. We can see a scry on the thing. So there could be this game could end definitely in a turn or two. Anger looks a little awkward.
That's fine. I think Zan's in a position where he can afford some bricks.
Yeah, and then again, so Zan decides not to scribe. Again, saving those counters to actually draw cards. Which I like,
I wonder if we'll see like Solve plus draw a card here.
Solve looking for Tainted Pact most likely.
Yeah.
And then there's also the option of pushing if Matt pumps as well.
Honestly, even if Matt pumps, you might just like take your card.
That's fair.
Like what's for, right? Like I guess you get kind of punished if Matt like finds a bolt or a shock land and can like deploy some shadows. Maybe. Like Vanguard's the best draw here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Vanguard would be really, really good. Because that would get the shadows out of anger range too. So there's your pump. And I kind of agree that this should just be taken. Zan doesn't agree though. And this is also really good too, honestly. I mean
I'm not sure there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus.
What's up?
I'm not sure there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus.
Right. The thing is that like now that buys more time to activate Tomb anyway. So either way, the Tome's still there. Tome's still drawing cards. I also wouldn't mind it. I've minded a main phase Tome there. If there's a land, you could just play it.
There's technically a downside of the main phase Tome to like Matt peeling a discard spell next turn, but like you can find a tapped land.
True. Very true. So Baleful Mastery returns.
Seeing that kind of awkwardness that Shadow has in this format a little bit, not having quite maybe the density of enablers that it needs all the time.
Yeah.
Of course, also feeling a little bit of that pinch that you have in the pre-board games where these Blood Chief's Thirst are just real bad against the control deck.
Yeah, this has been an ugly game. Heads up play from Zan though. I mean, Thoughtseize on turn 1 ended up being super relevant.
Yep. Digging deep here. Got a lot of looks. It doesn't do it this turn, but it does it for next turn.
All right, so never mind. Just kidding.
Yep. JK, LOL.
Is this deck too good?
I think it's too good.
It seems really good. I mean,
like I know Matt's deck hasn't been super impressive these far, but my experience playing against this deck on the ladder is Thassa's Oracle is my #1 watch list for the format.
Yeah, like it just seems so preposterous. I'm playing Magic for 20 years. Just seeing this like wonky singleton deck, and you just like hard to even take it seriously.
I'm also gonna a bunch of spikes are about to click off the stream for what I'm about to say, but I also think that like even if you think that like what the Tainted Pact doing is an appropriate power level and not too good by whatever metrics you're doing, I think the play patterns it generates are just like really toxic. I think the number of cards that exist in the game to meaningfully interact with what the deck is doing is too narrow and not present in enough colors. The fact that their combo basically only cares about counter spells and discard spells just doesn't create healthy gameplay patterns.
Right, and we've seen that a lot, honestly, in Magic in the last few years. Reclamation, Teferi. There's just a lot of cards like that or decks like that where if you can't negate or duress something, you better win fast. So I can agree with that. I mean,
yep.
I do like the idea of Historic having combo decks as long as they are like tier 2, tier 1.5. Like not.
Well, I don't even think a combo deck needs to not be tier 1 to be okay. I just think like the number of meaningful interaction points is really important.
Sure. I think yeah, like the Transmogrify decks sort of hit that
Yeah,
where
yeah, exactly. Like
creature
those
removal is
decks, they
good.
care about creature removal. Like you get
Right.
Lightning Axe, and more importantly, they care about stuff like Redain, for example, really matters
Right.
against them because your cards are expensive, so those slow you down meaningfully.
It's funny how Twin had that too, where Twin was actually vulnerable to removal spells, at the
Yep.
exile and so on and so forth. It was still banned, so see a mulligan here for Zan into a pretty good hand.
We see a kind of I don't like Maddie's odds here. This is not a particularly strong keep on his part.
Yeah, I mean, Thoughtseize is fine, but the rest of it, Rest in Peace is it's okay, I guess. And then Skyclave can maybe nab a Cold Steel Heart or something like that. But the fear, of course, of Skyclave is you nab the Cold Steel Heart and then they kill it and have a 2/2 to block your next Skyclave. So
Yep.
Skyclave is fine. I mean, Skyclave is a very well balanced card. It is really, really good, but the downsides are significant.
I kind of like this. You see Matt in the tank like might not like Matt's kind of acknowledging that his hand sucks and like thinking about not taking the Thoughtseize and taking the card selection instead, which I
Yeah, I
honestly
mean,
don't hate.
Matt's definitely knocking the top of his deck right now. And
Yep.
you got to be like, all right, look, I know my hand's not good right now, but maybe in a turn or two we can turn this around. That's pretty good. So now Fatal Push, Memory Lapse, multiple elements from Zan's hand coming together. Zan's hand isn't great either, but it has elements.
Yep.
Another Thoughtseize. And again, probably not taking Thoughtseize here because Thoughtseize is kind of bad.
Yeah,
What else
honestly,
I'm taking is Valakut Awakening.
yeah, I love it. I think Matt correctly identified the axis on which he wins this game, and that is I need to slow Zan down, and Zan's disruption is just going to happen, and that is what it is. Matt gets to play out his spell land here, so he doesn't worry about his third land getting. Oh, we're going to let our third land get thought seized. This is a little loose.
Yeah, I mean, about the Thoughtseize, and it's the best card in your hand. Like
Okay,
losing rest.
You're just assuming memory lapse is happening. Sure.
All right, maybe Matt's a master. That's a heads up play. If you know that Zan's gonna leave memory lapse up, I don't really know what the benefit is, honestly. Like you could have just played it and then, but either way, it doesn't matter. But third Skyclave here, not what we're looking for. These have been some pretty anemic hands for Matt in the finals. Matt's been crushing the entire tournament all day.
Yep.
And these last few games have been looking pretty tough.
He did go 7-0 through the Swiss, so he didn't get here by accident. Sometimes that's just where your beats happen. Is in the finals. And honestly, hitting your bad luck in the finals is not bad. Still get some prizes for the day. Had a good successful tournament run.
Many Magic players won't tell you that they would immediately sign up for second place in a tournament. They're lying.
Yep, ain't that the truth?
So we see no Cold Steel Heart, no Foretell, leaving up Memory Lapse here. I don't know if I like that from Zan. Zan knows that Matt's hands. Actually, he doesn't know Matt's hand's pretty bad. Never mind. We've seen so many Thoughtseizes, but none have actually been cast from Zan's side.
Yep.
So,
and honestly, this probably just like resolves and gets fatal pushed, right?
Yeah, I mean, so the problem is like what happens next turn. So now Zan's gonna leave up Lapse again. I mean, now Zan draws a land. We can see a Thoughtseize here. We can see a Cold Steel Heart. I guess now the options are available because now the Thoughtseize will inform Zan's decisions.
Honestly, Zan might just foretell Behold the Multiverse looking at that hand.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's hand is so bad. And Cold Steel Heart's just not on the table because of the thing. Thoughtseize. I mean, I guess then this is being lapsed. I don't know. I think I'm pretty happy multiversing here,
Yeah, I think I would have foretold the multiverse on Zan's side. I think now that you've let this happen, now you have to memory lapse this.
Right. The problem is I feel like you're almost lapsing yourself. Like where you're wasting your turn as well. So all right. Ascan is I would be a good draw if the Skyclave wasn't there.
Yep. And now like if you deploy the Azcanta, you get Skyclaved and now you're gonna get Thoughtseize, so you're gonna lose the Azcanta either way, basically, no matter what you do here.
Right. And if it had been reversed here, we would have been casting multiverse this turn, and then maybe also playing a 2-drop because we drew a land too.
Yep.
So definitely some awkward turns here on only 3 mana. Storm's Wrath this year.
Okay. I mean, this Cold Steel Heart makes the second red. Kind of. I guess it gets taken.
Ooh,
so like
boy.
you got a double bottom here then, looking for. I guess like neither of these are combo pieces. You don't feel bad pushing them looking for lands. Fey Wishes is like a combo piece.
Yeah, Faye is really, really slow at the moment, though. They ended up keeping the Indoors Censor. This is getting awkward. I mean, this is going to be embarrassing if these Skyclads go all the way. Now,
Yeah, I mean, like, how funny would it be if, like, the first game Matt takes in this Grand Finals is just, like, Gray Ogre beatdown?
Yeah, I mean, so you got to cast you got to cast second one. You got to go for it now. 3-turn clock through a kill spell, maybe. There's your red source. So that'll probably do it.
It depends on how many Ranger Vios are in Matt's deck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Censor, I guess if it's drawn this turn exactly. The problem is if it's drawn this turn, then Wrath kills the Ranger also, Sure. So.
Cold Steel mana, always looking for that.
Here it comes.
I really needed a Thoughtseize there. Needed to punch through the Storm's Wrath. I guess Binder could have also been okay, assuming there was no land.
Yeah.
There was a land.
All right.
Okay. I mean, like, we've only got one combo piece here. So
Faye is looking a lot better now, though. I mean, two turns ago, I didn't want to keep it, but now it's looking pretty good. So.
Yep. That's half the combo.
All right.
Like, looking for a threat.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a fairly one-sided affair. Matt's deck has just not cooperated at any point in any of these games.
Yep. It looks like we might have a clean 0-4 reverse sweep here for Zan.
I think an Augur here makes a lot of sense. Fire off the Augur first, see what turns up. Consider what's going to be Fade for. Faye could also go get like a Jace or something like that, too. Yep. We're in like a totally null game state where a Planeswalker would be really, really good. These Zan's Augurs have been off the charts good. It's like 2 or 3 cards every time. I've never seen it before.
As someone who's cast many an Augur and put 3 cards in the bottom of my library in any order, it just isn't fair.
I feel like I've cast Augur a million times, and I can recall the half a dozen times where I got a card off of it, like individually. Like
we could see Jace happen here and then just win the game next turn, right?
Right. And the thing is, like, Jace is a combo piece that also just seems great on this board. It's just a Planeswalker.
Correct. Yep. It's just a Planeswalker that draws a card. So, like, even if Matt, like, draws an Inquisition or a Thoughtseize next turn, you just, like, play Jace and draw cards or, like, still have a Tainted Pact.
Right.
Well, I guess Pact is technically still lethal too, right? Because you have 6 mana, so you can go Tainted Pact, grab Oracle, Tainted Pact.
Yeah, I mean, I wish all this in-depth, hardcore, brilliant, if I must say so myself, analysis we're doing here actually mattered for anything. Because Matt's just drawing 3 lands in a row anyway.
Yeah, that's how the Magic goes.